Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of "'Twas the Night After Christmas" by Sabrina Jeffries, performed by Michael Page. Prologue. April 1803. No one had called for him yet. 8-year-old Pierce Waverley, heir to the Earl of Devonmont, sat on his bed in the upper hall of the headmaster's house at Harrow, where he'd lived for 3 months with 60 other boys. Today marked the beginning of his first holiday from Harrow. Most of the other boys had already been fetched by their families. His trunk was packed. He was ready. But what if no one came? Would he have to stay at Harrow alone in the headmaster's house? Mother and father would come. Of course they would come. Why wouldn't they?
Because father thinks you're a sickly weakling. That's why he packed you off to school, to toughen you up.
His chin quivered. He couldn't help that he had asthma. He couldn't help that he liked it when Mother showed him how to play the pianoforte, which Father called dandyish. And if he sometimes hid when Father wanted to take him riding, it was only because Father always berated him for not doing it right. Then Pierce would get so mad that he would say things Father called insolent. Or worse, he'd start having trouble breathing and get panicky. Then Mother would have to come and help him catch his breath, and Father hated that. He scowled. All right, so perhaps Father would leave him to rot at school, but Mother wouldn't. She missed him. He knew she did, even if she didn't write very often. And he missed her, too, a lot. She always knew just what to do when the wheezing started. She didn't think playing music was dandyish, and she said he was clever, not insolent. She made him laugh, even in her infrequent letters, and if she didn't come for him— Tears welled in his eyes. Casting a furtive glance about him, he brushed them away with his gloved fist.
"What a mollycoddle you are, crying for your parents," sneered a voice behind him.
Devil take it. It was his sworn enemy, George Manton, heir to the Viscount Rathmore. Manton was 5 years older than Pierce. Nearly all the boys were older, and bigger, and stronger.
"I'm not crying," Pierce said sullenly. "It's dusty in here is all."
Manton snorted.
"I suppose you'll have one of your attacks now. Don't think I'll fall for that nonsense. If you start wheezing with me, I'll kick the breath out of you. You're a poor excuse for a Harrovian."
"At least I can spell the word. You couldn't spell arse if it were engraved on your forehead." Pierce knew better than to say that. The last time he'd spoken his mind, Manton had knocked him flat.
"Well," Manton said, "have you nothing to say for yourself, you little pisser?"
"You're an overgrown chaw-bacon who picks on lads half your size because your brain is half size." Couldn't say that one either.
"Looks like your servant's here."
Pierce nodded at the door.
"Shouldn't keep him waiting."
Manton glanced to where the footman wearing Rathmore livery stoically pretended not to notice anything.
"I'll keep him waiting as long as I damned well please. I'm the heir. I can do whatever I want." "I'm the heir too, you know."
Pierce thrust out his chest.
"And your father is just a viscount. Mine's an earl."
When Manton narrowed his gaze, Pierce cursed his quick tongue. He knew better than to poke the bear, but Manton made him so angry.
"A fat lot of good that did you," Manton shot back. "You're a pitiful excuse for an earl's son. That's what comes of mixing foreign stock with good English stock. I dare say your father now wishes he hadn't been taken in by your mother." "He wasn't!"
Pierce cried, jumping to his feet. The glint of satisfaction in Manton's eyes told Pierce he shouldn't have reacted. Manton always pounced when he smelled blood. But Pierce didn't care.
"And she's only half foreign. Grandfather Gilchrist was a peer." "A penniless one," Manton taunted. "I don't know what your father saw in a poor baron's daughter, though I guess we both know what she saw in him. All that money and the chance to be a countess. She latched onto that quick enough."
Pierce shoved him hard.
"You shut up about my mother. You don't know anything. Shut up! Shut up! Shut—"
Manton boxed Pierce's ears hard enough to make him shut up. Pierce stood there, stunned, trying to catch his bearings. Before he could launch himself at Manton again, the servant intervened. "Perhaps we should go, sir," the footman said nervously. "The headmaster is coming." That was apparently enough to give Manton pause, and Pierce, too. He stood there breathing hard, itching to fight, but if he got into trouble with the headmaster, Father would never forgive him. "Aren't you lucky?" Manton drawled. "We'll have to continue this upon our return." "I can't wait," Pierce spat as the servant ushered Manton from the room. He would probably regret that after the holiday, but for now he was glad he'd stood up to Manton. How dare the bloody bastard say such nasty things about Mother? They weren't true. Mother wasn't like that. The headmaster appeared in the doorway, accompanied by a house servant. "Master Waverley, your cousin is here for you. Come along." With no more explanation than that, the headmaster hurried out, leaving the servant to heft Pierce's trunk and head off. Pierce followed the servant down the stairs in a daze. Cousin? What cousin? He had cousins, to be sure, but he never saw them. Father himself had no brothers or sisters, indeed no parents since grandmother died. He did have an uncle who was a general in the cavalry, but great-uncle Isaac Waverley was still fighting abroad. Mother's parents had been dead for a few years, and she had no siblings either. Pierce had met her second cousin at Grandfather Gilchrist's funeral, but Father had been so mean to the man one time at Montcliff, the Waverley family estate, that he'd left in a huff. Father didn't seem to like Mother's family much, so the cousin who was here probably wasn't one of Mother's. Pierce was still puzzling out who it could be when he caught sight of a man at least as old as Father. Oh, great-uncle Isaac's son. Pierce vaguely remembered having met Mr. Titus Waverley last year at grandmother's funeral. "Where's Mother?" Pierce demanded. "Where's Father?" Mr. Waverley cast him a kind smile. "I'll explain in the carriage," he said, then herded Pierce out the door. A servant was already lifting Pierce's trunk onto the top and lashing it down with rope. Pierce's stomach sank. That didn't sound good. Why would Mother and Father send a relation to pick him up at school? Had something awful happened? As soon as they were headed off in the carriage, Mr. Waverley said, "Would you like something to eat? Mrs. Waverley sent along a nice damson tart for you." Pierce liked damson tarts, but he had to figure out what was going on. "Why did you come to fetch me home? Is something wrong?" "No, nothing like that." Mr. Waverley's smile became forced. "But we're not going to Montcliff." A slow panic built in his chest. "Then where are we going?" "To Waverley Farm." He spoke in that determinedly cheery voice adults always used when preparing you for something you wouldn't like. "You're to spend your holiday with us. Isn't that grand? You'll have a fine time riding our horses, I promise you." His panic intensified. "You mean my whole family is visiting at Waverley Farm, right?" The sudden softness in his cousin's eyes felt like pity. "I'm afraid not. Your father thinks it best that you stay with us this holiday. Your mother agrees, as do I." His gaze chilled. "From what I gather, you'll have a better time at Waverley Farm than at Montcliff anyway." "Only because Father is a cold and heartless arse," Pierce mumbled. Oh, God, he shouldn't have said that aloud, not to Father's own cousin. He braced for a lecture, but Mr. Waverley merely laughed. "Indeed. I'm afraid it often goes along with the title." The frank remark drew Pierce's reluctant admiration. He preferred honesty when he could get it, especially from adults, so he settled back against the seat and took the time to examine the cousin he barely knew. Titus Waverley looked nothing like Father, who was dark-haired and sharp-featured and aristocratic. Mr. Waverley was blond and round-faced, with a muscular, robust look to him, as if he spent lots of time in the sun. Pierce remembered now that his cousin owned a big stud farm with racing stock. Most boys would be thrilled to spend their holiday in such a place, but Pierce's asthma made him less than eager. Or perhaps Manton was right, and he really was a mollycoddle. "So I'm to stay with you and Mrs. Waverley for the whole holiday?" Pierce asked. The man nodded. "I have a little boy of my own. Roger is 5. You can play together." With difficulty, Pierce contained a snort. 5 was practically still a baby.
"Are Mother and Father not coming to visit at all?"
He wanted to be clear on that. "No, lad, I'm afraid not." Pierce swallowed hard. He was trying to be strong, but he hadn't really expected not to see them. It made no sense, unless—
"Is it because of something I did when I was still at home?"
"Certainly not. Your father merely thinks it will be good for you to be at the farm right now." That made a horrible sort of sense.
"He wants me to be more like the chaps at school," Pierce said glumly. "Good at riding and shooting and things like that."
He slanted an uncertain glance up at his cousin.
"Is that what he wants you to do? Toughen me up?"
His cousin blinked, then laughed. "Your mother did say you were forthright." Yes, and it had probably gotten him banished from Montcliff. Perhaps it would get him banished from Waverley Farm, too, and then his cousin would have to send him home.
"Well, I don't like horses, and I don't like little children, and I don't want to go to Waverley Farm."
"I see." Mr. Waverley softened his tone. "I can't change the arrangement now, so I am afraid you'll have to make the best of it. Tell me what you do like. Fishing? Playing cards?" Pierce crossed his arms over his chest.
"I like being at home."
Settling back against the seat, Mr. Waverley cast him an assessing glance. "I'm sorry you can't right now." He fought the uncontrollable quiver in his chin.
"Because Father hates me."
"Oh, lad, I'm sure he doesn't," his cousin said with that awful look of pity on his face.
"You can tell me the truth. I already know he does."
Tears clogged Pierce's throat, and he choked them down.
"What about Mother? Doesn't she want to see me at all?"
Something like sadness flickered in Mr. Waverley's eyes before he forced a smile. "I'm sure she does. Very much. But your father can't spare her right now."
"He can never spare her."
He stared blindly out the window, then added in a wistful voice,
"Sometimes I wish Mother and I could just go live in one of Father's other houses."
Brightening, he looked back at his cousin.
"Perhaps in London. You could ask her—"
"That will never happen, lad, so put that out of your mind." Mr. Waverley's tone was quite firm. "Her place is with your father." More than with her son? Manton's nasty words leached into his thoughts.
"I guess we both know what she saw in him. All that money and the chance to be a countess. She latched onto that quick enough."
It wasn't true, was it? His cousin would know. He had to know something about Mother and Father, or he wouldn't have said what he did. And he had a friendly look about him, like he could be trusted to tell the truth.
Did Mother marry Father for his money?"
"Who told you that?" his cousin asked sharply.
"A boy at school."
When a sigh escaped Mr. Waverley, Pierce swallowed hard.
"It's true, isn't it?"
Moving over to sit beside Pierce, Mr. Waverley patted him on the shoulder. "Whether it is or no, it has nothing to do with how your mother feels about you. In fact, she gave me this letter for you." As he fished it out of his pocket and handed it over, the tightness in Pierce's chest eased a little. Eagerly he broke the seal and opened it to read.
"My dearest Pierce, your father and I think that staying at Waverley Farm will prove a grand adventure for you. And you do enjoy a grand adventure, don't you? I miss you, but I'm sure you will learn all sorts of fine things there. Don't forget to write and tell me what fun you have. Do be a good boy for your cousins, and keep your chin up. I know you will make us proud. And always remember, I love you very, very much. With many kisses, Mother."
Relief surged through him. She did love him. She did. He read it again, this time paying closer attention, and his heart sank a little. It had the same determined cheer as Mr. Waverley. And then there was the line, "I know you will make us proud." He sighed. She loved him, but she had still let Father send him away. And why?
"You will learn all sorts of fine things there."
Just like father, she wanted to see him toughen up. Tears filled his eyes, but he ruthlessly willed them back. Very well, then. No more crying, and no more behaving like a milksop and a mollycoddle. He had to get big and strong, to learn to ride and fight like the other boys, because clearly neither mother nor father would let him come home until he did. 1. December 1826. 31-year-old Pierce Waverley, Earl of Devonmont, sat at the desk in the study of his London townhouse, going through the mail as he waited for his current mistress to arrive, when one letter came to the top, addressed in a familiar hand. An equally familiar pain squeezed his chest, reminding him of that other letter years ago. What a naive fool he'd been. Even though he had grown bigger and stronger, even though he'd become the kind of son father had always claimed to want, he'd never been allowed home again. He'd spent every school holiday, Christmas, Easter, and summer, at Waverley Farm. And after Titus Waverley and his wife had died unexpectedly in a boating accident when Pierce was 13, Titus's father, General Isaac Waverley, had returned from the war to take over Waverley Farm and Titus's orphaned children. Even though Pierce hadn't received a single letter from his parents in 5 years, he'd still been certain that he would finally be sent home. But no. Whatever arrangement Titus had made with Pierce's parents was apparently preserved with Pierce's great-uncle, for the general had fallen right into the role of substitute parent. Despite all that, it had taken Pierce until he was 18, when neither of his parents had appeared at his matriculation from Harrow, to acknowledge the truth. Not only did his father hate him, but his mother had no use for him either. Apparently she'd endured his presence until he was old enough to pack off to school and relations, and after that she'd decided she was done with him. She was too busy enjoying father's fortune and influence to bother with her own son. Paine had exploded into rage for a time, until he'd reached his majority at 21 and had travelled home to confront them both. No. He couldn't bear to remember that fiasco. The humiliation of that particular rejection still sent pain screaming through him. Eventually he would silence that, too. Then perhaps he'd find some peace at last. That is, if Mother would let him. He stared down at the letter, and his fingers tightened into fists. But she wouldn't. She'd poisoned his childhood, and now that Father was dead and Pierce had inherited everything, she thought to make it all go away. She'd been trying ever since the funeral, 2 years ago. When she'd mentioned his coming home, he'd asked her why it had taken his father's death for her to allow it. He'd expected a litany of patently false excuses, but she'd only said that the past was the past. She wanted to start anew with him. He snorted. Of course she did. It was the only way to get her hands on more of Father's money than what had been left to her. Well, to hell with her. She may have decided she wanted to play the role of mother again, but he no longer wanted to play her son. Years of yearning for a mother who was never there, for whom he would have fought dragons as a boy, had frozen his heart. Since his father's death, it hadn't warmed 1 degree. Except that every time he saw one of her letters, choking back a bitter curse, he tossed the unopened letter to his secretary, Mr. Boyd. One thing he'd learned from the last letter she'd written him, when he was a boy, was that words meant nothing, less than nothing, and the word love in particular was just a word. "Put that with the others," he told Boyd. "Yes, my lord." There was no hint of condemnation, no hint of reproach in the man's voice. Good man, Boyd. He knew better. Yet Pierce felt the same twinge of guilt as always. Damn it, he had done right by his mother, for all that she had never done right by him. Her inheritance from Father was entirely under his control. He could have deprived her if he'd wished, another man might have, but instead he'd set her up in the estate's dower house with plenty of servants and enough pin money to make her comfortable. Not enough to live extravagantly, he couldn't bring himself to give her that, but enough that she couldn't accuse him of neglect. He'd even hired a companion for her, who, by all accounts, had proved perfect for the position. Not that he would know for himself, since he'd never seen the indomitable Mrs. Camilla Stuart in action, never seen her with his mother. He never saw Mother at all. He'd laid down the law from the first. She was free to roam Montcliff, his estate in Hertfordshire, as she pleased when he wasn't in residence, but when he was there to take care of estate affairs, she was to stay at the Dower House and well away from him. So far she'd held to that agreement. But the letters came anyway, one a week, as they had ever since Father's death. 2 years of letters piled in a box now overflowing, all unopened. Because why should he read hers when she'd never answered a single one of his as a boy? Besides, they were probably filled with wheedling requests for more money now that he held the purse strings. He wouldn't give in to those, damn it. "My lord, Mrs. Swanton has arrived," his butler announced from the doorway. The words jerked him from his oppressive thoughts. "You may send her in." Boyd slid a document onto Pierce's desk, then left, passing Mrs. Swanton as he went out. The door closed behind him, leaving Pierce alone with his current mistress. Blonde and blue-eyed, Eugenia Swanton had the elegant features of a fine lady and the eloquent body of a fine whore. The combination had made her one of the most sought-after mistresses in London, despite her humble beginnings as a rag-mannered chit from Spitalfields. When he'd snagged her 3 years ago, it had been quite a coup, since she'd had dukes and princes vying for her favours. But the triumph had paled somewhat in recent months. Even she hadn't been able to calm his restlessness. And now she was scanning him with a practised eye, clearly taking note of his elaborate evening attire as her smile showed her appreciation. Slowly, sensually, she drew off her gloves in a manoeuvre that signalled she was eager to do whatever he wished. Last year, that would have had him bending her over his desk and taking her in a most lascivious manner. Tonight it merely left him cold. "You summoned me, my lord?" she said in that smooth, cultured voice that had kept him intrigued with her longer than with his other mistresses. She had several appealing qualities, including her quick wit. And yet— Bracing himself for the theatrics sure to come, he rose and rounded the desk to press a kiss to her lightly rouged cheek. "Do sit down, Eugenia," he murmured, gesturing to a chair. She froze, then arched one carefully manicured eyebrow. "No need. I can receive my congé just as easily standing." He muttered a curse. "How did you—" "I'm no fool, you know," she drawled. "I didn't get where I am by not noticing when a man has begun to lose interest." Her expression held a hint of disappointment, but no sign of trouble brewing, which surprised him. He was used to temper tantrums from departing mistresses. His respect for Eugenia rose a notch. "Very well." Picking up the document on the desk, he handed it to her. She scanned it with a businesswoman's keen eye, her gaze widening at the last page. "You're very generous, my lord." "You've served me well," he said with a shrug, now impatient to be done. "Why shouldn't I be generous?" "Indeed." She slid the document into her reticule. "Thank you, then." Pleased that she was taking her dismissal so well, he went to open the door for her. "It's been a pleasure doing business with you, Eugenia." The words halted her. She stared at him with an intent gaze that made him uncomfortable. "That's the trouble with you, my lord. Our association has always been one of business. Intimate business, I'll grant you, but business all the same. And business doesn't keep a body warm on a cold winter's night." "On the contrary," he said with a thin smile, "I believe I succeeded very well at keeping you warm." "I speak of you, not myself." She glided up to him with a courtesan's practised walk. "I like you, my lord, so let me give you some advice. You believe that our attraction has cooled because you're tired of me. But I suspect that the next occupant of your bed will be equally unable to warm you, unless she provides you with something more than a business arrangement." He bristled. "Are you suggesting that I marry?" Eugenia pulled on her gloves. "I'm suggesting that you let someone inside that empty room you call a heart. Whether you make her your wife or your mistress, a man's bed is decidedly warmer if there's a fire burning in something other than his cock." He repressed an oath. So much for this being easy. I never guessed you were such a romantic.
Me? Never. She patted her reticule. This is as romantic as I get, which is precisely why I can offer such advice. When we met, I thought we were both the sort who live only for pleasure, with no need for emotional connections. Her voice softened. But I was wrong about you. You're not that sort at all. You just haven't realized it yet.
Then, with a smile and a swish of her skirts, she swept out the door. He stared bitterly after her. Sadly, he did realize it. Leave it to a woman of the world to recognize a fraud. Matrons might panic when he spoke to their innocent daughters, and his exploits might appear so regularly in the press that his Waverley cousins kept clippings for their own amusement, but his seemingly aimless pursuit of pleasure had never been about pleasure. It had been about using the only weapon he had, the family reputation, to embarrass the family who had abandoned him. Leaving his study, he strode to the drawing-room, where sat his pianoforte, his private defiance of his father. He sat down and began to play a sombre Bach piece, one that often allowed him to vent the darker emotions that never saw the light of day in public, where he was a gadabout and a rebel. Or he had been until father's death. Since then, his petty rebellions had begun to seem more and more pointless. There had been no deathbed reconciliation, but also no attempt to keep him from his rightful inheritance, and no explanation of why he'd been abandoned. None of it made sense. The fact that he wanted it to make sense annoyed him. He was done with trying to understand it. The only thing that mattered was that he'd triumphed in the end. He'd gained the estate while he was still young enough to make something of it, and clearly that was the most he could hope for. Of course, now that he was the Earl, people expected him to change his life, to marry. But how could he? Once married, a man had to endure the whims of his wife and children. He'd grown up suffering beneath the whims of his parents. He wasn't about to exchange one prison for another. He pounded the keys. So for now, everything would stay the same. He would go to the opera this evening to seek out a new mistress, and life would go on much as before. Surely his restlessness would end in time. Leaving the pianoforte, he was walking out of the drawing-room when the sight of Boyd heading toward him with a look of grim purpose arrested him. "An express has come for you, my lord, from Montcliff." He tensed. His estate manager, Miles Fowler, never sent expresses, so it must be something urgent. To his surprise, the letter Boyd handed him hadn't come from Fowler, but from Mother's companion. Since Mrs. Stuart hadn't written him in the entire 6 months she'd been working for him, the fact that she'd sent an express brought alarm crashing through him. His heart pounded as he tore open the letter to read, "Dear Sir, forgive me for my impertinence, but I feel I should inform you that your mother is very ill. If you wish to see her before it is too late, you should come at once. Sincerely, Mrs. Camilla Stuart." The terse message chilled him. Based on Mrs. Stuart's recommendation letters and references, not to mention the glowing accolades heaped on her by Fowler, Pierce had formed a certain impression of the widow. She was practical and forthright, the sort of independent female who would rather eat glass than admit she couldn't handle any domestic situation. She was decidedly not a woman given to dramatic pronouncements. So if she said his mother was very ill, then Mother was at death's door. And no matter what had passed between them, he couldn't ignore such a dire summons. "Boyd, have my bags packed and sent on to the estate. I'm leaving for Montcliff at once." "Is everything all right, my lord?" Boyd asked. "I don't believe it is. Apparently my mother has fallen ill. I'll let you know more as soon as I assess the situation." "What should I tell your uncle?" Damn. The Waverleys were expecting him in a few days. He still spent most holidays with them. "Tell Uncle Isaac I'll do my best to be there for Christmas, but I can't promise anything right now." "Very good, my lord." As far as Pierce was concerned, the Waverleys, his great-uncle Isaac and his second cousin Virginia, were his true family. Mother was merely the woman who'd brought him into the world. He ought to abandon her in death, the way she'd abandoned him in life, but he still owed her for nurturing him in those early years, before he was old enough to be fobbed off on relatives. He still owed her for giving birth to him, so he would do his duty by her. But no more. She'd relinquished the right to his love long ago. 2. In a cosy sitting-room of the Dower House on the Montcliff estate, Camilla mended a petticoat while keeping a furtive watch on her 6-year-old son, Jasper. With his blue eyes wide, he sat in Lady Devonmont's lap, waiting for her to read him a story.
"What shall we read?" Lady Devonmont asked him. "Cinderella?" "That one's stupid," Jasper said airily. "Princes don't marry servant girls."
Camilla bit back a smile as she pushed up her spectacles. Lady Devonmont had a fondness for German fairy tales because of her late mother being German, but Jasper had no such bias. He also didn't like girls in his fairy tales. Not surprising for a boy his age.
"Why wouldn't a prince marry a servant?" her ladyship asked. "He has to marry a princess, that's the rule. Everybody knows that. I never saw a servant marry a prince."
Her ladyship shot Camilla a rueful glance.
"Clearly he spends far too much time in the servant hall." "Better there than at his uncle's," Camilla said softly.
After Camilla's husband, Kenneth, had died unexpectedly, leaving her and Jasper destitute, she'd had no choice but to go to work, and most employers frowned on having children around who distracted their mothers. So until she had come to work for the Countess, she'd always been forced to leave her son with Kenneth's brother, a sombre Scot with a dour wife and 3 children of his own. But when Lady Devonmont learned of Jasper through the servants, she'd insisted on having him brought to the Dower House to live. For that kindness alone, Camilla adored her ladyship. Of course, neither the Earl nor the estate manager knew about Jasper, nor must they ever. Mr. Fowler, who'd hired her, had been adamant that she be unencumbered with children. He'd said the dictum had come straight from the Earl himself. So she and Lady Devonmont had agreed that Jasper's presence had to be kept a secret.
"Read the poem about Christmas again," Jasper said. "I like that one."
The Countess's American cousin had sent her a newspaper clipping of a poem that was becoming very popular in America during the season, called A Visit from St. Nicholas. Camilla had thought it perfectly lovely the first 3 times she'd heard it, but its magic had begun to fade now that they were up to the 15th reading. Lady Devonmont laughed.
"Aren't you sick of it by now, lad? I like to hear about the reindeer. Will there be reindeer at the fair in Stocking Pelham next week? I want to see one."
He turned a sly glance up at the Countess.
"Mamma says we can't go, but I really want to."
Camilla tensed.
"Jasper, you mustn't." "Of course we can go," Lady Devonmont put in. "We have to. I'm in charge of a booth there." "Forgive me, my lady," Camilla said, "but we can't risk Jasper being seen with us in town by Mr. Fowler."
The Countess sighed.
"Oh, I didn't think of that. I suppose that would be unwise."
Her tone turned wistful.
"It's a pity, though. I used to take my own boy when he was only a bit older than Jasper." "And now he's a fine earl," Jasper said. "Yes, a fine earl," Lady Devonmont echoed.
Camilla nearly stabbed her finger trying not to react to that. Fine earls did not abandon their mothers. Still, she probably shouldn't have sent his lordship that misleading letter. But she'd had to do something. How could the wretch not even plan to visit his own mother for Christmas? It was unfathomable. Besides, he would no doubt ignore the summons. Mr. Fowler might praise the Earl for his handling of the estate, but that was clearly his lordship's only virtue. And it wasn't much of a virtue at that. Any man who neglected his property was a fool, and apparently the Earl was no fool. But according to London gossip, the man was also a selfish scoundrel who spent most of his time in an empty pursuit of pleasure. If he didn't come, it would at least prove what she'd known all along. He might have brains, but he had no heart. Then Camilla could reveal to her ladyship what she'd done, and the woman would recognize once and for all that her son wasn't worthy of all the pining she wasted on him every day. Of course, if he did appear— She swallowed. She would cross that bridge when she came to it.
"And anyway, I don't think there will be any reindeer at the fair.
Lady Devonmont said, stroking Jasper's wild, red-brown curls.
"Just a lot of boring cattle and horses. What about St. Nicholas's?"
Whatever it was, it wouldn't be the truth. That once he'd turned old enough to be passed off to some relative, Mother had deliberately cut him out of her life. And now that he had inherited everything, she was suddenly eager to pay attention to the son she'd ignored for years. To hell with that. He was not going to yield, no matter how grey Mother looked, and no matter what some officious companion with a penchant for meddling. A knock at the door interrupted his pacing. "What?" he barked.
"I have your tray, my lord,"
a muted voice said from beyond the door. He'd forgotten entirely about that. "Set it down and go away." A moment of silence ensued. Then the same voice said,
"I can't."
"Oh, for the love of God!" He strode to the door and swung it open, then halted. There before him stood the very woman who'd brought him here under false pretenses. "It's you!" he spat. Though she blinked at the venom in his voice, she stood her ground.
"May I please come in, my lord?"
He considered slamming the door in her face, but a deeply ingrained sense of gentlemanly behaviour prevented him. Besides, he wanted to hear what she had to say for herself. With a curt nod, he stood aside to let her pass, taking the opportunity to get a good look at her. He still couldn't believe she was so young. She couldn't be more than 25, far too young to be a widow or a paid companion. And far too attractive, though he hated that he noticed. Despite what everyone thought of him, he did not run after every creature in petticoats. He'd gained his reputation as a rogue in the years when he was determinedly embarrassing his family, and those days were waning. But the rogue in him wasn't dead, and it noticed that she had the sort of voluptuous figure he found attractive. She was a bit short for his taste, but her evocative features and the red curls she wore scraped into a bun made up for that. Even with her spectacles on, she had the look of a fresh-faced country girl, eyes of a fathomless blue, a broad, sensual mouth, and a smattering of freckles across ivory skin. The odd mix of blue-stocking and dairymaid appealed to him. She dressed well, too. Her gown of green terry velvet was out of fashion and too sumptuous for her station, so since servants' clothes generally were cast-offs from their employers' wardrobes, it must once have been Mother's. Given that it fit her like a glove, she was obviously good with a needle. That would serve her well in her next post, he thought sourly, though he still hadn't decided if he would dismiss her. As she set the tray down on a small table by the fire, he snapped, "I suppose you've come to beg my pardon." She faced him with a steady gaze.
"Actually, no."
"What?" he said, incredulous. "You brought me racing here from London by lying about my mother's illness?"
"I did not lie,"
she protested, though her cheeks grew ruddy.
"Granted, she isn't ill in the conventional sense."
"Do enlighten me about the unconventional way to be ill. I must have missed that lesson in school." At his sarcasm she tipped up her chin.
"Anyone can see that she has been ill with missing you, her only family."
He let out a harsh laugh. "Has she indeed? I suppose she's been shedding crocodile tears and weaving a sad story about how I failed to do my duty by her."
Mrs. Stuart's pretty blue eyes snapped beneath her spectacles. "On the contrary, whenever we discuss you, she excuses your refusal to visit or answer her letters, not to mention your wanton disregard for—"
"Her well-being? Does she complain of how I treat her?" The fractious female cast him a mutinous glare.
"No."
That surprised him, though he wasn't about to let on. "Then there you have it." He turned toward the writing desk where sat a decanter of brandy and a glass.
"But I'm not blind," the woman went on, to his astonishment. "I see how your lack of attention wounds her, and I hear her crying when she thinks no one is near. As your mother, she deserves at least a modicum of attention from you, yet you leave her to pine."
"My mother doesn't know the meaning of the word pine." He fought to ignore the image of his mother crying all alone. "And if she has sent you—"
"She doesn't know I'm here. She didn't know I wrote that letter. Actually, she, too, says I should stay out of it."
Despite his determination to hold firm against his mother's tactics, that shook him. "You should listen to her." "I can't." The plaintive words tugged at something he'd buried for countless years. "I wouldn't be doing my duty to her if I let her suffer pain, whether at the hands of a stranger or those of our own son." She strode up behind him, her voice heavy with concern. "You can't expect me to keep quiet when I should do right by her." He whirled to fix the woman with a cold glance, but he couldn't escape her logic. Her loyalty was to his mother, and should be, even though he had hired her. After all, what good was hiring a companion his mother couldn't trust? Still, that didn't mean he had to let her manipulate him. "Doing right by her doesn't include lying to her family. You said she was dying." "No, I said you should come before it was too late." She pushed her spectacles up. "I'm sorry if you interpreted the words as meaning she might die any moment." "Right," he said dryly. "How could I have made such a leap?" "But I meant them." Concern furrowed her lightly freckled brow. "She needs you, and if you put off mending your relationship with her, you will eventually regret it." Bloody hell, the woman was stubborn. "That isn't for you to decide, madam." Crossing his arms over his chest, he stared her down. "Whatever you expected to accomplish with this stunt hasn't come to pass, so you should quit trying while you still have a post. I can easily dismiss you for your presumption." "I'm aware of that." Yet she held her chin firm and her shoulders squared. He'd been right to term her indomitable without even having met her. She was one determined woman. "But some things are worth risking all for," she added. "My mother? A woman who didn't even care that her son was alive until 2 years ago when my father died and she could no longer depend on his largesse?" That seemed to shake her. "You think that this is about money?" "Of course! She married father for money, and now that it's all under my control, she suddenly needs me desperately." Her gaze locked with his. "If her feelings are as false as you think, why does she have a chest full of your school drawings and papers? Why does she read to me your childhood letters, pointing out your witty turns of phrase and clever observations?" She stepped nearer. "Why does she keep a miniature of you by her bed?" Her descriptions beat at the stone wall he'd built against his mother, but he couldn't believe them. He wouldn't believe them. He wouldn't let his mother hurt him again. Clearly, Mother had fashioned Mrs. Stuart as a weapon to get what she wanted. The young widow might not even know she was being used, but that didn't change a damned thing. He moved close enough to intimidate. "She's trying to enlist you as an ally in her scheme, and she knows it won't work unless she can convince you that she is slighted and put upon." Mrs. Stuart blinked. Obviously, it was the first time she'd considered the possibility that she was being taken in. "You're wrong," she whispered, though she didn't seem quite so certain. "She's not like that." "You've known her for 6 months," he ground out. "I've known her my entire life, or at least the part of my life that she—" He broke off before he could reveal the mortifying truth, that his parents thought so little of him they'd cut him out of their lives. It was none of her affair, no matter what she thought. He didn't have to explain himself to some paid companion, damn it. Besides, as meddlesome as Mrs. Stuart had proven to be, she clearly had Mother's best interests at heart. He didn't want to dismiss the woman, and he saw no reason to poison her against his mother. He just wanted her to stop making trouble. He forced some calmness into his tone. "By now you've probably gathered that matters between me and my mother aren't as clear as you think. So I will forget how far you've overstepped your bounds, if you'll agree to keep your opinions to yourself and stay out of my relationship with her in future." Though she swallowed hard, she continued to meet his gaze. "I don't know if I can do that, my lord." "Oh, for God's sake!" He dragged his hand over his face. He was tired and hungry and annoyed. The bloody woman was a plague. What do you want from me, damn it, short of attaching my mother to my side with a tether?" The image made her start, then give a little smile. It took him by surprise. Until that moment she'd lived up to his impression of a self-righteous blue-stocking, but a sense of humour lurked inside the indomitable Mrs. Stuart, and somehow he'd tickled it. "You needn't go to such an extreme," she said, her eyes twinkling beneath the spectacles. Then she turned earnest again. "But if you could stay here with your mother until Christmas—" "No." He remembered only too well his last Christmas at home, the one that he hadn't realized was to be his last Christmas at home. "That's impossible." He turned away. Perhaps he should dismiss the woman. But she followed him as he headed for the brandy. "You wouldn't have to spend much time with her, just have the occasional meal with her. The slightest attention from you would make her happy." "You think so, do you?" Pouring himself a healthy portion of brandy, he downed it in one swallow. If ever a woman could drive a man to drink, it was Mrs. Stuart. "I am sure of it. You could stay at Montcliff Manor as you always do, but even if you merely came to dinner with us every night—" "You're not going to let this go, are you?" He set down the glass and faced her with a scowl. "You'll keep plaguing me until I do as you ask, or you force me to send you packing." That seemed to give her pause, but only for a moment. "I would, of course, prefer that you not send me packing, but I must speak what I know to be true, sir." Her voice softened. "And now that I've met you, I believe that you have more of a heart than you let on." He snorted. "Do you, indeed?" Then perhaps it was time he dispelled that ridiculous notion, and in doing so perhaps he could dissuade her from meddling and tormenting him to death, without his having to dismiss her and go to the trouble of hiring another, who might not be as reliable. He stalked forward, deliberately crowding her space, forcing her to either back up or stand her ground. Not surprisingly, she did the latter, which put him toe-to-toe with her, looming over her. "I tell you what, Mrs. Stuart," he drawled, "I'm already staying here at the Dower House until tomorrow, so I'll attend dinner tonight with you and my mother and try to be civil. But in exchange, I'll expect some compensation after she retires." Her gaze turned wary. "What sort of compensation?" "Entertainment, the kind I would normally receive in London." He let his gaze trail leisurely down her body in a way that should illustrate exactly what he was pretending to demand of her. "And I will expect you to provide it." 4. Camilla's cheeks heated as she gaped at the Earl. What a despicable, wicked— Then her brain caught up with her moral outrage. The Earl wore a calculating expression, as if he knew exactly what her reaction would be. That devil was making this up as he went along. He wanted her so insulted by his proposition that she would stop bothering him about his mother. That made far more sense than believing he actually meant it. She wasn't the sort of woman whom notorious rake-hells tried to seduce. She made herself look bewildered. "I'm afraid I don't understand, my lord. How could I possibly entertain a worldly man like you?" His sudden black frown strengthened her supposition that his bargain was a humbug. "You know perfectly well how. After dinner is over, you and I will have our own party. Here, in my bedchamber, where you can slip in and out without being noticed. If I must spend dinner with her, then you must spend the night with me." "Entertaining you," she said primly, buying time to figure out what answer would best gain her what she wanted. "Yes, I understand that part. I'm just not sure what kind of entertainment you want." He gritted his teeth. "Oh, for the love of God, you know precisely what kind of entertainment a worldly man like me wants." Now that she had caught on to his game, it was all she could do not to laugh at him. He was so transparent. What was wrong with all those women in London that they didn't see right through him? "On the contrary," she said blithely, "I don't know you well enough to know what you enjoy.
Perhaps you would prefer me to sing for you, or dance, or read you a good play. I understand there is quite an extensive library at Montcliff Manor. Your mother says you bought most of the books yourself. I'm sure there is some volume of—"
"I'm not talking about your reading to me!" he practically shouted. When she merely gazed at him with a feigned expression of innocence, he changed his demeanour. His eyes turned sultry, and a sensual smile crossed his lips. "I mean the kind of entertainment most widows prefer." My, no wonder London ladies were rumoured to jump into his bed. When he looked that way at a woman and spoke in that decidedly seductive voice, the average female probably melted into a puddle at his feet. It was a good thing she was not an average female. In her other posts she'd seen plenty of rake-hells seducing their way through halls and balls, so even though they'd never tried their skills on her, she had a good idea how to handle such scoundrels. This was a trickier situation, however. If she was not an average female, he was definitely not an average scoundrel. She pretended to muse a moment. Entertainment that widows prefer. Works of charity? Taking care of their families? No, those are not actually entertaining, though they do pass the time. She cocked her head. I confess, my lord, that you have me at a complete loss. Uh-oh, that was probably doing it up too brown, for understanding suddenly shone in his face. Ah, I see you are deliberately provoking me. Well then, let me spell it out for you. You'll spend the night in my bed. Is that clear enough? He said it in such a peeved manner that she couldn't help but laugh. Clear indeed, though preposterous. His gaze narrowed on her. How so? Time to let him know she had caught on to his game. I'm aware of your reputation, sir. I'm not the sort of woman you take to bed. Something that looked remarkably like admiration glinted in his eyes. I thought you said you didn't know me all that well, he drawled. I know what kind of women you are most often seen with. By all accounts, they are tall, blousy blondes with porcelain skin and clever hands. He looked startled. You do know my reputation. She shrugged. I read the papers, and your mother insists upon hearing all the stories of you, even the salacious ones. Mention of his mother made his gaze harden. Then you should know that men like me aren't that discriminating. Oh, but I'm sure you're discriminating enough not to wish to bed a short, mousy, freckled servant when there are any number of beautiful blonde actresses and opera singers awaiting you in London, she said coolly. Crossing his arms over his chest, he dragged his gaze down her again, then circled her in a slow, careful assessment that made her nervous. A pity he wasn't a perfumed dandy. She could have handled one of those easily enough. But this sharp-witted, secretive rake-hell was unpredictable. Camilla had never liked the unpredictable. And what if I say that I really am that indiscriminate? Would you then share my bed in exchange for my dining with my mother tonight? She swallowed. Why did he persist in bamming her when he knew she'd caught on to him? Well, two could play his game. Why not? You are rumoured to be quite good at that sort of thing, and I have been married. She couldn't keep the edge from her voice. Besides, the likelihood of my ever again having the chance to be seduced by such a notorious fellow as yourself is slim. Her frank statement made him halt, then shake his head. Great God, Mrs. Stuart, remind me never to play cards with you. I dare say you're a terror at the gaming tables. She bit back a smile. I've won a hand or two at piquet in my life. More than a hand or two, I'd wager. He let out a long breath. All right, then. Let me propose a bargain that we could both actually adhere to. I'll do as you wish. I'll dine with you and Mother. Afterward, you will come here to join me in one of your more innocuous entertainments. She let out a breath. She'd won. I am happy to attempt to entertain you, my lord, if you will just give your mother a little time with you. That's all I ask. I'm not finished. He gazed steadily at her. "In exchange for my doing so, you must agree never again to try forcing my hand in the matter of my mother." When she drew a breath as if to speak, he added more firmly, "One night of watching me and Mother together should demonstrate to you why you have no business involving yourself in our relationship. But even if it doesn't, tomorrow must mark the end of your meddling on that point, or I will dismiss you without a qualm. Am I understood?" She hesitated, but really, what choice did she have? "Yes, my lord." The dratted devil was tying her hands. She'd have only one night to attempt some repair to his relationship with his mother, but it was better than she'd had before. A heavy sigh escaped him. "I must be out of my mind to be letting you off so easily after what you did." "Easily?" she said tartly. "Did you forget that I will have to entertain you this evening?" "Ah, yes, such a trial," he said with heavy sarcasm. "And I'll expect rousing entertainment, too. At the very least, you must show me your reputed ability at piquet so I can trounce you." He stared her down. "Now that you've brought me here to endure this house, it's only fair that you join me in my suffering." The bitter remark gave her pause. Hadn't Lady Devonmont said that this was the original manor house on the estate, the one where he'd grown up? As if realizing he'd revealed more than he'd meant to, he flashed her a bland smile. "It won't be that difficult. I can be charming when I want to." "No doubt," she said dryly. "Then we're agreed. I'll see you here this evening after Mother has retired." And after Camilla had put Jasper to bed, though she couldn't say that. "But you will come down to dinner first, sir?" His face turned rigid. "That's the bargain, isn't it?" She let out a breath. "I was just making sure." "Whatever else you may think of me," he said sharply, "I do honor my promises." "Of course, my lord." She turned for the door, relief overwhelming her. She'd braved the lion's den and survived. She'd even won a small concession. It wasn't much, but it might be enough to soothe the Countess's hurt feelings. Spending a night entertaining his lordship would be no sacrifice at all compared to that. "One more thing, Mrs. Stuart," he said as she reached the door. She paused to look back at him. "You were right when you said I'm discriminating in my choice of bed partners. But you aren't remotely mousy." His gaze scoured her with a heat that didn't seem the least bit feigned. Could he really mean it? Oh, she hoped not, because the last thing she needed in her life right now was a lover, not with Jasper to take care of. Only when he had her thoroughly agitated did he lower his voice to a husky drawl. "Fortunately for you, I'm not in the habit of abusing the trust of those in my employ, whether chaste maidens or experienced widows. So as long as you want me to play the respectable gentleman, I will do so." He fixed her with a smouldering look. "But let this be a warning to you. Give me an inch, and I will take 2 miles. If you offer more, I will be only too happy to take you into my bed." "Then I shall have to take care not to offer more, shan't I?" And with that, she slipped from the room. But as she made her way down the hall, her knees shaking and her hands clammy, she had to acknowledge that this bargain might not be quite so easy to keep. Because insane as it might be, she found the idea of being in the Earl's bed rather intriguing. Oh, what was wrong with her? He didn't mean a thing he said. Clearly he'd issued his dire warning just to vex her. Why, the man was seen every week with some fine beauty at the opera or the theatre or balls where he scandalized everyone with his flirtations. Yes, exactly. He was an awful man with a terrible reputation. Being attracted to such a fellow was utterly unlike her, even if he was so very handsome, and more clever than she'd expected, and full of secrets that intrigued her. She scowled. They did not intrigue her. They all centered around his clear lack of concern for his mother's feelings. well, perhaps not entirely clear. She married father for money, and now that it's all under my control, she suddenly needs me desperately. Camilla shook off a chill. Pausing only to tell a passing maid that his lordship's plans had changed again, she headed for the Countess's bedchamber. He was utterly wrong about his mother. She was almost sure of it, and she knew her ladyship better than anyone. Didn't she? A woman who didn't even care that her son was alive until 2 years ago, when my father died and she could no longer depend on his largesse? Why would he say that? Though, come to think of it, the Countess only spoke of her son as a boy and as a grown man. She said nothing about his school years. Then again, he would have been away during his school years, but he would have come home for holidays. He would have gotten into scrapes and adventures. Even a sickly boy would have done that. And why did the Countess never speak of the previous Earl? Camilla assumed that their marriage had been a formal one, since the woman rarely mentioned him, but now she had to wonder. Could Lady Devonmont really have married the man just for his money? If only some of the old servants were still employed who could say what the Countess's husband had been like, and if he'd played a part in the estrangement between mother and son. Since Camilla had secrets of her own, she had a firm rule against prying into her employer's private affairs, but she was sorely tempted to break her rule in this case. Dealing with the prickly Earl would be much easier if she knew more about him and his mother. She found the Countess already up from her rest. "I have some good news, my lady. His lordship has decided to join us for dinner this evening." Lady Devonmont faced her warily. "I don't understand." Camilla forced a cheery smile to her lips. "He's had a change of heart. You see, he does care." As joy lit the Countess's face, she seized Camilla's hand. "You did this. I know you did. But how? What did you say to convince him?" "Nothing of importance. I merely appealed to his sense of decency." Not for anything would she tell the Countess of the bargain she'd made. The woman would leap to the wrong conclusion, and that could only worsen matters. Unless the Countess had wanted Camilla to do something to keep him here? "She's trying to enlist you as an ally in her scheme, and she knows it won't work unless she can convince you that she is slighted and put upon." Ridiculous. He was right about one thing, though. There was more to the situation than met the eye, and given his mother's words earlier, she knew his lordship wasn't the only one who didn't wish to discuss the past. Very well. She'd have to be more creative in uncovering this tangle. Lady Devonmont had made Camilla and Jasper part of her family, and families helped each other. So the least Camilla could do was try to restore the rest of the Countess's family to her, no matter what it took. 5. Dinner was pure misery. Not that Pierce was surprised. How could it be anything else? He was sitting in the very chair his father had always used, staring at the lofty portrait of a grandfather he'd never known, and listening to the achingly familiar voice of his mother prattling on about nothing while Mrs. Stuart shot him furtive glances. The damned woman didn't understand. He couldn't act as if the past 23 years hadn't happened. Mrs. Stuart expected him to make witty conversation with his mother. Might as well ask him to give a sermon in hell. Especially with bitter memories resurrecting themselves every moment he sat there. As a boy, he'd taken his meals in the nursery, but he'd been allowed to join his parents for dinner at Christmas and special occasions. Those nights invariably deteriorated as father berated him for being weak and sickly, until he retorted with some bit of insolence that got him banished from the table. The memory made his stomach churn. He forced a spoonful of soup between his lips and swallowed, barely tasting it. Mother had always tried to mediate, but had rarely been successful. It was as if father wanted to drive Pierce off, so he could have mother all to himself. Well, if that had been father's aim, he'd gotten exactly what he wanted, hadn't he? And mother hadn't protested it. Glancing over at her, he looked for signs of the heartless creature he knew her to be. But aside from her ornate gown and fine jewellery, which reminded him that what she really wanted was more of father's fortune, He could see nothing other than the mother he'd adored as a boy. Except a far older one. He couldn't get over how much she'd aged. Seeing it made something in his chest twist. When that became too painful to endure, he turned his gaze to Mrs. Stuart. Instantly the aching turned to annoyance. The woman was a bloody meddler, presumptuous and self-righteous, and so blindly loyal to his mother that it made him want to respect her. He sighed. That was mad. Blind loyalty shouldn't be an admirable quality, but somehow in Mrs. Stuart it was. Perhaps because she was loyal for the most naive reasons. She considered it the right thing, the caring thing, to champion his mother. It was the caring part that stymied him. How could she care about a woman who'd abandoned her own son? Of course the young widow didn't seem to know that, and he wasn't ready to tell her, not until he had a better sense of what the situation was. "Do you not agree, my lord?" Mrs. Stuart's pleasant voice intruded. Damn, his long stares had made her think he had an opinion on whatever nonsense she and Mother were discussing. "I suppose," he said noncommittally. "You didn't hear a word, did you?" Mrs. Stuart said. The woman certainly liked to speak her mind. Listening appeared unnecessary. Once the conversation turned to decorations for Christmas, I knew any points I made would be ignored. "Not at all," she protested. "Why would you think so?" Feeling Mother's gaze on him, he shrugged. "I'm a man, and we're generally thought incompetent to advise in that area." "That doesn't mean you are," his mother said earnestly. "Mr. Fowler says you've made many improvements on the estate, better roofs for the tenant cottages, a new fishery, modern additions to the dairy." "Those are my purview. Decorations for Christmas are not." "They could be." A hopeful look crossed her face. "Perhaps this year you could even join us for the season." A hard knot formed in his chest. "Impossible. I'm expected at the Waverleys." He cast her a meaningful glance. As usual. When his mother flinched, it soured his temper further, which made him glare at the pretty young widow who'd brought this about in the first place. "I wouldn't even be here if not for the interference of certain individuals." She calmly continued to eat her soup, though her cheeks reddened considerably. "As I recall, I apologized for misleading you about your mother's health, sir." Since Mother didn't look shocked by her comment, Mrs. Stuart must have confessed all to her. That was a surprise. "Apparently I missed your apology during all the chiding and lecturing." "You just now admitted to a certain laxness in listening," Mrs. Stuart said pertly. "Perhaps your attention wandered during my apology, too." Perversely, that made him want to smile. The widow's impudent streak caught him unawares sometimes. "Then I'll have to pay better attention in future," he said, struggling to sound stern. It was hard to be stern with her. He wasn't sure why. She just had this way of bringing him out of himself when he least expected it. Suddenly he felt his mother's gaze on him. He looked over to see her eyes dart from him to Mrs. Stuart and back, and his bad mood returned. Best not to give her any ideas, or she'd be priming Mrs. Stuart to be even more of an ally. He frowned at them both. "So what do you want my opinion on, anyway?" "We have to decide whether to have a Christmas tree like those that your mother had in her youth," Mrs. Stuart said gamely. "And in Pierce's youth, too." Mother cut her roast beef. "I always made sure we had at least a small one, hung round with candles and toys and such, though Pierce's father thought it a foolish waste of good timber." He tensed. Mother was still following that peculiar German custom? Great God! In his childhood the scent of cut fur had permeated the house every Christmas. Even now, whenever he smelled furs, he thought of that strange little tree with its sparkling baubles and little bags of nuts, and he ached with a bitter-sweet memory of his last Christmas at home. Oblivious to his reaction, Mrs. Stuart generously buttered a slice of bread. "We'll have to find one ourselves, with your supervision, my lady. The servants won't know what sort of tree to choose, and once they cut it down and bring it in, you'll have to show us how to decorate it and affix candles to it." "Excellent," he grumbled. "Might as well show you how to set fire to the whole damned house while you're at it." When they turned startled looks on him, he forced the frown from his face. Not for the world would he let them know how their talk of Christmas trees stabbed him through with sharp memories. "Candles on a tree are dangerous."
"Not if the tree is green," his mother put in, "and it will only stay up for a day or two." She busied herself with sopping up gravy with her bread. "No point in keeping it up until 12th night if you're not even going to be here for Christmas." If she thought her unsubtle hints that he should stay would work on him, she was mad. "True," he said firmly. "Then it will be fine for so short a period." "Good," his mother said with a hint of belligerence, "because I think a tree would make the holiday truly lovely."
Casting him a shuttered glance, Mrs. Stuart sipped some wine.
"I agree. It sounds like a perfectly charming custom."
"And an expensive one, given its short duration."
Which was probably the point. He faced his mother.
"How much will this cost me, anyway? You'll need baubles and candles for your precious tree, not to mention—"
"Don't be ridiculous, Pierce. I have all that already. The baubles, as you call them, are the same ones I store in the attic every year."
That caught him entirely off guard. He'd expected her to disguise a request for funds by saying it was for her precious tree. "You want nothing purchased for this tree?" he persisted, ignoring Mrs. Stuart's smug smile.
"Certainly not. The point is to perpetuate the traditions of one's family. My glass ornaments come from your grandmother, and the other decorations are fruit and nuts, all of which can be found here on the estate, even the candles." She brightened. "Oh, and paper cutouts. We must do those. Don't you remember, Pierce? We used to cut tiny little angels."
"I remember," he said bitterly. "Trust me, I remember only too well." When the two women lapsed into an awkward silence, he added, "But in case you haven't noticed, Mother, I've grown too big for angels. Devils are more my style."
"Ah, but I don't think devils are a good idea for a Christmas tree," Mrs. Stuart put in, as if to draw his fire.
He turned toward her with a challenging glance. "And why is that?"
She didn't waver. "Well, for one thing, pitchforks are exceedingly difficult to cut out."
He blinked, then gave a rueful laugh. Damn the woman, but she made it hard to stay annoyed. And when she stared at him with a silent plea in her eyes, he relented for the moment. Relaxing back against his chair, he took a sip of wine. "You'd feel differently if you'd ever tried cutting out a tiny halo, Mrs. Stuart. Or stars, for that matter. Mine always ended up round, which goes against every rule of star artistry." He leaned close to say in a confiding tone, "Apparently they're expected to have points."
"Are they?" she said brightly. "Then clearly I shall have to stick to moons. Those are allowed to be round."
"Ah, but would you put a moon on a Christmas tree?" he asked. "The 3 wise men following the moon doesn't have quite the same effect."
"And it's not in the Bible, besides,"
she said, clearly struggling not to smile. "I wouldn't know," he drawled. "That's not a book I'm terribly familiar with."
"A fact that you regularly demonstrate to the world," his mother said archly.
He stiffened. He'd almost managed to forget she was there. "Yes, I do." He stared her down. "Every chance I get." He was on the verge of pointing out that if she'd wanted some say in his behavior, she should have stayed to see him grow up, when Mrs. Stuart broke in.
"In any case, since his lordship won't be here to join us in decorating the tree, I will be eager to assist you, my lady." "That would be lovely," Mother said. "And then perhaps his lordship could come back for a day or two to see it when it's all done,"
Mrs. Stuart said in that managing voice females sometimes used, the one that didn't work on him. "As I said before, that's impossible." His mother looked crestfallen.
"You used to enjoy the season."
It was on the tip of his tongue to point out that she'd put an end to all that by making holidays synonymous with being unwanted, but he wouldn't give her the satisfaction. "Do whatever you wish with your tree," he muttered, now thoroughly annoyed again. He drenched a chunk of beef in gravy and devoured it. "Just leave me out of it. My days of relishing such mundane pleasures are long past."
"That's a pity," Mother said. "Mundane pleasures are about the only kind we have here in the country."
With a meaningful glance at Mrs. Stuart, he waited for his mother to ask for some new toy to keep them amused, or perhaps a costly trip to Italy, where she could indulge her love of expensive things to her heart's content. Then she went on,
"But we do enjoy them."
She smiled at Mrs. Stuart.
"We sing and play and act charades and have our own sort of fun. Camilla is very good at reading aloud, very dramatic."
He was still stunned by his mother's prosaic idea of fun when the door opened and a footman came in bearing some confection.
"And we have an excellent cook,"
Mrs. Stuart said cheerily as her portion was placed before her.
"There's nothing mundane about that pleasure."
She took a bite and her face lit up.
"Her almond blancmange is sheer heaven."
He arched one eyebrow. "I take it that you share Mother's love of sweets."
"I do indeed,"
Mrs. Stuart said, dabbing a bit of custard from the corner of her mouth.
"Dessert was rare at the orphanage, I'm afraid, and now that I can have it whenever I please, I never seem to tire of it."
He'd forgotten that she was raised an orphan. For a moment he flashed on a little girl coveting every pastry she saw in the London bakeries, and his chest tightened inexplicably at the thought of her having something so simple routinely denied to her.
"Don't you like sweets yourself, my lord?"
she asked, jerking him from his dark thoughts.
"He never did," Mother answered. "Pierce was a most unusual child. He would rather have fruit and cheese for dessert."
She cast Pierce a tentative smile.
"That's why I had cook prepare some of that, too."
And with a little flourish the footman placed a plate of apple slices and a selection of cheeses before him. Mrs. Stuart's earlier words clamoured in his brain.
"If her feelings are as false as you think, why does she have a chest full of your school drawings and papers? Why does she read to me your childhood letters, pointing out your witty turns of phrase and clever observations? Why does she keep a miniature of you by her bed?"
He could feel himself weakening, feel the barricades crumbling a little, and it sparked his temper. Damn it, she could not just whisk away years of neglect with a plate of fruit and cheese and a few remarks about his childhood. He'd had as much of this as he could stand. He forced a nonchalant smile to his lips. "I've grown up now, Mother. What I like best for dessert these days is a good cigar." He rose. "And since that's the case, I'll step outside to indulge in one now that the meal is done." He bowed stiffly in her direction. "Good night." Then he levelled a hard gaze on Mrs. Stuart. "Au revoir, madam." She blushed at his oblique reminder that her evening with him wasn't yet at an end, but she managed to smile.
"Au revoir, my lord."
He strode out of the dining-room, relieved that he was done. Mrs. Stuart had made better use of his bargain with her than he'd expected. She and his mother had obviously decided to plague him at dinner with talk of Christmas trees and prettied-up tales of his childhood until he turned to putty in their hands. Well, he wasn't without defences of his own. If Mrs. Stuart insisted on making him uncomfortable at dinner, then he would damned well return the favour. Since he couldn't seduce her, he'd have to consider other possibilities. Cards wouldn't serve his purpose, and so far she'd proved herself adept at parrying his barbs in conversation. As for reading to him, his eyes narrowed. She had a penchant for reading aloud dramatically, didn't she? Good. Then he would give her something damned interesting to read. 6. Though his lordship had used a flimsy excuse to absent himself from the meal, Camilla couldn't fault him for it. Dinner had been far tenser than she'd expected, and not just on his side either. Lady Devonmont had seemed determined to provoke him. Perhaps this hadn't been such a good idea after all. But as the dessert plates were carried away, Lady Devonmont smiled broadly at her.
"Thank you." "For what?" "For making him join us for dinner."
"You don't know your son very well if you think anyone could make him do anything he doesn't want to," Camilla said dryly. "I know him better than you think," the Countess said enigmatically. "You must have said something to convince him to dine with us. He would never have done so just to please me." "You're wrong," she lied. "He may be gruff, but I'm sure he loves you in his own way." What else could she tell the woman without breaking her heart? She would walk through fire before she would see her ladyship hurt. The Countess sighed. "Perhaps." She seemed to brood a moment, then shook it off and rose from the table. "Shall we go say good-night to our boy?" "Certainly." It had become a nightly ritual for them to tuck Jasper in before they settled down with needlework or books or whatever their choice of amusement was for the evening. Her mind wandered as they headed up the stairs. What had his lordship meant? He'd be spending his Christmas at the Waverleys as usual. Camilla knew he had cousins near London, but why would he prefer to spend Christmas with them over his mother? She was tempted to ask the Countess, but she hated to spoil her ladyship's happiness at having him here, however briefly. Camilla and Jasper's room was on the 3rd floor, next to what used to be the nursery. The Earl's tutor had originally occupied their room, but it had been years since anyone had lived in it, so her ladyship had suggested it would be perfect for Camilla. Once Jasper had come to live here too, the Countess had ordered the tutor's bed changed out for a trundle bed so mother and son could be together. It was the perfect arrangement to keep Jasper safe from discovery. Mr. Fowler was often in the servants' quarters, but he would find it highly inappropriate to invade the floor where supposedly only Camilla lived, and the room was still close enough to her ladyship's for Camilla's purposes. As they entered, Maisie was trying futilely to get Jasper to settle down. He practically bounced in his trundle bed. "Mrs. Beasley said his lordship is very big and scary," he pronounced. "Is that true?" "Only with young boys who don't do what they're told," Camilla said. It was a bit of a falsehood, but she couldn't take any chance that the Earl would see Jasper and banish him from Montcliff. It would break her heart. "So behave yourself." Her ladyship sat down on the bed and chucked Jasper under the chin. "But he'll be gone tomorrow. Just stay with Maisie, all right? And if the Earl should happen to see you and ask who you are, tell him your mother is a servant. Don't say her name." "But Mamma isn't a servant," he protested. "Actually," Camilla began, "your mother is a special kind of servant, very important to me," Lady Devonmont said. "And you're important to me, too. So if you'll be a good boy and stay out of his lordship's sight until he leaves tomorrow, I'll let you keep one of those tin soldiers that you like to play with so much." As Jasper's face lit up, Camilla's heart caught in her throat. The Countess was always doing such lovely things for Jasper. Her ladyship had rapidly become the closest thing to a grandmother that he would ever have. But her ladyship didn't have to buy Jasper's love. She had it already, whether or not she realized it. "You needn't give him anything," Camilla murmured. "I know he'll be good just for your sake." "Even so, he deserves a prize for it. And there are 100 in the set. One won't be missed. Let me spoil the lad a bit." Her tone grew wistful. "I didn't get to spoil my own boy near enough." Camilla burned with curiosity to ask why not, but now wasn't the time. Lady Devonmont kissed Jasper on the forehead, then headed for the door. "I believe I shall retire early this evening. This has been a very long day. Would you like me to read to you?" She shook her head. "I suspect I'll fall asleep as soon as my head hits the pillow. In any case, you deserve an evening to yourself once in a while." "Thank you." That would certainly make it easier for her to see his lordship alone later. How Camilla wished she could ask her ladyship more about the stormy relationship with her son. But her ladyship had refused time and again to speak about her son's neglect. That wasn't liable to change just because he'd had dinner with her. Besides, it might be easier to startle the truth out of him, given how readily he got provoked when the subject involved his mother. Camilla crooned Jasper's favourite lullaby until he fell asleep, then motioned to Maisie to join her outside the door. She considered lying to the girl, but she needed one person to know the true situation. And she trusted Maisie, who adored Jasper as if he were her own. Quickly she explained the bargain made between her and his lordship, making it very clear that their assignation was not of the intimate kind. "I would prefer, however, that you not mention this to anyone, even the other servants, and especially not to her ladyship. Her feelings would be hurt if she learned of it." "I'll be silent as the grave, I swear," Maisie murmured. The girl probably would, too. She had immediately taken to Camilla because of Camilla's Scottish surname, even knowing that it only came from her late husband. No, she would never reveal Camilla's secrets, at least not to all the English running about the estate. "I won't be in his chambers too late, I promise," Camilla said. "But with the way her ladyship has been pining for him, I just couldn't refuse to meet his terms." "I understand. Truly I do. I know you wouldn't do anything unseemly. If Jasper should happen to wake and need me, I'll take care of it. We don't want his lordship guessing that he's here, and we don't want those gossips in the kitchen thinking the wrong thing either, do we?" Camilla beamed at the girl. Exactly. She glanced at the case clock in the hall. It was already later than she'd have liked. "I have to go." Maisie caught her arm. "Be careful. With a man like that—" "I'll be on my guard, don't you worry." Then she hurried down to the second floor, where the family rooms were. As she approached his bedchamber, her hands grew clammy. She honestly didn't know what to make of him. After their earlier encounter, when he'd railed at her and tried to cow her, she had expected him to be officious and cold to her at dinner. He was an earl, for pity's sake. Her previous two employers, of far lower rank, had never treated her with anything but condescension. But although he'd been stiff with his mother, there'd been that moment when he'd joked with Camilla about the angel cutouts. She shook her head at her softening toward him. It hardly made up for the fact that he was denying his mother his presents for the Christmas season. No matter how attractive he was, with his London sophistication and his dry wit, he was still behaving quite heartlessly to the Countess. And her ladyship deserved better. That was one thing Camilla meant to do this evening, make sure that he knew it. She reached his bedchamber and tapped on the door, and when he swung it open, her heart practically failed her. Despite the chill in the room, he was dressed only in shirt-sleeves and trousers, with nary a waistcoat, coat, or cravat to be seen. The sight of him so casually attired threw her off balance and stirred feelings she'd thought long dead. She had a hard time not noticing the impressive chest well displayed by his thin lawn shirt, and the broad shoulders, not to mention the muscular forearms laid bare, since his shirt-sleeves were rolled up to the elbows. Oh, how could she pay attention to such things? Why did she care that his shirt was open at the throat? Why couldn't she tear her gaze from the patch of skin so tantalizingly revealed? Because it had been a long time since she'd spent time with a man so informally dressed. That's all. With some effort, she forced her gaze up to his face. He held a glass of brandy, which he sipped from before stepping back just enough to let her enter. "I began to wonder if you forgot our bargain," he groused. She slid past him, acutely aware of how his eyes followed her and how his body loomed over hers. He smelled of spirits and smoke. She wasn't used to that, for Kenneth had neither smoked nor drank strong liquor. It should have repulsed her. But it was so indescribably male. And for a woman who'd spent most of her time in the last few months with an older woman, a young maid, and a small child, it was a rather refreshing change. A little too refreshing for her sanity. She moved to put some distance between them. "Perhaps you forgot I have other duties in the evening. Surely you didn't want me to tell your mother that I had to leave her in order to come to your bedchamber?" "Of course not." He strode over to stoke the fire. "She keeps you up this late every night?" "It's barely 10 o'clock. We often stay up later than this, and I enjoy keeping your mother company no matter how late." She cast him an arch glance, determined to provoke him into revealing more about his estrangement from the Countess. "Just because you find your mother irksome doesn't mean that I do." "It's not that I find Mother irksome," he snapped. "It's—" He caught himself. Never mind, it's of no matter.
Stifling a sigh, she tried another tack. At dinner, I couldn't help but notice that she confounded your expectations about her need for money.
No doubt you warned her of my suspicions.
As a matter of fact, I did not, she said stiffly, though I do think you ought to give her the chance to—
Let us be clear on one thing. He bore down on her with a fierce scowl. Talking about my mother is not entertaining. So if you intend to spend the evening trying to soften me toward her, you'd better readjust your plans. I will not discuss her with you. But not one word. Not if you want to keep working here. Understood?
She huffed out a frustrated breath. The man was maddening. How was she supposed to find out anything when he and his mother were so bent on being stubborn? Clearly, she would have to be more subtle. When she didn't answer, he glowered at her.
Do we understand each other, Mrs. Stuart?
I'm not hard of hearing, she grumbled, nor am I lacking in comprehension. His glower faded, and he cast her a thin smile.
We'll see about that.
I'm sure we will, my lord.
No need to be so formal when we're alone, he drawled, dropping into one of two well-upholstered chairs by the fire and taking another sip of his brandy. You could call me Devonmont, as my friends do, or darling.
She rolled her eyes. We've already settled that we're not to have that sort of friendship, sir.
Yes.
He let his gaze trail down her with an exaggerated heat clearly meant to provoke.
What a pity.
Tell me, do women generally respond to your transparent attempts to get beneath their skirts?
Probably about as often as gentlemen flee your transparent attempts to reform them.
A smile tugged at her lips. She'd never tried reforming an employer before. Something in him must bring out the devil in her. You don't flee?
No need. I'm not the reforming type, so you don't frighten me.
He lifted his glass in a pantomime of a toast.
And you aren't responding to my attempts to get beneath your skirts, so that makes us even.
Only because he wasn't seriously trying to get beneath her skirts, and thank heaven, too. If he ever did, she might have trouble resisting him. She glanced about the room, which had been closed up until today. As with many such rooms in country houses, Red Room was a misnomer. There wasn't anything red in it. Probably it had been red 100 years ago, and the name had stuck long after it was refurbished. Now the curtains and linens were in azure print, and the walls were painted a similar blue. It was furnished with an imposing canopy bed and the two armchairs by the fire, separated by a little table. The only other piece of furniture was a bookcase of walnut that sat against the wall, next to a surprisingly large window that looked out over the lawn. Was this your room when you lived here? If so, he'd left it utterly barren of anything that might have been his as a schoolboy. No globes or telescopes or even old racing journals. Only a few books were there, which was odd, given his rumoured obsession with increasing Montcliff Manor's library.
No, he said tersely. The nursery was my room.
Well, of course, until you were older, but after you went off to school you must have had—
I've decided what entertainment I wish for tonight, he said bluntly.
Shrugging off his lack of interest in discussing his room, she walked toward him. All right, and what might that be? With a sudden suspect gleam in his eye, he reached for a book on the table next to him.
Since Mother said you were an excellent reader, I thought you might read aloud to me.
His manner reminded her of Jasper when he thought to play some trick on her. Warily she sat down in the chair opposite him and took the volume he offered. Then she pushed up her spectacles so she could better view the cover. Fanny Hill, Memoirs of a Woman of Pleasure. A woman of pleasure? Oh dear. She felt the Earl's gaze on her, felt him waiting for her to make some expression of horrified dismay. The desire to thwart his expectation was too overwhelming to resist. Opening the book,
She read the title aloud in a resounding voice that surprised her almost as much as it seemed to surprise him. Then she turned the page and began to read the text. "Madam, I sit down to give you an undeniable proof of my considering your desires as indispensable orders. Ungracious, then, as the task may be, I shall recall to view those scandalous stages of my life—" "You're actually going to read it," he interrupted. "What you asked of me, isn't it?" His gaze hardened. "Of course. Do go on." So she did. It was the account of a country girl who set off to make her fortune in the city, only to be taken in by a suspiciously friendly older woman. Camilla instantly recognized the older character as a bawd in disguise. Not for nothing had she helped her vicar husband with his work in Spitalfields. She knew how easily naive girls were deceived. But the narrator, relating the beginnings of her own downfall, didn't seem overly bothered by it. Indeed, she had no sense of shame at all. Camilla found that fascinating. She was becoming quite intrigued by the book when his lordship said, "You can stop now, if you wish." She glanced up to find him looking nervous. "Don't be ridiculous. I've only read 10 pages. But I doubt you'll like where it goes from here." He seemed so uncomfortable with the idea of her going on that she couldn't resist provoking him. "Nonsense. This happens to be a book I read often," she lied blithely. "I'm enjoying revisiting it." Perhaps she had done it up a bit too brown, for he eyed her with rank skepticism. "Are you indeed?" He leaned back in his chair. "What's your favorite part?" She gauged the length of the book and took a guess. "Page 96. He lifted an eyebrow. "Then by all means, do read that aloud." "All right." So far there hadn't been anything terribly shocking, so she thumbed through to it without a qualm. But page 96 did not contain text. Instead, there was only a crudely drawn illustration so appalling it took her breath away. A woman lay on a bed, naked from the waist down, with her legs parted as she prepared to receive a man whose overly large appendage, also quite naked and rendered in some detail, jutted out from his breeches. The female actually had her hand on it, as if to assess its dimensions. Nothing in Camilla's experience had prepared her for such a blatant display of carnality. "Well, read on," the Earl taunted when she hesitated. A blush rose on her cheeks. "I can't." She lifted her stunned gaze to his. "There are no words, just a picture." The colour drained from his face. Reaching over, he snatched the book from her and stared at it, then shot her a horrified look. "Oh, holy hell! It has pictures!" 7. If Camilla hadn't been so mortified, she would have laughed. "Surely you knew that." "Not exactly." When she eyed him skeptically, he shut the book and set it down. "I recently acquired this edition as part of a lot of 50 books I won at auction. I hadn't looked at it since I bought it. My other edition, in London, is not, illustrated." "You have 2 editions of that?" His eyes narrowed. "You shouldn't be surprised. You read it often, remember?" The jig was clearly up. "You know perfectly well I've never read that book." She stared him down. "And if that's what the illustrations are like, I shudder to think what's in the text." "You have no idea." He released an exasperated breath. "You, madam, are the most stubborn female I've ever met. If not for that picture, I wonder how far you'd have read before throwing the book at my head." "I'd never throw it at your head, sir." She tilted up her chin. "Just into the fire." "I would have your head if you did. It's damned difficult to obtain a copy of it. There are only a few hundred." "Yes, I can see why," she said dryly. "The illustrations are very poorly rendered." He laughed full out. "They are indeed. Perhaps we should choose some other book." His eyes gleamed at her. "One with art of a higher quality."
"Or writing of a higher quality," she countered. "Poetry, for example."
When he groaned, she added,
"Lord Byron's Don Juan ought to be just your cup of tea. Or perhaps some of Lord Rochester's poems. I believe he used a great many naughty words."
"I believe he did." He picked up his glass to down some brandy. "But alas, there are no pictures." She forced a stern expression onto her face.
"You, sir, are nothing more than an overgrown child."
"Indeed I am," he said without a trace of remorse. "That's what happens when a man has no real childhood to speak of. He has to make up for it later." Even as she caught her breath to hear him reveal something about his past, he realized what he'd said and added, "But how the devil does a sheltered female like you know of Don Juan? Or Lord Rochester's poems?"
"I'm not so sheltered as all that. As you well know, I was raised in a London orphanage."
"Where they fed you on risque poetry?" he quipped.
"Well, no. I found out about Lord Byron's scandalous Don Juan from the newspaper."
"Ah, so you haven't actually read the poem?"
"I don't believe I've had the pleasure, no,"
she said primly. He lifted one eyebrow. "Trust me, you'd know if you had."
"I suppose you've read it?"
"I have my own copy, but I don't have Lord Rochester's poems. So how did you get them?" Heat rose in her cheeks.
"I didn't. Not exactly. When I served as paid companion to an elderly lady with a bachelor grandson, he gave me free access to his library, which contained a few questionable books of verse."
"That you decided to read?"
She scowled at him. "I didn't know they were questionable until I read them, now did I? And I happen to like verse. I'd read some of Lord Rochester's more respectable poems, and I never guessed—"
"That he was such a naughty boy?"
"Exactly."
Her tone turned arch.
"Apparently you're not the only lord out there who's a naughty boy."
"We do get around." He took another sip of brandy, then eyed her seriously over the rim of his glass. "And speaking of that, did this bachelor with the vulgar library ever behave as a naughty boy to you?"
"No more than you have."
"I've been a perfect gentleman to you. For me, anyway."
"Trying to blackmail me into your bed and then asking me to read naughty literature to you is not gentlemanly."
"But it's certainly entertaining," he pointed out. She rolled her eyes.
"To answer your question, the bachelor grandson never laid a hand on me. For one thing, he lived in terror that his grandmother, my employer, would cut him off. For another, he had no time for me. He spent it all courting women with large fortunes."
"Ah, why did you leave?"
"His grandmother died."
Camilla had been torn between dismay and relief. She hadn't wanted to look for a new post, but neither had she wanted to continue with the miserly and highly critical Lady Sterling.
"He wasn't nearly as bad as the man who employed me next, as companion to his widowed sister. He wanted her to marry a rich marquis twice her age in order to gain him an entree into whites and further his political career."
"And did he succeed?"
She smirked at him. "She ran off with his best friend, and he couldn't blame me for it, since he was the one who'd thrown them together."
Her smile faded.
"Unfortunately, he also no longer had any need for my services, which is how I ended up here."
He drank more brandy. "I keep forgetting this isn't your first post. Indeed, that's why I was so surprised to see how young you are."
"I'm not all that young. I'm nearly 28.
"A greatly advanced age, indeed," he said sarcastically.
"Only 3 years younger than you," she pointed out.
One corner of his mouth quirked up. "True, but it's different for a man. We see more of the world in 31 years than a woman sees in a lifetime."
"Trust me, I've seen plenty enough of the world at my age."
He fell silent, his brow pursed in thought. 27. And you had 2 posts before this. You must have married very young." That observation put her on her guard.
I was old enough.
How old?
Why do you care?
You work for me. I have a right to know more about your circumstances. When she bristled, he softened his tone a fraction. Besides, why should your age at marrying be such a secret? Were you 10 and sold off from the orphanage to a 90-year-old fellow with gout?
Don't be ridiculous. I was 19, and the orphanage was perfectly respectable. Indeed, I stayed there to work until I married.
Ah, so you met your husband there?
Yes,
she said warily, not sure she wanted to talk about Kenneth with him.
He used to perform religious services for the children, and I would help him.
And he fell in love.
His voice was almost snide. When she hesitated a bit too long in answering, he added,
or not.
Uncomfortable with his probing, she rose and went to the bookcase. Perhaps you'd like me to read another book.
Setting down his glass, he rose too. You don't wish to talk about your marriage. I wonder why.
She faced him with a frown. Probably for the same reason you don't wish to talk about your relationship with your mother. Because it's private.
He ignored that. Did your husband mistreat you? He asked in a hard voice. Is that why you don't wish to discuss him?
Certainly not, she said, appalled at the very thought. You always assume the worst of people, don't you? He was a vicar, for pity's sake.
That means nothing, he said evenly. Men who mistreat women exist in every corner of society. Trust me.
Well, my husband didn't mistreat anyone. He was a crusader for the poor and the sick.
Yet not in love with you?
Before she could answer, he added,
Let me guess. He saw you at the orphanage and determined that you would be the perfect helpmeet for him in his work.
She shot him a startled glance. How did you know?
He shrugged. The average crusader tends to see women only as an extension of his mission.
That's a most astute comment for an overgrown child.
He walked over to lean against a bedpost. Children often pay better attention to their surroundings than adults give them credit for.
Another astute observation, she said.
I have my moments.
He crossed his arms over his chest.
So how did you end up married to this crusading vicar? You seem the kind of woman who would marry only for love.
His eyes glittered obsidian in the candlelight.
Did he tell you that he didn't love you? Or did he pretend to be enamored of you until after he got you leg-shackled for life?
You're very nosy, aren't you?
If you have nothing to hide, why should you care?
Since she preferred to keep her most important secrets from him, she should probably fob him off with inconsequential ones. If you must know, he never pretended anything. We'd been friends a few years when he made his proposal. He pointed out that he needed a woman of my skills, and I could use a home and a family. So he suggested— She caught herself with a scowl. I don't know why I should tell you this. I haven't even told your mother. Then again, she was never so rude as to pry.
No, Mother isn't much interested in anyone's situation but her own.
She glared at him. That's not true. She's kind and thoughtful and—
Don't change the subject, he bit out. You were saying that your vicar gave you a most practical proposal. Go on. Didn't he spout any romantic drivel to get you to accept him?
A pox on him. He was going to push her until he knew it all, wasn't he? And if she refused to tell him, she risked having him delve deeper into her past, which she couldn't afford. Kenneth wasn't the romantic sort, she said tersely. If he felt anything deeper than friendly affection for me, he didn't say. For him, our marriage was more of a fair trade in services.
That sounds cold-blooded even to me, and I'm definitely not the romantic sort.
What a surprise, she muttered.
So, was it? A fair trade, I mean.
She pushed up her spectacles. Fair enough, until his heart failed him 3 years after we were married, and he left me a widow.
Ah, now I understand. You married him because he was older, more mature.
"I married him because he offered," she said blandly, annoyed that he presumed to know so much when he knew so little. "And he was only a few years older than you. The doctor told me that it happens like that sometimes, even to young men in good health. One day Kenneth was well, the next he was gone, leaving her alone with an infant, very little money, and her grief." Some of her distress must have showed on her face, for he said, "You loved him." The Earl had misunderstood entirely, but she wasn't about to explain how complicated even a loveless marriage became when there was a child involved. She'd sought to build a family. Instead, she'd gained a dissatisfying union with a man she barely knew. Turning on her heel, she headed for the bookcase again. "If we're to do any more reading tonight, then you'll have to choose another book." "You were in love with your husband," he persisted, pushing away from the bedpost to follow her. "It might have been a marriage of convenience for your vicar, but it wasn't for you, was it?" Determined to ignore him, she ran her fingers over the books in the case. "There's a novel by Henry Fielding here that I understand is very good," she said firmly. "Admit it!" He caught her arm and pulled her around to face him. "You loved your husband." "No, I did not." She wrenched her arm free as he stood there gaping at her. "I grieved him, yes, but I did not love him." That was the most embarrassing thing of all to admit. "I wanted to love him. I thought that once we were married I would feel something, but I couldn't." His gaze on her was intent, penetrating. "Don't blame yourself for that. Romantic love isn't for everyone." For some reason that sparked her temper even more. "You mean a woman like me is incapable of love?" He scowled. "I didn't say that." "You think that a woman with no resources is always on the hunt for a man with money?" she went on hotly. He looked as if she'd punched him. "I don't think any such thing." "Don't you? I married to escape the orphanage and a future as a spinster." To gain a family, though to say so would make her sound even more pitiful. "You said your mother married your father for money. Neither of us married for love, so I'm not much different from her." "That's not true," he gritted out. "You didn't marry a man of means and rank whom you knew could aim higher. You came to a mutual agreement with a fellow who didn't profess to love you." "How do you know that she didn't do the same?" When he merely glowered at her, she thrust her face up in his. "You don't know what she did, do you? You don't even know the full circumstances of her situation, yet you pass judgment on her." She must have hit a nerve, for his face closed up. "I won't talk about my mother." "Of course not. You might learn that you don't know her as well as you think, that you might be wrong about—"
"Quiet!" he growled. "I won't discuss her with you."
"You're ready to defend me, whom you barely know," she persisted, heedless of how reckless she was being to provoke him. "Yet you refuse to defend your own mother, who bore you and raised you."
"She did not!" He caught himself. "You don't know anything about it, damn you!"
"No, I don't. So tell me. How else can I learn if you don't?"
"If you don't stop talking about her, I'll—"
"What?" she pressed him. "You'll dismiss me? Run back to London where it's safe? Except that it isn't safe, is it? Because even I, a complete stranger, can see the noose that is choking you more and more with every day that you—"
"Damn you!"
He grabbed her by the shoulders as if he meant to shake her.
"Damn you to hell!"
She stared him down, daring him to do his worst. Then he kissed her, hard, fiercely, on the lips. It startled her so much that she jerked back to gape at him. "What in creation was that for?"
"To shut you up,"
he said, eyes ablaze. Then his gaze dropped to her mouth, and the blaze became smouldering coals. He removed her spectacles and tossed them onto the nearby bed.
"But this one, my dear, is for me."
His second kiss was a revelation. The fact that he was kissing her at all was a revelation. Men just didn't kiss her. Of course, Kenneth had done so whenever he'd come to her bed, but his kisses had always been brisk and no-nonsense, as if he was trying to get right to the point. There was nothing brisk and no-nonsense about the Earl's kiss.
It invaded and persuaded, inflamed and invigorated. His branded breath intoxicated her, made her want to drink him up, even as he was fogging her good sense. She could hardly think, with his hands sliding into her hair and his mouth possessing hers. And when he deepened the kiss, delving between her lips with his tongue, she couldn't prevent the moan that rose in her throat. She'd forgotten how good it felt to be held by a man, kissed by a man, even one who didn't love her. But this was so much more even than that. It was heady, thrilling, magical. She caught herself. Of course it was magical. Rogues built their reputations on magical kisses, magical seductions. The thought made her tear her mouth from his. "You probably shouldn't—" "Damned right I shouldn't." He clasped her head in his hands, his eyes dark and fathomless as he gazed into hers. "Even I know better, but it doesn't stop me from wanting to, or you from wanting me to." How had he guessed? Probably because she'd just let him repeatedly thrust his tongue inside her mouth, and her hands now gripped his waist like those of a woman drowning. She forced her hands to release him. "My lord—" "Don't call me that." He bent his head, stopping his lips a breath away from hers. "In this room, where Pierce and Camilla, understood?" For no reason she could explain, she nodded, and that was all the invitation he required. With a sharp intake of breath, he took her mouth again. 8. Pierce knew what he was doing was unwise. He might be a scoundrel and 1,000 other vile things, but he didn't attack women in his employ. He didn't pinch the maids or sneak a fondle from the housekeeper, and he did not kiss his mother's paid companion. Except that he was, and he couldn't seem to stop. It didn't help that she was kissing him back. It didn't help that he knew she was a widow, that he knew she hadn't loved her husband, that he found her enticing and clever and all those things that made him desire a woman. He certainly desired this one. Her fierce soul made him ache to lay her down on the bed and take her with slow, hot intent, until she cried out her pleasure beneath him. She smelled of honey water and tasted of cinnamon, and he'd have liked nothing more than to eat her up. She broke the kiss again to stare up at him with that clear-eyed gaze that seemed to see deeper than she let on. "Is this how you always silence a woman?" He brushed kisses over her cheek. "Never needed to before," he murmured in her ear. "So I'm the only woman who plagues you?" she asked skeptically, then gasped when he nipped her earlobe. She was certainly the only one who'd ever plagued him about mother, but then he'd never let anyone else close enough to even know he had a mother. "The only one I couldn't silence with a few words," he murmured as he kissed her neck, "or with a threat to cut off their tidy allowances." Her breath came in staccato bursts against his brow. "Then you must know some very weak-willed women." "Or very avaricious ones," he said dryly. Then he kissed her again to prevent her from pointing out the obvious, that perhaps he had different rules for women when it came to money. The first time she'd pointed it out had made him angry enough. Besides, he wanted to keep kissing her. She kissed like a woman who didn't know her own sensual power. Most women did, even the virginal ones. The fact that she didn't made him want to show it to her. Graphically, thoroughly, over and over until she realized what he'd known from the moment she first stood up to him, that she was one of those rare women who understood how the game was played, and then played it by her own rules. He just wanted to break all the rules, even his own, with her, now, in his bed. So he covered her breast with his hand and kneaded it, exulting to feel her nipple harden through the fabric. For a brief, hot moment she leaned into his caress, making him want to tear her gown off so he could tongue the sweet, ample softness of her breasts until she gasped her enjoyment. But when he tugged at the fastenings of her gown in back, she froze and shoved him away. "Don't." Devoid of their spectacles, her eyes glittered a perfect cobalt blue in the firelight. Her lips were swollen and flushed from his kisses, and her chest rose and fell with her quickened breath.
"That is not part of our agreement."
No, it wasn't, and he knew it. He just couldn't make himself care.
"It could be,"
he rasped, his body hard with need, and his blood running molten through his veins. Her expression grew wary as she moved to the bed to snatch up her spectacles and don them once more.
"I won't let you seduce me just to prove that you can."
The words sparked his temper.
"Is that what you think this is?"
"You want a woman, and I am near to hand."
"Not near enough to hand,"
he said testily, and reached for her once more. But this time she darted across the room and put a chair between them. Oh, for the love of God! He'd be damned before he took to chasing a woman about the furniture. Bad enough that he'd put her on her guard just by kissing her and giving her one little caress. One delicious, intoxicating little caress that made him want more, made him want— Devil take it all, he mustn't do this. As he stood there, breathing hard, fighting for control, he began to come to his senses. What was he thinking? She was in his employ. He did not attempt to seduce servants. She wasn't even his preferred type. He liked his women tall and blonde and self-involved so they didn't peer too deeply into his secrets. She was none of that, yet he couldn't remember the last time he'd wanted a woman so much. Even now, looking at her lush mouth and even lusher body made him ache. Bloody hell, what was wrong with him? He was bored and alone and randy, that's all, and he wasn't about to let his uncharacteristic desire for some plague of a female make him do anything he'd regret. Leaning back against the bookcase, he crossed his arms over his chest and forced his breathing to slow. Then he donned his rake-hell facade, because that was the safest one, the only one that felt comfortable.
"Fine,"
he drawled.
"We'll do it your way."
He skimmed his gaze down her with deliberate heat.
"Though I can't say I'm happy about it."
"It wouldn't be wise for us to—"
"I'm aware of that."
He cast her a humorless smile.
"I merely got caught up in the moment. It won't happen again."
Her wide, beautiful eyes looked uncertain.
"You said that if I gave you an inch you would take 2 miles. At the time I didn't think you meant it, but—"
"I believe we just established that I meant it."
Pushing away from the bedpost, he noted how she tensed as if to flee, and he halted.
"But I'm in full control of my urges now, I assure you."
She gave him a tight nod.
"Then I suppose I should choose another book to read to you."
"No, you may go,"
he said in a dismissive tone. At her look of surprise, he added,
"I travelled long and hard today, and even a wicked fellow like me gets tired occasionally."
But that wasn't why he was ending their evening, nor was it because he couldn't have her in his bed. The truth was, the longer she stared at him with that deeply probing gaze, the more uncomfortable he grew. If she guessed it, she didn't show it. Relief was the only emotion on her face.
"Thank you, Pierce. I'm rather tired myself."
Her use of his Christian name unsettled his insides. No one except his family called him Pierce. Even his mistresses had always called him Devonmont or my lord. He almost wished he hadn't asked her to go against that long-standing rule. It made him feel oddly vulnerable, but he wasn't about to take it back and have her guess why.
"You're welcome,"
he said tightly. When she headed for the door, seemingly eager to flee his presence, he added, "Tomorrow evening we'll play piquet." Damn it! Why had he said that? She faced him with a wary gaze.
"I thought you were returning to London in the morning."
He'd planned to, until she'd looked so bloody glad to leave him, so bloody scared that he might toss her into his bed and ravish her, which was only marginally worse than her looking at him as if she understood things she couldn't possibly understand.
"You'll dismiss me? Run back to London where it's safe? Except that it isn't safe, is it? Because even I, a complete stranger, can see the noose that is choking you more and more with every day."
She could see no such thing, devil take her. He'd fought hard to bring himself to the point where he didn't care one whit what Mother did. But if he left for London now, Camilla would think he did care, and that galled him.
I need to consult with Fowler before I go, and that always ends up taking longer than I expect. Since I'll be on the estate anyway—" He shrugged. Tipping up her chin, she stared at him with those penetrating blue eyes. "Does that mean you'll dine with me and your mother again, too?" Damn, she'd misunderstood him. She thought he wanted to repeat tonight's bargain. At his silence, she blushed and went on hastily. "Because otherwise I don't think it would be appropriate for you and me to—" "Same bargain as before," he heard himself say as if through a fog. "I dine with the two of you, and you come here afterward." Idiot. Yet he could hardly compel her to show up in his bedchamber again, unless he wanted to be one of those loathsome employers who forced their servants into their beds. And what would one more dinner with Mother matter anyway? He knew her game. He could remain immune to it. Indeed, he would show Mrs. I-can-see-your-darkest-secrets Stuart that he wasn't letting any damned noose choke him. Camilla's gaze softened, making him regret he'd even suggested staying another night. "All right. Same bargain as before, though I think we should avoid the naughty books." "Indeed." Just the thought of her reading more of Fanny Hill aloud to him in her sultry voice made his cock harden again. "No naughty books." "And no more kisses," she said firmly. It rubbed him raw that she thought him incapable of controlling himself. He was known for his control. "Of course." When she looked skeptical, he managed a bored expression. "Don't worry, Camilla. As I said this afternoon, I don't make a practice of abusing the trust of those in my employ. We'll merely play piquet. Or rather, I'll trounce you at piquet." "If you can," she said lightly. He snorted. "I've spent a good portion of my life in gaming hells. I think I can beat a woman whose only experience at the game is with little old ladies and orphans." "I take it you don't remember the name of that little old lady I served as companion to." When he frowned, trying to recall the contents of her reference letters, she added, "Lady Sterling, and she taught me everything she knew about piquet." Which was plenty. The late Viscountess had been one of the best piquet players in England. "Then it's a good thing I beat her twice during my salad days." Her face fell. "You're bamming me." "You'll find out tomorrow night, won't you?" "I suppose so," she said with a nod, and swept out the door. A pity he would have to run the gauntlet of dinner with Mother again before he got a few hours with Camilla, who still had no idea what her meddling had wrought. "So tell me, how else can I learn if you don't?" He scowled. He ought to do just that. Tell her everything and let her see just how heartless was the woman she apparently adored. But she wouldn't believe him. Mother had spent the last 6 months persuading Camilla that everything was his fault. He wasn't going to overturn that just by giving her a few facts, and that rankled, because Camilla seemed to be a sensible woman who ought not to be taken in by such machinations. It bothered him that she was, that he might be missing something in all this. Missing something? Not bloody likely. No, Camilla was naive, that's all. Charming and pretty, but a babe in the woods when it came to the sort of manipulative woman Mother was. Given a bit more time seeing him and Mother together, she would recognize the truth, that she'd been wrong about him and Mother and his blame in all this. Then there would be no more reckless letters summoning him to Montcliff. In the hall, Camilla leaned against the wall to catch her breath and steady her racing pulse. He was staying for another day, another dinner with her and the Countess. Earlier, she would have exulted at a second chance to convince him that his mother deserved his attention. Now she wasn't so sure, because the way he'd kissed her— Oh, heavens, the man knew exactly how to kiss. There was no hesitation or awkwardness. He just seized a woman and ravished her mouth like a marauding Viking, thoroughly, repeatedly, with great enthusiasm. But he'd promised not to do it again. Could she trust that? She'd never had a man desire her so intently before, and his attraction to her had not been feigned. She'd felt his arousal when he'd held her. Sadly, she shared the attraction. She wasn't sure why. Yes, he had an interesting face and brooding eyes and a mouth that could turn any woman wanton, but he was also childish and arrogant. Such men generally annoyed her. It was just that he seemed so very lost. Tonight his nonchalant mask had slipped long enough to reveal the bravado beneath. He was like the orphan boys who told everyone they didn't need parents, so they could hide how very desperately they did. But he had a mother who loved him. Somehow Camilla had to make him see how precious that was, for the good of everyone. Right, selfless altruism is your only motive. She pushed away from the wall. All right, so there was more to it than that. She wanted not to be at odds with him. She wanted another chance at feeling that warm mouth on hers and those knowing hands kneading her flesh. Sweet heaven, she must be losing her mind. The last thing she needed was to make a lover out of her employer. Once an affair with him ended, and it always did with men like him, she'd lose both a lover and a good position. She couldn't afford that. Especially when she and Jasper had finally found a family for the first time in their lives. Kenneth had been exactly as Pierce described him. He'd spent all his time in Spitalfields helping the poor, sick, and wicked. She'd run herself ragged to help him with his work and make a home for him and Jasper, and rarely received thanks for her trouble. Their home together had been mostly a prison for her, whereas here— She sighed. Montcliff was a haven. Here she got not only thanks but warmth and kindness, and the closest thing she'd ever had to a mother. Here Jasper was flourishing, and she wouldn't ruin that. Thoughts of her son made her quicken her steps. She paused outside his room to check her reflection in the glass of the case clock and groaned. She looked dishevelled and unsettled. Wanton. She couldn't let Maisie see her like this. Swiftly she repaired her hair and straightened her bodice, hoping she didn't look as if she'd just been thoroughly kissed by her employer. Her handsome, incredibly virile employer, who'd asked her to read a naughty book and then been horrified to realize it had pictures. The thought made her smile, then curse herself for being so charmed by it. Heading resolutely to her room, she entered to find Jasper sound asleep with Maisie dozing beside him. The girl roused as soon as Camilla neared the bed.
"Oh, you're back, are you?"
Maisie rubbed sleep from her eyes and rose to help Camilla undress. If she noticed anything untoward, she didn't mention it. But Camilla couldn't relax until the girl had left for the maids' rooms upstairs. Even then it took her a while to get to sleep. She kept remembering his lordship's husky voice. "Even I know better, but it doesn't stop me from wanting to, or you from wanting me to." That was the worst of it. She really had wanted him to kiss her, to keep kissing her, and to do even more. She'd never been kissed with such passion. How alarming to discover that she would very much like it to happen again. Like delicious desserts, kisses provoked cravings for more at odd hours, and she'd never been good at resisting dessert. Oh, she'd have to watch herself around him until she and the Countess settled back into their normal life. But that wasn't what Camilla wanted either. Clearly her ladyship and Pierce were both miserable in their present state. If she could just figure out what had torn them apart, then perhaps she could— What? Knit them back together? She sighed. She hadn't even been able to turn her marriage of convenience into something solid. Why on earth did she think she could mend this very broken relationship? Especially when she had only one more night in which to do it. 9. To Camilla's shock, it turned out to be more than one night, and for the most unlikely of reasons. His lordship's whim. The night she'd gone to play piquet with him, he had indeed trounced her. Then he'd stated offhandedly that he had more work to do concerning the estate, so he was staying another day. He might as well have dinner with her and his mother again. If Camilla would agree, again, to come to his bedchamber to entertain him afterward. So she had, and he'd stayed another day. Then another, and another, then 3 more. Each time he'd claimed that some matter of estate business kept him at Montcliff. She would have believed him, except that it wasn't a state business that had him staying at the dower house instead of the manor, or dining with her and the Countess every evening, or demanding that she come to his room afterward. She didn't know what to make of it. She didn't know what to make of him. As far as she could tell, nothing had changed between him and his mother. Their dinners were still awkward. The Earl was largely quiet during dinner, unless Camilla drew him into a conversation that interested him. She found herself making a game of figuring out what would engage him enough to keep him from bolting his dinner and running off to have his cigar. Meanwhile, the Countess seemed grateful for every halfway polite word he bestowed on her. It made Camilla want to slap him, and given how congenial he could be when her ladyship wasn't around, his behaviour was perplexing too. Especially since his mother refused to talk about him, no matter how much Camilla hinted and cajoled and finally asked outright for answers. It sometimes astonished her that neither saw how much alike they were, both of them maddeningly obstinate. Most disturbing was how he changed when Camilla was alone with him in the evenings. He turned into the clever, entertaining, and utterly false creature whom she'd begun to call Devil-May-Care Devonmont. Oh, she didn't think he lied to her, but that was only because he didn't discuss anything worth lying about. He hid his true opinions, his real self, beneath layers of wit. They played chess and cards, they read books, and last night she'd told him amusing stories about her years as a lady's companion. But it was all very superficial, and he hadn't once tried to kiss her. Of course, that was a relief, or so she told herself every time she saw Jasper. But sometimes, in those moments at the end of the evenings with him, while she was holding her breath and wondering if this would be the last time she saw him, she found herself wanting so fiercely for him to kiss her that she had to crush the urge to throw herself at him, because it maddened her that he hid himself from her. It made her want to force him out of his facade. And she was still no closer to finding out why he and his mother were at odds, still no closer to mending the breach between them. It was enough to make a sane woman run mad through the estate. Now, as she sat in the drawing-room with the Countess and Jasper, she wondered yet again how to convince the Countess to confide in her. Camilla could sense his lordship's growing impatience to be away, feel his building irritation with the situation. She might not have much more time to uncover the truth. Unfortunately, today wasn't ideal for raising the subject. Since Pierce was at Montcliff Manor handling estate affairs and wouldn't return until dinner, she and Lady Devonmont were spending the afternoon with Jasper, and Jasper's presence made it awfully difficult to have a deep discussion with the Countess. Lady Devonmont glanced up from the stocking she was embroidering.
"That looks lovely. The net bags were an excellent idea."
Camilla wrapped another circle of net about a few walnuts, then tied it with a ribbon so it could be hung on the tree.
"How many do you think we should make?"
"Lots and lots,"
Jasper said from his seat at the table.
"Then my soldiers can have some nuts to eat, too."
After Pierce had begun extending his stay, her ladyship had told Jasper that he would get a tin soldier for every day he stayed out of his lordship's way. He was up to 6 now, and for the past 20 minutes he'd been keeping the little fellows engaged in a lively battle. That was 10 minutes longer than he could usually keep his mind on one thing.
"What makes you think these nuts are for you, Muffin?"
Camilla teased. He shot her an alarmed frown.
"Won't I get any of them?"
"Of course you will," Lady Devonmont said soothingly. "We'll give you some now, if you like." "Not before dinner," Camilla cautioned.
"Oh, a few won't hurt him."
The Countess put aside her embroidery to crack open several nuts and hand the meats to Jasper.
"There, my boy."
"What do you say?" Camilla asked.
"Thank you, my lady."
He downed them in a flash, then asked,
"Can I have the shells, too?"
Looking perplexed, the Countess handed them over. Jasper turned them into pieces of the battle landscape and continued with his explosions and attacks as Camilla and her ladyship laughed. After a while, however, he grew bored with that and glanced over to where the Countess was embroidering.
"Is that a stocking like in the poem? The ones that are hung by the chimney with care?"
"That's the idea," Lady Devonmont said. We're hoping to start a new tradition in Stocking Pelham. Given the name of our town, why not? We could make Stocking Pelham famous for stockings, and at the same time make some money for the church by selling them at the fair. So everyone can hang them by their chimneys, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon will be there.
Camilla eyed him in surprise. You remember that? He nodded.
I know the whole poem by heart.
She and her ladyship exchanged a sceptical glance.
I really do. After the part about the stockings, it says, the children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads.
Very good, the Countess said.
I like sugar plums,
Jasper announced slyly.
So do I,
said her ladyship with a grin. We'll have to get some. Camilla rolled her eyes. Either the Countess was oblivious to how deft Jasper was at extracting treats from her, or she didn't care. Camilla suspected it was the latter.
Then the next part says, and Mamma in her kerchief and I in my cap had just settled down for a long winter's nap. When out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter.
He cast Camilla a knowing glance.
It was St. Nicholas, you see.
Aren't you getting ahead of the story? The Countess asked with a soft smile. But Jasper had apparently given up on a word-for-word recitation and had settled for paraphrasing.
He's on the sleigh with the tiny reindeer and—
He halted.
What's a sleigh?
It's like a sled, only big, Camilla said.
Or like a carriage for driving on snow,
her ladyship said.
And for flying, right?
Lady Devonmont glanced at Camilla, amusement in her gaze.
Well, I've never seen one that flies. But St. Nicholas has one. That's how he gets up to the roof to come down the chimney.
The reindeer pull him up there, her ladyship reminded him.
Right.
He ticked them off on his fingers.
Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen and Comet and Cupid and Dunder and Blixen.
You know all their names? Camilla said, rather surprised. He really did have the poem memorized, or mostly anyway. He held up his toy soldiers.
That's what I named the fellows. Well, 6 of them. I don't have Dunder and Blixen yet.
Camilla swallowed. Her ladyship would have to invent a reason to give him Dunder and Blixen if his lordship didn't stay. What will you do when you have all 8? The Countess asked him.
Why, make them pull a sleigh, of course. They're soldiers, so they're very strong.
He frowned.
That's why I need to know what a sleigh is, so I can get them one.
Ah, her ladyship said.
Do you think they might have one at the fair that I could look at?
Camilla sighed. No matter what she told him, he couldn't give up the idea of attending the fair.
I told you before, dearest, we can't go.
He looked crestfallen.
I could pretend to be your groom.
Aside from the fact that you're too young, everyone in town knows that I don't ride, Camilla said gently. She'd never learned. Indeed, she'd hoped when she took this post that she might get to do so, for she could imagine nothing more enticing than racing along a road on horseback. But alas, her ladyship had a bad hip that made riding painful, so the possibility never arose.
And since her ladyship doesn't either, no one would believe that you're our groom.
You know what? The Countess put in. I think there just might be a picture of a sleigh over there in one of the books on the bookcase. It's the one about travels in America and Canada. Do you think you could find it?
Yes, my lady.
He grabbed up his soldiers and carried them off to the bookcase. That's all he's been talking about for the past week, Camilla said in an undertone. Going to the fair. The Countess cast her a rueful smile.
Earlier he told me he wanted to go so he could buy you a present. When I asked him how he would pay for it, he thought a bit, then said he would sell the soldiers I'd given him.
Oh, dear. Camilla's throat tightened. How sweet that was.
You're so lucky,
Lady Devonmont said wistfully as she watched him hunt through the books.
To have a son who would do anything for you, even sell his own toys.
Camilla caught her breath. Now was her chance to bring up the subject of her ladyship's relationship with Pierce.
Yes, I'm lucky to have a son who doesn't begrudge me a few baubles.
The Countess stiffened, then levelled a dark gaze on her.
What do you mean by that?
Camilla chose her words carefully.
Didn't you hear his lordship at dinner his first night? Haven't you noticed how he keeps attempting to provoke you into asking for money?
Lady Devonmont frowned.
Well, yes, but I just figured he's like most men, worried about finances. Actually,
she debated, but decided it would be better for the Countess to hear it from her rather than from the Earl one night when he was in a black mood.
The Earl thinks that you... He seems to be labouring under a misapprehension that, well, you want him here so you can ask him for more funds.
Any fears she might have had that his lordship was right were instantly put to rest by his mother's astonished expression.
The devil you say! He thinks you married his father only for his money, and now that your husband is gone—
Ah! Lady Devonmont visibly withdrew.
I see that my son has ignored what I said in my letters, preferring to listen to old gossip. Which is clearly lies, Camilla said.
The Countess forced a smile.
I'm afraid not. I mean, the idea that I want more money from Pierce is absurd, but—
When she paused, Camilla drew in a ragged breath.
But I did marry Pierce's father for his fortune.
Her gaze grew distant.
My late husband made sure of that.
Camilla frowned.
What do you mean?
Just then Maisie burst into the drawing-room.
His lordship is coming up the front steps. So soon?
Camilla jumped up.
He must have finished his business early, her ladyship murmured. He probably won't come in here, but just in case.
Camilla was already rushing over to Jasper.
You must go with Maisie now, dear. The Earl is coming. But I just found the book, he complained. Take it with you, and Maisie will show you the picture.
Swiftly Camilla grabbed the tin soldiers sitting on the top of the case and thrust them into his hand. They heard bootsteps in the hall as Lady Devonmont scanned the room, looking for anything else that might give Jasper away. Grabbing up Jasper and the book, Maisie darted to the servants' door. She slipped through it right before the bootsteps paused outside the drawing-room. Camilla hurriedly took a seat at the table, as did the Countess, although it was highly unlikely Pierce would come in. He avoided them except at dinner, and he already knew that they spent most of their afternoons in the drawing-room. So she was quite surprised when the door opened and he stepped inside. Trying to quell her pounding heart, she looked up and forced a smile.
"Good afternoon, my lord."
"Good afternoon, ladies." He glanced about the room and then frowned. "I could have sworn I heard a child's voice coming from in here." Camilla swallowed hard. What on earth was she to say to that? 10. Pierce was surprised that Camilla looked panicked by his appearance.
"A child?" his mother said with a brittle laugh. "You must have heard us talking, that's all."
"Probably." His remark had merely been an excuse for entering the drawing-room. He knew this old house well. Sounds could travel and change within it. He didn't really care what he'd heard. He'd just seized on a chance to talk to Camilla. He was tired of seeing her only during their stiff dinners with his mother and their slightly less stiff encounters after. He wanted to see her during the day, to catch her unawares in her natural environment, when she wasn't on her guard against him. As she was in his bedchamber, thanks to his unwise kisses that first night. She showed her carefree side only to his mother, never to him. That was one reason he was still here after a week. At first he'd stayed to prove to her, and himself, that he was in complete control of his emotions when it came to Mother, that he was no longer bound to the pain of the past. But that soon changed into a determination to figure out why a woman as astute as Camilla continued to champion a woman like his mother. He couldn't understand her, and it nagged at him. So he had come in here, hoping that Mother might be upstairs napping, and he could chat alone with Camilla in a place where she didn't feel threatened. No such luck. He chided himself for the keen disappointment that shot through him. Apparently this idiotic behavior was what happened when he denied himself a woman he desired, something that had never occurred before. That would explain why he was reacting like some besotted ass. Yet he couldn't bring himself to leave the room. Something was going on. He could feel it. Camilla's hands shook as she fiddled with some piece of fabric, and for the first time since his arrival a week ago, Mother wasn't pretending to be happy to see him. Her mouth was set in a thin line, and she was stabbing her needle with sharp strokes into her embroidery.
"You're back early, aren't you, my lord?"
Camilla said. He focused on her. "It started to snow, so I came back in case it got too deep for riding."
"It's snowing?" Camilla said. "Oh dear, I hope that doesn't ruin things for the day after tomorrow."
"What's happening then?" he asked.
"The fair that's held in Stocking Pelham twice a year," Camilla explained. "I suppose you haven't been to one in a while."
"A long while." Pierce shot his mother a veiled glance, wondering if she remembered. "I was about 8 the last time. In fact, I believe it was the same one, right before Christmas." Mother had the good grace to colour.
"Yes, that was the one."
When silence stretched out between them, Camilla sought to smooth over the awkwardness.
"Your mother and I are running a booth to raise money for repairs to the church's organ. It's in bad need of refurbishment."
"Ah." Feeling like an intruder, he scanned the room he'd avoided heretofore. He'd forgotten how cosy it was, with its large hearth, its faded but thick carpet, and the pianoforte his fingers itched to play. Odd that Mother had done nothing to make the room more fashionable. It had the same peeling red wallpaper with a large pomegranate design, the same mahogany Pembroke table with its matching chairs upholstered in red velvet
of Papa's vowels, and offered to forgive them entirely in exchange for my hand in marriage. So, yes, I married him. It seemed the best course of action at the time."
She rose abruptly, her colour high.
"Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll get someone to bring us some tea."
Pierce stared, thunderstruck, as his mother swept from the room. What the hell was she talking about?
"You didn't know,"
Camilla said in a hushed tone. He glared at her. "She's lying."
"Why would she? That would mean telling the sort of secret about her family that no woman could want known, and telling it before me, who isn't part of your family."
Her logic beat at his defences. "Then why is this the first time I'm hearing it?" Shoving the tin soldier into his coat pocket, he paced beside the table. "My cousins told me she married Father for his fortune, and it took a great deal of wheedling for me to find out the little I know. That Grandfather was practically penniless when Mother married Father. There was no mention of gambling debts." Abruptly he realized why. Who would have told him? Father's last solicitor had been hired well into the marriage. The Waverleys were from Father's side of the family. They would know only what they'd been told, and Father would have been too proud to let it be known how he'd acquired his wife. Consumed by a need to hear it all, Pierce strode out the door with Camilla following. They both stopped short when they found the Countess standing there, breathing hard, clearly trying to regain her composure. "Father bought you?" he demanded. Setting her shoulders, Mother faced him.
"Don't be so dramatic. He courted me like any other gentleman. He just made sure that his suit would be received more favourably than most. I could have refused him. No one forced me to accept, not even your grandfather." She tipped up her chin. "I made my own choice." He stared at her. Perhaps, but somehow it didn't seem quite as mercenary as before. "I didn't know," he rasped. "I never knew any of this." She looked perplexed. "But I explained it in my letters." Pierce felt the familiar guilt like a punch to his gut. She must have read it in his face, for she paled. "You didn't read them." When he let out a low curse and turned away, she murmured, "I thought you just couldn't forgive me for... I understood that, considering. But you didn't... You haven't even...
Releasing a low moan, she turned for the stairs.
Pray excuse me. I feel a sudden headache coming on.
Camilla watched as his mother fled, then whirled on him with eyes flashing.
You didn't read them? Any of them? I thought you might just have been ignoring what they said, but not to read them at all.
The outrage in her voice roused his own temper. "Don't condemn me without knowing the entirety of the case." He nodded jerkily toward the stairs. "Didn't you hear her speak of my not being able to forgive her? Don't you wonder what it is I can't forgive her for?"
"Oh, I'm sure you blame her for all sorts of silly things."
"Silly thing?" He choked out a laugh. "Ask her about my matriculation from Harrow, about every school holiday." He scowled at her. "Ask her what happened when I came into my majority. I dare say she won't answer you, and until she does, you have no right to judge me."
"Why not tell me yourself?"
she demanded. "You're not going to believe any of it unless you hear it from her. That has become perfectly clear." Besides, before he destroyed Camilla's faith in his mother, he needed to know more of the truth. He was obviously missing a few pieces. Wheeling around, he walked away and headed toward his father's old study, the one place where he might find answers. But when he reached it, he halted at the door. He couldn't bring himself to go in there, not after the last time. In any case, if father had left documentation, it would be at Moncliffe Manor, not here, since he and mother moved into the manor when Pierce was 22. And after Pierce inherited, he went through every inch of the place, looked over all his father's papers for some indication of the truth. He found nothing.
"Perhaps you should have read her letters."
Mother's expression when she realized he hadn't swam into his mind. She'd looked wounded, shocked, betrayed. The 8-year-old inside him wanted to shout, "Good! Now you know what it's like to be ignored and abandoned." But the mature man felt shame, then anger at himself for even feeling shame. Why was he letting her affect him? For all he knew, she was inventing this to suit her needs. Had she given any proof in her letters? Referred him to anyone who might confirm her tale? Damn it, he should have read them, if only to be prepared for whatever she threw at him. That would have put him ahead of the game when he came here. Now he had to muddle through this as best he could. Had she really written to him about grandfather's gambling? She must have. She'd assumed he'd read the letters, so there'd be no point now in her lying about that. What else might she have told him? Something to explain her complete lack of interest in him until 2 years ago? No. At father's funeral she'd refused outright to give him answers. There was no reason to think she had put them in a letter, especially given her reticence to talk about the past since he'd been here. But the fact that he'd so thoroughly misunderstood the nature of his parents' marriage made him wonder what else he'd misunderstood. He threaded his fingers through his hair. If grandfather had sold her to father, if it really hadn't been a love match, then perhaps father had been behind her refusal to see her son. Might he have threatened her with something to keep her by his side and away from Pierce? That made no sense. Why would father essentially abandon his only heir? Why would he demand that she do the same? Besides, that day when he'd come here at 21, she had been just as cruel as, if not more so, than father when... He spat an oath. It made far more sense to believe that mother had thrown in her lot with the man who could give her everything, and Pierce had been an inconvenience. When he was in school, he always read of Lord and Lady Devonmont flitting to this dinner or that ball in Bath or York or London. They'd seemed to be going incessantly to house parties with the loftiest members of society. At the same time, it was getting harder and harder to see mother as some frivolous, money-grubbing female who'd snagged an earl to move up in society. His throat tightened. This was why he hadn't wanted to come here, damn it. There were no answers here, just more questions, more opening of wounds he thought he'd sewn shut with steel thread. Damn her, and her meddling companion. That thought swirled in his brain the rest of the afternoon, fortifying him for dinner. He would demand to know what was in the letters. Then he would demand to know what exactly she wanted from him after so many years of neglect. And if she wouldn't tell him, he would lay out for Camilla why he'd been estranged from his parents. Yes, that's what he would do. But when he came down to dinner, fully prepared for a confrontation, no one was there. On his plate was a folded sheet of paper addressed to Lord Devonmont, in what must be Camilla's hand, since it certainly wasn't his mother's. He gritted his teeth. God, but he was sick of missives. Letters were what people resorted to when they didn't want to lie to your face, when they wanted to pretend they weren't ripping your heart out. With an oath, he opened it to read, "Your Lordship, your mother has a fierce headache and will not be coming down to dinner. With your permission, I shall stay with her this evening. Sincerely, Mrs. Stuart." Balling it up, he tossed it in the fire. With his permission. Right. As if he had any say in the matter. He could read between the lines. No dinner with Mother, so no evening with Camilla. He was being punished for speaking the truth, for not reading Mother's letters, punished for not opening Camilla's eyes to what his mother really was. Except he wasn't sure anymore what his mother really was, who she was. He couldn't even be sure anymore what he meant to her. And that was driving him insane. 11. Camilla paced the Countess's sitting room, praying that she would emerge soon. The lady's maid insisted that her ladyship had asked not to be disturbed because of her headache. Camilla sighed. More likely the woman's heart had been cleaved in two by her unfeeling son. "Ask her what happened when I came into my majority. I dare say she won't answer you, and until she does, you have no right to judge me." All right. So perhaps he wasn't so much unfeeling as wounded. But why, and how? As a paid companion, she'd seen plenty of families torn apart over foolish nonsense, a father embarrassing his son in public, a daughter who turned down a marriage proposal. Families were difficult to fathom. But she began to think it wasn't something small that had torn this family apart. The rift seemed deeper and wider than she'd assumed. Perhaps Pierce was right. Perhaps she should not have meddled. Certainly she'd brought more pain to Lady Devonmont in the process. Still, how could he not have read his own mother's letters? It didn't seem worthy of him. Then again, she didn't really know him, despite having spent a week of evenings with him. He was entertaining, witty, clever, and even charming when he wanted to be. She'd poked at his mask, lifted it a bit, tried to peek beneath it, but whenever she got a good glimpse of his real self, he jerked the mask back into place. It was maddening. The door to the bedroom opened, and the Countess walked out. At once Camilla's heart dropped into her stomach. Her ladyship's eyes and nose were red, her features drawn. She looked startled to see Camilla. "I thought you'd be at dinner. I'm not about to abandon you when you're upset." The Countess forced a smile. "I'm not upset. I'm just a bit—" Her face began to crumple, and she turned away to hide it. "You are upset, and you have every right to be so." Camilla hurried over to put her arm about the woman's shoulders. "It was cruel of him to ignore your letters." "He had his reasons," she choked out. "You keep saying that, but what could they possibly be?" When the Countess just shook her head and pulled free to walk back toward her bedchamber, Camilla steadied her nerve and added, "He told me to ask you about his holidays from school." Lady Devonmont froze. "He didn't tell me why I should ask, and he wouldn't tell me why he mentioned it. He left that to you. Why? What happened during his holidays?" The Countess stood there a long moment, as if debating something. Then she sighed. "Nothing happened. That's the trouble." "If nothing happened, then why—" "I wasn't around for his holidays. That's what he wants you to know." Camilla blinked, sure that she had misunderstood. No feeling mother was absent for her child's holidays from school. "None of them? No Christmases?
No Easters?" "Not one," she whispered.
Shock coursed through her. Even when she'd been forced to leave Jasper with her husband's family, she'd always made an effort to be with him for important occasions. She couldn't imagine not seeing Jasper for Christmas, for pity's sake. The rest of Pierce's words leapt into her mind.
"And his matriculation ceremony? He said I should ask about that, too. Don't tell me you weren't there for that either."
The Countess faced her with a shattered expression.
"He spent every school holiday from the time he was 8 with his cousins at Waverley Farm. They were the ones, along with his great-uncle, to attend his matriculation ceremony. I couldn't go. I wasn't allowed." "What do you mean?"
Lady Devonmont's eyes, the same warm brown as Pierce's, darkened, and she released a long, tortured breath.
"Pierce's father wouldn't allow it."
"The Earl?"
"Yes, of course, the Earl," she snapped. "Who else?"
"Right, sorry," Camilla mumbled. Her mind reeled at the very idea of Pierce being left to relations when he had 2 perfectly good parents.
"I don't understand." "Of course you don't. Neither does Pierce."
No, how could he? It must have driven a stake through his heart to essentially lose his parents so young. He'd been only 2 years older than Jasper. Her ladyship began to pace.
"That's why I've never told him that his father was the reason for my absence, because it would only raise more questions that I can't answer." "So you don't know why the Earl kept you from your son?" she said incredulously. "I do know why."
The Countess's face closed up.
"But I shan't discuss it. I can't. Some things must remain private."
"Private? The reason your son was abandoned is something you consider private?" Camilla cried.
"I dare say he deserves to know why." "He does, but I can't." Her voice broke. "I won't speak of it. I begged his forgiveness in my letters for not being a mother to him all those years, and I understand if he can't forgive me. But as I told him, I had good reasons for agreeing to let others raise him. I did what I had to. He will simply have to accept it."
Camilla gaped at her.
"Don't you see why he can't? Not without knowing why?"
The Countess shot her a warning glance.
"Stay out of this, my dear." "How can I, when I see how it pains you both?" "Curse it! Why can't you both just leave the past be? Why can't we just start anew and forget?" "Because you can't. Not if you want to repair your relationship with your son."
Her ladyship let out a low moan, but wouldn't say more.
"Why wouldn't the Earl let you see him?"
The Countess just shook her head. Drat it, the woman was as stubborn as Pierce. And what did she mean, some things were private? Oh. Camilla could think of only one reason the Countess might feel a need for privacy in such a situation, and it would explain why her ladyship had snapped at Camilla for unwittingly implying that Pierce wasn't the Earl's son. Perhaps Pierce really wasn't the Earl's son. It would explain so much. Why the Countess didn't want to talk about it. Why Pierce didn't want to talk about it. If he were another man's son— The thought brought her up short. She'd seen a portrait of the late Earl. Pierce was the very image of his father. Anyone with eyes could tell that. Besides which, he'd been born well on the right side of the blanket, for the Countess often said she'd had him 10 months after her marriage at 18. And while Camilla could almost imagine the Countess giving herself to one man and then being forced to marry another after she found herself with a babe in her belly, Camilla had trouble imagining her ladyship as an adulteress, especially married to a man as rigid as the Earl. Nor did Pierce seem to think such a thing. Surely he would have hinted at it if he'd known. But perhaps he didn't know. If there was even anything to know, which she began to doubt. He did look amazingly like his father, which meant something else was at work here. Remembering other things Pierce said, Camilla added, "At least tell me what happened when he reached his majority. He said you would never say." The colour drained from Lady Devonmont's face. "He's right. But why?" "Because
Because you would hate me if I told you." Her throat moved convulsively. "And I just can't bear to have you hating me too." Camilla couldn't imagine anything her ladyship could have done that would be as awful as all that. "I would never hate you, my lady, if you'd only explain—" "Enough, curse it!" The Countess drew into herself, putting on her own mask, a cold, uncaring one that didn't hide a thing, for her eyes blazed bright within it. Then she turned on her heel and headed for her bedchamber. "I'm retiring for the evening. We will not speak of this again. But, my lady—" "No!" She halted just short of the door, her shoulders trembling as if she fought to contain tears. Then she seemed to steady herself. "I never asked you to interfere in this, Camilla, and if you continue—" She left the words hanging, but the implication was clear. Camilla choked down the sudden raw pain in her throat. Her ladyship would never dismiss her, would she? No, Camilla couldn't believe it, but the fact that she would even threaten such a thing showed how desperate she was. It also showed that Camilla had gone as far as she dared. It was one thing to defy the Earl, but defying the woman who'd been good enough to bring Jasper here would be madness. She couldn't afford to behave irrationally. She had her son to think of. "As you wish," Camilla said quietly. "We won't speak of it again." But that didn't mean she would stop trying to learn more another way. As soon as the Countess gave a tight nod and disappeared into her bedchamber, Camilla turned on her heel and headed for the Earl's room. She was tired of seeing two people she'd begun to care about hitting their heads against the brick wall of the past. Part of her understood. There were things about her own past that she'd rather not have revealed. But this was carrying privacy too far. At least when she had briefly given her son over to relatives to be raised, she'd told him why. He'd never doubted that his mother loved him. Clearly, Pierce doubted that very deeply. Something inside her chest twisted at the thought. She hadn't known her own parents, which was why she realized how precious it was to have ones you could trust and believe in. She knocked on the door. His voice bade her enter. Drumming up her courage, she opened the door, only to find the room completely dark. The fire had burned out, and there were no candles lit except the one in her hand. Sweet heaven, he must already have retired for the night. "I beg your pardon," she mumbled, and began to ease the door shut. "Don't go," he said, his voice low but commanding. It certainly wasn't the voice of someone just roused from sleep. She hesitated. "I think I must." "I'm not in bed. I'm just sitting here in the dark." A hint of sarcasm laced his tone. "I'm fully dressed, and I promise not to pounce." When she still stood uncertain, he said more softly, "Please come in and keep me company a while." Please. It was a word he rarely used, a word that men of his rank had no need to use. But something in the tenor of his voice, in the way he asked for her company so humbly, made tears start in her eyes. No doubt he'd asked for his mother's company many times in his childhood and never got it. She slipped inside, shutting the door behind her. As her eyes adjusted to the dim room, she saw him in his favorite armchair, which he'd apparently dragged over to face the window. "Do you often sit in the dark?" she asked as she headed toward him. "Only when there's a full moon and snow on the ground." He gestured before him. "Look at that." She had to blow out the candle to be able to see beyond her reflection in the glass, but when she did, she was treated to a rapturous view. Spread out below them was the snow-draped lawn, turned magical by moonlight. The bushes were like frosted cakes served up on a blanket of marzipan, and footsteps in the snow looked like almonds dotting the pastry of a tart. Only the black leafless beeches skirting the edge of the garden struck a sombre note. "I used to love this view." His voice was a rumble in the dark. "During the day, you can see the dairy, the trout stream, even a few tenants' cottages. When I sat here as a boy,
I imagined what it would be like once I inherited. I had grand plans for the estate. I was going to be the benevolent ruler of all from this very room, even though it wasn't the master bedchamber." A choked laugh escaped him. "Of course, Father, in his infinite idiocy, decided to build a bigger, grander palace next door. He never liked this house. He said it was too dilapidated to be worthy of an earl. So now, when I come to Hertfordshire, I spend my days in a soulless mausoleum that doesn't have 1/10 of the charm and beauty of this old place." He shook his head. "Meanwhile, Mother lives in the place I love. And all because I thought to punish her. I assumed she hated it as much as Father did, that she must have been the one to press him into building Montcliff Manor." His voice turned distant. "Instead, she settled in here and made it her own, as cozy and warm as I remember from my childhood. I thought my fond memories of that time were an illusion. Now I just don't know." Her heart leapt into her throat. So that was why he'd said this was his favourite room, and why he'd said that first day that it wasn't his. If the Countess were to be believed, he'd never had a room in this house except the nursery. But he'd mentioned something that had happened when he reached his majority. Had he lived here briefly? She had to find out.
"I asked your mother those questions you told me to," she ventured.
When she heard his sharp intake of breath, she wondered if she should have left the subject alone. But he had started this, and surely he had expected a report once she'd done as he commanded. A long moment passed before he rasped, "Did she answer you?"
"Somewhat. From what she said, I gather that you left home to go to school at 8 and weren't brought back here for years. You spent holidays with your cousins?"
He gave a terse nod.
"Did anyone ever say why?"
"The Waverleys gave different reasons each time." His voice grew taut, thick. "They told me my parents were in Brighton, or they'd gone to a house party in York, or they were in London for the season." He fisted his hands in his lap. "There was always some excuse. But it all came down to one thing. Mother and Father were flitting about the country to anywhere that I wasn't."
"Oh, Pierce,"
she murmured, trying to imagine what that must have been like. It seemed almost worse to have parents who willfully abandoned you than to have no parents at all. She wanted to tell him what his mother had said about not being allowed to see him, but he seemed willing to speak of the past here in the dark. She was loath to say anything that might stop the flow of words, genuine words, about himself and his childhood. "At first I wrote to Mother," he went on, "once a week, faithfully. But she didn't write back, and after a couple of years I stopped. By then the Waverleys had also stopped making excuses for why my parents—" He muttered a curse under his breath, then went on in a harder tone. "Why they didn't want to see me any more. My cousins simply adopted me into their family."
"That was very laudable."
She might not like Kenneth's brother very much, but he'd been kind to add Jasper to his responsibilities. She considered telling Pierce about Jasper. It had begun to feel wrong somehow to hide her son from him, but she simply couldn't risk it without being sure how he would react.
"Anyone who takes in someone else's child to raise has a core of good in them."
"Yes, they're good people, the Waverleys." He gazed out the window. "They did their best to hide the painful truth from me. But when my parents didn't even bother to show up for my matriculation, I figured out that Mother and Father really didn't want anything to do with me, that they never intended to bring me home." His voice had grown more choked by the moment, and it made her heart lurch in her chest.
"It sounds awful,"
she whispered. With a shrug that looked forced, he shot her a quick glance. "Not as awful as growing up in an orphanage, I'd imagine."
"It's not the same, but no less awful. I never knew my parents, so I didn't feel I'd had them snatched from me the way you must have.
The orphanage was all I ever knew."
"Your parents must have died very young, then," he said.
They hadn't spoken of her parents before. She'd managed to avoid the subject whenever their conversation headed in that direction, but she couldn't avoid it now. So she searched for a way not to lie to him. "I went to the orphanage as an infant." That was the truth, but she'd left out so much. "Fortunately, it was a good place, not one of those dreadful ones where they mistreat the children." He gave a self-deprecating laugh.
"You must think me spoiled, to be complaining about not having my parents around when I had so many more advantages than you. I went to Harrow and spent my holidays with fine people like the Waverleys. I even had a sort of parent. My great-uncle Isaac still is, like a father to me."
His attempt to put a good face on things made her heart break for him even more. "Not spoiled in the least," she said softly. "It must have been very painful, not knowing why your parents didn't—"
"Want me?" he clipped out. "Yes, that was the hardest part. I was always a difficult child, but if they would have told me what I'd done to deserve such banishment—"
"You did nothing to deserve it," she said hotly. "No child deserves that."
"Then why did they do it?"
She sighed.
"Your mother said that your father wouldn't allow her to see you."
He dragged in a heavy breath.
"And do you believe her?"
"I do. She was very upset over it."
She stared down at his dark head, wishing she dared to stroke his silky hair, to soothe him somehow.
"Would your father have done such a thing? She never speaks of him, and none of the servants seem to know what kind of man he was."
"He was an arse most of the time. He never liked having me around. So, yes, it's possible."
"Even though you were his heir?"
"That never seemed to matter to him. I honestly don't know what did."
After a moment's hesitation, his tone turned speculative.
"Although now that I think of it, he was always very possessive of Mother. If he cared about anything, it was her."
He glanced up at Camilla.
"Did Mother happen to say why he kept her from me? Or is that something she put in those letters I didn't read?"
"No."
She debated telling him the rest of it, but it might hurt him more to hear that his mother knew the truth and still wouldn't tell him. We did not talk long. She said she would prefer that I stayed out of the matter." He uttered a harsh laugh.
"Clearly she doesn't know you very well."
"I'm sorry," she whispered. "I had no idea when I summoned you here."
"I realize that you meant well," he said coolly.
"Honestly, I didn't expect all of this."
When he said nothing, she realized that she still hadn't gotten answers to some of her questions, and as long as he was in a talkative mood—
"So you were away from home for 10 years? You didn't see them in all that time?"
"More like 13 years, until I reached my majority."
He glanced up at her again, the moonlight glinting off his dark eyes.
"Did she tell you about that, too?"
"No. That was one question she refused to answer. She said I'd hate her if she did, and she couldn't bear to have us both hating her."
Camilla hesitated, then laid her hand on his shoulder.
"So you will have to be the one to tell me what happened."
He stiffened. Then, to her disappointment, he shrugged off her hand and rose to pad across the room on stocking feet to the hearth. He bent to start the fire. When he still didn't say anything, she imagined all sorts of awful scenarios.
"Your father didn't— he wasn't the sort of man to knock you around or anything, was he?"
"No, nothing like that," he ground out.
Thank heaven. If his father had abused him somehow, Pierce and his mother might both be reluctant to speak of it, and she supposed that even at 21, Pierce could still have been thrashed by his father, or even by—
"And what about your mother? She didn't— I can't imagine that she would, but—"
"Neither of them ever laid a hand on me," he assured her.
He continued to feed kindling into the burgeoning flame. Then he let out a ragged breath.
"But she's right, you know.
If you heard the whole story, you might very well hate her. You might even tender your resignation. And I can't have that."
"Why not?"
He rose to face her, his eyes glittering in the firelight. "Because I don't want you to leave." Her heart thumped madly in her chest. The very air changed, sparking with meaning. His gaze locked with hers, intense, fathomless, hungry. Then his usual mask shuttered his face, and he shrugged. "After all, I can't afford to lose a good companion for my mother. She needs someone to keep her occupied so she won't meddle in estate business, and you seem to do that admirably." She stood there, stunned, as he strode for the brandy decanter. Once more Devil-may-care Devonmont had reappeared, and it hurt. His words, so casually spoken, hurt. Then her common sense reasserted itself. Sweet heaven, she had quite the imagination. Had she thought that he might actually care about her? That he might even miss her if she left? She was losing all sense of proportion. They'd had a handful of kisses one night, which probably meant nothing to a rogue like him. He may have confided in her, but that was only because she was handy. And no matter how many evenings they spent together, he was still an earl, and she still had no connections. Earls did not develop deep feelings for penniless vicars' widows of no consequence. If he wanted her here at all, it was for his mother. Shoving up her spectacles, she said with determined cheer, "If you are to have any entertainment from me tonight, I suppose we ought to begin. What are you in the mood for?" He concentrated on pouring brandy and didn't look at her. "Since I didn't dine with Mother, you don't need to stay." His dismissive tone made it clear that he preferred to be alone.
"Of course."
She fought to keep the disappointment out of her voice. She'd begun to look forward to their evenings together, but she would die before she let him know it. No doubt he was already growing bored with them. "Besides," he added, his voice softening, "you haven't had any dinner, I expect. Bad enough that you're having to play the arbiter between me and my mother. Our nonsense shouldn't be the cause of your wasting away."
"I hardly think I'm going to waste away from missing one dinner," she said dryly. "But I do appreciate your concern, and I am a bit hungry now that you mention it."
Feeling only slightly less disappointed, she headed for the door. "Camilla!" he called out as she reached it.
"Yes?"
She turned to look at him. "Thank you for asking her those questions." He stared down into his glass. "And thank you for giving me the benefit of the doubt when you first found out I hadn't read her letters. I suppose I should have, but—"
"I understand. You were justifiably angry. Sometimes anger provokes a person to do things they might not otherwise. If it makes you feel any better, I don't think she revealed anything of consequence in them."
"What makes you say that?"
"If she won't talk to you about it, and she won't say anything to me, I can't imagine she would put it in a letter."
She measured her words, not wanting to wound him more.
"Besides, she acted as if she, wasn't ready to talk about it."
He sipped his brandy. "All the same, I'd like to read them, find out what's in them."
"That's probably a good idea."
"And just so you won't think me a complete ass, in the past I did demand answers of her. At Father's funeral I asked her why the two of them sent me away. She wouldn't say. She just told me she wanted to keep the past in the past."
"She said much the same to me tonight. I told her that it wouldn't work, that she couldn't leave you wondering like that."
She shook her head.
"She ordered me to stay out of it, so I'm afraid I didn't do much good."
"You did enough," he said enigmatically. He gulped the rest of his brandy, and when he spoke again he was back to being Devil-may-care Devonmont. "Now go have your dinner before I drag out some naughty books for you to read." She wanted to ask if he meant to stay, but she had some pride after all. So she left, wishing she hadn't learned so much about him tonight. Before that, she'd been able to keep from caring too deeply for him by reminding herself of how awful he'd been to his mother. But now, with everything a muddle and her ladyship's hands seeming dirtier by the moment, she was finding it far more difficult to protect her heart. 12. After Camilla left, Pierce poured another glass of brandy. He didn't know what to think. He could see Father wanting to keep Mother to himself, but why had Mother gone along with it? She'd always stood up to Father before. What had changed when Pierce turned 8? Perhaps she really had just been waiting until he was old enough to be packed off to school. But if she hadn't wanted to send him away, why not write to him? Why not try to see him? By that point, Mother's parents had long been dead, so what hold could Father have possibly had over her that would keep her from a son she truly loved? Unless she didn't truly love you, came the insidious voice that had plagued him ever since that day at Harrow. Unless she's just working on you another way for her own ends. He gulped down some brandy, wishing it could wash away his suspicions. But too much had happened between him and Mother. Too many questions were left unanswered. Father was dead. She had no reason to keep his secrets any more. So why was she? Damn it all. He threw the glass into the fireplace, feeling only a cursory satisfaction from the sound of it shattering and the sight of the brandy flaring as it caught fire. This madness of incessant questions and uncertainties was precisely what he'd been trying to avoid. He had been better off in London, believing that Mother hated him, believing she merely wanted more of Father's money. But then you wouldn't have met Camilla. He stared blindly into the fire. Ah, yes, that was the rub. Though why he cared about meeting some widow with a warm smile and a generous heart was beyond him. She understands your pain. She did. She saw right to the bone of it. Perhaps because she was an orphan, she knew what it was like to yearn for parents. That must be what drew him to her, along with her stubbornness and her loyalty to her charge, and the way she made him want and... Damn it all to hell! This was mad. He was imagining some intimate connection that simply didn't exist. Imagination isn't what made you practically beg her not to leave. Even as he'd said the words, he'd known they were unwise. She would assume they meant something when he'd only been clutching at the sympathy she offered. Right, that's all. And that's why you've never told any other woman the things you told her tonight. That's why you're letting her get under your skin, because she offers you sympathy. He swore under his breath. All right, so perhaps there was a bit more to it than that, but only because of this situation with Mother, and all the talk of Christmas, and his painful memories of that day in the study. No, damn it, he wasn't going to let this affect him. He certainly wasn't going to let Camilla affect him. Just because she turned that soulful gaze of hers on him didn't mean he had to spill out all his hurts. It was time he put her out of his mind. He was a rogue, damn it. He didn't care about anything or anyone. He would go back to London tomorrow. Taking up another glass, he filled it to the brim with brandy. Tonight he was going to get drunk and forget he'd ever come to this cursed place. Forget he'd ever met the meddling Camilla. Then, tomorrow morning, he'd be able to see everything with clearer eyes. So he began to drink, and drink, and drink some more. He carried out his plan with such ruthless determination that by the time he went to bed, he was well and thoroughly sloshed. Unfortunately, when he awoke mid-morning, he was not only incapable of seeing everything with clearer eyes, he was incapable of seeing much of anything without wanting to retch. Clearly his plan had gone awry, especially since he belatedly remembered that he'd promised to meet with Fowler this morning to discuss the servant gifts for Boxing Day. The man would await his leisure, of course, but Pierce never liked to keep his people waiting. Father had always done that, and though people said Pierce looked like his father, he didn't want to resemble him in character, not if he could help it. So Pierce rang for the footman acting as his valet at the Dower House, and then dragged himself out of bed to call for coffee. It took 3 cups to still the churning in his belly so he could be dressed. It took another 3 to steady him for the ride over to Montcliff Manor. By the time he arrived there, it was nearly noon, so he wasn't surprised to find Fowler hard at work in the study where Pierce did most of the estate business. When Pierce entered, the man jumped up. "I hope you don't mind, my lord, but I went ahead and started making a list. I thought if I laid everything—" "It's fine," Pierce gritted out, wishing the man didn't have to speak quite so loudly. "I meant to be here sooner." "No doubt it's hard to sleep comfortably at the Dower House," Fowler said politely. That was an understatement. "You know how it is. An unfamiliar bed and such. Takes some getting used to." As did being around his mother, although being around Camilla took no getting used to at all. He'd never met a woman so easy to converse with. No, he wasn't going to think about her any more, remember? Frowning at his unruly tendency to let her invade his thoughts, Pierce took his seat behind the desk. Fowler moved around to the front and sat down. Nearly 50, Miles Fowler was an interesting fellow. Born a bricklayer's son, he'd won a spot as a poor scholar at Harrow. He'd excelled in all his subjects and had so impressed his school chum, the Viscount Rathmore, that the man had hired him as his estate manager. But then Rathmore died some years ago, leaving his son, Pierce's schoolboy nemesis George Manton, to inherit everything. Typical of the arse, Manton apparently alienated so many of his servants that several sought other positions, including Fowler. Pierce never regretted stealing the man out from under Manton's nose. Fowler was a damned good estate manager. Nothing got by him, and he had an impenetrable code of honour. Unfortunately, he was also very diligent, and today Pierce wasn't in the mood for diligence. His brain still felt like mush as he stared down at the documents and tried to focus. "I do hope your lordship is finding the rest of the Dower House comfortable," Fowler ventured when Pierce remained silent a long while. It would be infinitely more comfortable if there were no people in it, he wanted to say. Except that wasn't true. He liked having Camilla there. Damn it, there he went again, thinking about her. "It's fine." "Good. Because there's something of great importance regarding your stay there that I wish to discuss." The strain in Fowler's voice came through clearly, forcing Pierce to pay attention. He sat back in his chair to stare at the older man. "Go on." "I was shocked to receive a letter from Boyd this morning, expressing his concern for her ladyship and wanting more particulars about her condition. Imagine my surprise to hear that you came here last week because of a message from Mrs. Stuart informing you that the Countess is deathly ill." Uh-oh. He should have sent a note of reassurance off to Boyd at once, but in the midst of everything he'd forgotten that he'd told anyone about Mother's supposed illness, and he hadn't intended to stay here so long. Fowler was watching him with consternation. "Since you haven't mentioned it and the servants here have heard nothing of it, I can only assume that either your mother never was deathly ill, or she had a miraculous recovery between the time you left London and the time you arrived here. The servants at the Dower House can be very close-mouthed about her ladyship, but I doubt that even they would keep such a situation quiet for long." "You're right," Pierce said smoothly. "My mother is fine," if that term could ever be used in connection with her. "It was merely a misunderstanding." Sadly, Fowler was too sharp a fellow to let Pierce slide that one past. "If you don't mind my asking, sir, what exactly was the nature of the misunderstanding? I thought when I hired Mrs. Stuart that she was a forthright woman. I can't imagine why she would alarm your lordship by inventing some tale about her ladyship being deathly ill." Inwardly cursing Fowler for being so perceptive, Pierce debated what to tell the man that wouldn't have him marching over to chastise Camilla. "Because if I dreamed that the woman had any propensity to lie," Fowler went on, "I would never—" "It wasn't Mrs. Stuart's fault," Pierce said firmly. "It was Mother's. She actually had been ill, and she gave Mrs. Stuart to understand that she was more ill than she was. That was sort of true. Mother had claimed to be pining for him, and if Camilla was to be believed, she really had been. Fowler's face cleared. "Ah, I see. So Mrs. Stuart was overly hasty in informing you?" "Exactly. You know the sort of careful woman she is. And once I realized that matters weren't as bad as I'd feared, I was so relieved that I decided to stay on a few days." When Fowler looked perplexed by that, he added, "In case Mother has another bout of illness, you see." The man nodded, though it was clear that he still found the situation odd and was simply too discreet to say so. Although Fowler knew that Pierce and his mother were estranged, he didn't know the reasons for it. Pierce hadn't wanted his own feelings to be reflected in how Fowler treated the residents of the Dower House. "But you are pleased with Mrs. Stuart," Fowler persisted. "She hasn't done anything to concern you?" Clearly the man was worried about how Camilla's behavior might reflect on him, as the one who'd hired her. "Of course I'm pleased with her. Mother seems to like her a great deal." Relief spread over Fowler's hawkish features. "That's good. Very good." Fowler glanced away. "I thought her ladyship might enjoy having someone young and lively about her. Mrs. Stuart has such a cheery nature that it would be hard not to like her." The man had written similar things about Camilla before, but hearing him speak them gave Pierce pause. "And the lady is quite pretty, too," he ventured, as he kept a keen eye on Fowler's face, "which is always an added advantage." Fowler's startled gaze swung back to Pierce. "Is she? I hadn't noticed." That was a feigned response if Pierce had ever seen one. "I noticed at once," he said, then added dryly, "but then I'm considered quite the rogue, and we rogues always notice such things." An uneasy laugh escaped Fowler. "You'd be wise not to let her ladyship see you notice, Mrs. Stuart. Your mother wouldn't approve." "Interesting. Why not?" "Lady Devonmont thinks the world of the young widow. She's very protective of her, and would be most upset if she thought that that is, that anyone might try to take advantage of the lady." He added hastily, "Not that you would do such a thing, of course, but your mother might interpret any friendliness toward Mrs. Stuart in that way." Pierce gave the man a hard stare. Was Fowler trying to warn him off Camilla? And how did he know so much about the relationship between Mother and Camilla anyway? "You sound as if you spend a great deal of time with my mother and Mrs. Stuart." "Not a great deal, no." He tugged nervously at his cravat. "But when they invite me to dinner, I generally accept." "Do they invite you often?" "Once every couple of weeks. They're amiable ladies, and I sometimes crave a bit of female companionship." As did every man. But a widower might crave it more than most. And Fowler wasn't too old or ugly to attract a woman either. Indeed, most women would probably consider him well-favoured. His position as estate manager to a wealthy earl would also open the door of many a female heart. Camilla's? Would she be attracted to Fowler? A ridiculous thought. Why, the man must be 20 years her senior. Father was nearly 20 years Mother's senior, and it didn't stop him, or her. "Female companionship can be useful," Pierce said blandly, determined to ferret out the truth. "It certainly can," Fowler sighed. "With Mrs. Stuart's past experience working at an orphanage, she's always full of sound advice about how to deal with the various servants at the two houses. She has this way of getting right to the heart of the problem." "I know exactly what you mean. She's very astute." "And eager to help and sensible without being overly pushy, as some women are. Between her and her ladyship—" He broke off, colouring a bit, as if realizing how he was gushing about Camilla. "Well, anyway, they are both very informative." I see. Oh, yes, he saw a great deal. Fowler had his eye on Camilla, and why wouldn't he? She had an open heart, a sweet manner, and a great deal of common sense, and all of that came in a body that was most appealing. Any man with eyes would want to bed her. Or court her. He scowled. Yes, Fowler would aim for that, wouldn't he? He was a respectable widower, probably eager for a second wife. He had no children, so he would want a son. But did Camilla welcome his attentions? She'd never mentioned the man, but then she wouldn't. Most employers didn't approve of their servants courting each other. Was it possible she'd nurtured some secret tendre for Fowler all this time? That Fowler nurtured some secret tendre for her? There was a very easy way to find out. "Well, then, you should come to dinner this evening," he said, priding himself on the fact that he sounded nonchalant. Never mind that he'd sworn to return to London today. He didn't feel much like travelling right now anyway, not with his devil of a headache. Besides, it was past noon already, not the best time to start a trip. And what difference would one more night make? "Come to dinner," he repeated. "It's the least I can do to make up for interrupting a long-standing tradition." "Oh, no, it hasn't been anything so settled as that, my lord," Fowler said hastily, his cheeks now scarlet. "I wouldn't dream of intruding on your time with your mother." "Nonsense. It will be nice to have an ally at the table," he said tightly. "The two ladies are wearing me out with all their talk of Christmas preparations." Fowler relaxed a fraction. "Ah, I can well imagine that. If it makes you feel any better, we can discuss business. You have no idea how much that would please me." That garnered a chuckle from the man. "Believe me, my lord, I'm well aware of how women can go on about such matters. So you'll come save me? When you put it that way, how can I refuse?" "Excellent," Pierce said. "You won't get the fine French fare you'd receive from my table here, but as you've probably noticed, the cook at the Dower House is surprisingly good. I'll send word to Mrs. Beasley that you're coming." Tonight he would watch Fowler and Camilla to figure out just how intimate their connection was. After all, he couldn't have his servants sneaking around behind his back, having assignations and— hypocrite. He could practically hear Camilla say it. And she'd be right, too. He'd never before cared a fig if any of his servants were courting. What they did in their free time was their own business. As long as it didn't interfere with their work, they were free to hang from the trees like monkeys as far as he was concerned. Yet the thought of Camilla keeping secrets from him— damn it, he had to know. He couldn't stand being left in the dark. And if she did fancy Fowler? Pierce snorted. It wasn't as if he had a claim on her. Just because she had a way of spreading balm over the pain that continually crushed his chest didn't mean anything. Nor did the fact that she looked up at him with those soft, understanding eyes that made him feel as if someone did care if he lived or died. And just because she soothed his temper and— what an idiot he was. It might be better for him if she did have a tendre for Fowler, because then he could put his obsession with the pretty widow to rest once and for all, before he made a complete bloody fool of himself. 13. Camilla generally didn't mind having Mr. Fowler join them for dinner, but tonight she wished he hadn't come, especially since his lordship hadn't returned to London. It was silly of her, she knew, but after she and Pierce had talked so intensely last night, she'd hoped— oh, she didn't know what she'd hoped— that they might continue their intimate discussions this evening, that she could play mediator between him and his mother this time, and it might actually work. That was foolish. Her ladyship hadn't said one word today about last night's events. Meanwhile, the servants said his lordship had slept until noon, and there'd been whispers about how he'd drunk himself into a stupor last night. Clearly neither he nor his mother was ready to be honest with each other. It was driving Camilla mad, and Mr. Fowler's presence merely confused the matter. Perhaps that was why Pierce had invited the man, to escape discussion about anything weightier than the weather. Avoiding things did seem to be his favourite way of handling them. She cast him a furtive glance from beneath her spectacles. Tonight he was playing devil-may-care Devonmont. He dressed more formally, in a tailcoat of black superfine, a waistcoat of white-figured velvet and silk breeches, looking fiendishly handsome as always. No sign of the conflicts that must have been raging within him showed in his faintly bored expression. Her ladyship thrust her fork into a stewed cockle. "How lovely it is to have you here with us again, Mr. Fowler. It's been a couple of weeks, hasn't it?" Mr. Fowler was finely dressed as well, though he looked nervous. That was understandable, given that he was dining with an earl and a dowager countess. "Yes, my lady, I believe so." "And how are things at the manor house?" Camilla asked, to put him more at ease. "Did Mrs. Perkins get over her nasty cold?" "She did indeed." He shot the Countess a quick glance. "And she said she would send some of the maids to help the two of you with the booth at the fair tomorrow, if you need them." "That's very kind of her," Lady Devonmont said, then added, under her breath, "and rather unexpected." "Why unexpected?" Pierce asked in that low rumble of a voice that never failed to strum Camilla's senses. Lady Devonmont stiffened, but doggedly. Camilla blinked at him. Did he not realize the woman was his employer's mother? Oh dear. "This woman has got them convinced that hanging Christmas stockings will become all the rage," he went on in a faintly condescending tone. "An absurd notion that will never catch on." Her ladyship's eyes narrowed on him. "How can you be so sure?" "Because it's silly." Mr. Fowler cut his ham. "If people start hanging stockings, what will we have next? Handkerchiefs hung by the staircase? Caps hung by the windows?" "Mr. Fowler," Camilla began. Her ladyship cut her off. "It's no more silly than hanging dead tree branches in a hall, or dangling mistletoe from a ribbon and expecting people to kiss each other when they pass under it." The oblivious Mr. Fowler lifted an eyebrow. "On the contrary, my lady, those are all time-honoured ways to celebrate the season. But hanging a stocking is just doing laundry. Hardly festive, I should think." Lady Devonmont blinked, then gave a rueful laugh. "You do have a point, Mr. Fowler. Though in truth, if you read the poem yourself, you might understand what a charming idea it is." Her eyes gleamed at him. "And why the woman in question is producing such stockings to raise money for refurbishing the church's organ." "Wait, I thought that's what your booth—" Though he paled a little as the truth dawned on him, he fixed her with a steady gaze. "Forgive me, my lady. I see that I've inadvertently insulted you." Her ladyship flushed at his gentlemanly apology. "On the contrary, sir, I confess to having a bit of fun at your expense, and it was very wrong of me." She flashed him a tentative smile. "But truly, I should read the poem for you later. You might find the custom of hanging stockings not quite so silly after hearing it described properly." Beneath the warmth of her smile, he relaxed. "While that sounds enticing, I should much rather hear you play the pianoforte. You do it so well." This time, when the Countess flushed, it was with pleasure. Camilla narrowed her gaze on Mr. Fowler. He'd asked her ladyship to play the last time he'd been here too, and the time before. Her suspicions about how the man felt toward the Countess grew stronger by the minute. "I'm not the only one who plays the pianoforte," the Countess pointed out. "My playing is wretched, and you know it," Camilla put in. "Actually, I was speaking of Pierce. He used to play as a boy." Pierce stiffened. "That was a long time ago, Mother. I'm sure we would all rather hear you play." Lady Devonmont gazed softly at him. "You used to enjoy hearing the Sussex waltz." "I'd forgotten about that." Pierce sipped some wine. "And as I recall, you played a livelier version of it than most." "Your mother plays a livelier version of everything," Mr. Fowler put in. "She likes lively music." As do I.
Is that why you always request that she play? Camilla asked.
After a furtive glance at her ladyship, Mr. Fowler met Camilla's question with a smile. I request that she play because then I know I will get to hear you sing, Mrs. Stuart.
Oh, yes, Lady Devonmont chimed in. You must sing, my dear.
You must, indeed. Mr. Fowler turned to Pierce. You may not have discovered this yet, my lord, but Mrs. Stuart has the voice of a nightingale. Pierce pinned her with his dark gaze. I had no idea. Then we should definitely have a performance later.
Camilla stared at him, perplexed by the edge in his voice. I'm always happy to entertain you, my lord. And Mr. Fowler, too, of course.
Of course, Pierce echoed, his eyes boring into her. I'm merely surprised I hadn't heard of this talent of yours before.
Taking advantage of his mother, Camilla stepped in. Her ladyship has been very kind, but I supplied those items myself. I do look after my son.
Of course, Pierce said. Good morning, everyone, said a deep voice from the doorway. Camilla's stomach clenched. What was Mr. Fowler doing here? Ah, Fowler, there you are, Pierce said, keeping one hand on Jasper's shoulder. Jasper's eyes widened in alarm, but before he could say a word, Pierce added, Let me introduce you to my young friend Jasper Stuart. Master Jasper, this is Mr. Fowler, my estate manager. As Jasper mumbled a greeting, with his small brow creased in a frown, Camilla watched Fowler. Oddly, he betrayed no surprise. Good morning, Master Jasper. His lordship was telling me all about you earlier. Pierce had risen that early? Heavens! It seems I've been remiss in welcoming you to Montcliff, the man went on, his cool, remote tone belying his genial words. Camilla tensed. No doubt Pierce had lectured him about his stringent rules. She had better tread carefully. Of course, Mr. Fowler continued. If I'd known of your presence here, I wouldn't have been so remiss. But it wasn't Camilla he glanced darkly at. It was her ladyship. Apparently I wasn't to be trusted with such a valuable secret. Lady Devonmont flushed.
I've learned through the years to be careful whom I trust with valuable secrets, sir. So has Camilla. And you mustn't blame her. It was my idea to bring the boy here, and my idea to keep him to ourselves.
Anger flared briefly in Mr. Fowler's features before he masked it. I don't blame Mrs. Stuart. He tore his gaze from the Countess. I don't blame anyone. I was merely making an observation. Into the heightened tension came Jasper's small voice.
We're going to the fair today, Mr. Fowler. Are you going too?
Mr. Fowler drew himself up with a sort of stiff pride. I wouldn't wish to intrude.
Nonsense, her ladyship said, her colour deepening. It's no intrusion. We'd be quite pleased if you would join us. Wouldn't we, Camilla? Of course. Do come with us, sir.
He tipped his head at Camilla, carefully avoiding her ladyship's gaze. Very well. Given such a cordial invitation, I can hardly refuse.
Camilla sighed as Pierce invited the man to fill a plate at the sideboard. Mr. Fowler was clearly wounded by the lack of trust she and her ladyship had placed in him, but given his firm stance on children, he could hardly be surprised. It was surprising, however, that her ladyship had invited him to join them. Camilla lowered her voice to murmur, Mr. Fowler took that very well. The Countess gazed at the man's broad back. He'll take it even better once he gets to know the boy. That depends entirely on how well Jasper behaves, I fear, Camilla said. Look at him. He's about to burst out of his chair from excitement. If Mr. Fowler gives you any grief about Jasper, you let me know, her ladyship said with a sniff. I may not be mistress of this estate, but I can still set a man straight if I'm pressed to it. Camilla watched as the Countess headed over to coddle Jasper, which as usual had him beaming with pleasure. More and more the woman presented a conundrum. Clearly she had not stood up to her husband on behalf of her own son.
Was that why she was so protective of Jasper? Watching her with the boy must pain Pierce, though if it did, he gave no evidence of it as they ate a quick breakfast and headed out the front door to find both her ladyship's barouche box and a massive coach and four awaiting them. "Would you like to ride with me?" Pierce asked Jasper.
"Can Mamma come too, and Maisie and her ladyship?"
Pierce looked amused. "Do the three of them go everywhere with you?"
"Well,"
Jasper thought a moment,
"mostly. When I don't have to stay with Maisie on account of nobody wanting me seen by—"
He shot Mr. Fowler a furtive glance, then added in a whisper,
"by you-know-who."
Fortunately, Mr. Fowler was engrossed in helping the Countess determine which items were to be loaded onto the top of the coach and four. "You needn't worry about that any more," Pierce said in a confidential voice. "You can be seen by anyone you please. And if we can fit everyone inside the coach, they're welcome to ride with us." In the end, the servants were put into the barouche, leaving the 6 of them to be crammed inside the coach. As they set off, with Camilla, Maisie, and her ladyship on one side and the 2 gentlemen and Jasper on the other, Pierce turned to Mr. Fowler. "Are there usually many people at this fair?" "I don't know," the estate manager answered. "I've never been." They both looked at her ladyship.
"There's generally a few hundred at least," she said. "The Christmas one is the most popular,"
Maisie put in, then reddened as she realized she shouldn't speak among such lofty personages. Pierce smiled encouragingly at her. "Is it because of the horses? As I recall from my childhood, a great deal of horse-selling went on during this particular fair." Feeling Lady Devonmont stiffen beside her, Camilla shot her a quick glance, but could tell nothing from the woman's smooth expression.
"Oh, yes, my lord, they still sell a great many horses," Maisie said, "and cattle and cheese, too." "And reindeer?"
Jasper asked hopefully. "Reindeer?" Pierce echoed in obvious bewilderment.
"It's in the poem, you know,"
Jasper said.
"The one about St. Nicholas."
Pierce glanced at Camilla. "Is this the famous poem that has enraptured the females of Stocking Pelham?" Camilla smiled ruefully.
"I'm afraid so. He's quite taken with it." "I know it by heart," Jasper said. "I can say it if you like."
"Oh, by all means, let us hear the blasted thing," Mr. Fowler mumbled. Taking him at his word, Jasper cheerily began to recite it, and Camilla didn't have the heart to stop him. Besides, she was having fun watching Mr. Fowler look so stoic about the matter. When Jasper got to the part about the 8 tiny reindeer, Pierce interrupted. "I'm afraid I can't show you any of those, lad, but we can have a look at some regular deer if you want." Jasper's eyes went wide.
"I guess they don't have to have reins on them."
Camilla stifled a laugh. Until now she hadn't realized what Jasper thought reindeer were. Pierce said very soberly, "Well, they only need reins when they're pulling a sleigh, but in this case the deer are just lying about and eating. Would you like to see them?"
"Oh, yes, sir, very much."
"I don't know if we have time," Camilla put in. "It will only take a few minutes. It's not much out of our way." Pierce looked at his mother for the first time since they'd entered the coach. "If that's all right with you."
"It's fine. Tell the servants to go on to Stocking Pelham, and they can start helping set up the booth without me. Other ladies will be there after all."
Pierce opened the panel at the front and called up some orders to the coachman, then settled back into his seat.
"I assume you're talking about the deer in the park?"
Camilla asked, wondering how he could produce wild deer for Jasper's benefit, especially in a 250-acre park. "Actually," Mr. Fowler said, "his lordship keeps some for winter." Lady Devonmont said,
"What do you mean, keeps some?"
"I got the idea from the Earl of Clarendon," Pierce explained. "He weeds out those deer among the herd that would never make it through the winter on their own. Then he pens them, coddles them, and fattens them up, so that by spring his estate has venison without having to slaughter the strong breeders of his herd. Thanks to his lordship," Mr. Fowler put in, "we've been doing it for the past 2 years, and we find that the herd has swelled admirably. It only takes a bit of feed and the gamekeeper's occasional attention to take care of the ones we pen. We sometimes have so much venison we have to sell the meat. And there they are now, Pierce said as he hauled Jasper onto his lap so he could see out the window better. Look, lad, all the deer you could want.
Ooh, look at them, Jasper exclaimed. They're bigger than I thought they would be. I'll bet they could pull a big sleigh.
They really were healthy-looking. Camilla shoved her spectacles up as she gazed out the window. She'd never been on this part of the estate, since she'd rarely left the dower house and couldn't ride. So she hadn't before seen the large pen, with a lean-to at one end to help protect the animals from the weather, hay strewn across the ground, and troughs that must contain feed. Pierce's industrious use of the estate's resources astounded her. She would never have thought him that sort of owner, willing to try improvements, interested in new ideas. She would have thought him the sort to leave everything to his estate manager. "Perhaps later, on our way home," Pierce said, "we'll stop and you can look at them up close."
"Oh, that would be grand,"
Jasper said, his eyes huge as he watched out the window. They drove slowly past the pen, and Camilla noticed something odd.
"Why is the pen covered with netting?"
Jasper eyed her askance.
"To keep the deer from flying away, Mamma,"
he said, as if anyone would have known that. When Pierce shot her a questioning glance, Camilla laughed.
"If you had let him keep reciting the poem, you would have discovered that the reindeer in it actually fly. So since my son is a city boy and doesn't know about such things, he assumes that all deer fly."
"No kind of deer flies, boy," Mr. Fowler said firmly. Jasper glanced darkly at him.
"Reindeer do."
"Only because the poem is about magical deer," her ladyship put in gently. "They're distant cousins to regular deer. I'm afraid that regular deer don't fly."
"Oh,"
Jasper said, nodding at her as if that explained everything.
"I have cousins in London. They don't fly either."
They all laughed, which apparently hurt Jasper's feelings, for he settled into a sulk. Pierce shifted him on his lap and said kindly, "I have cousins in London, too. Or rather, not far from London. They own a stud farm with lots of horses. I spend every Christmas with them." Jasper gazed up into his face.
"But not this Christmas. You're going to spend it here at Montcliff, right?"
Pierce stiffened, his smile growing forced. "I don't think so, Jasper," he said tightly. "My uncle is expecting me." Before Camilla could jump in to smooth over the moment, Lady Devonmont surprised her by saying,
"His lordship is a very busy man, lad, with a great many duties. He can't spend all his time in the country with us."
Pierce's gaze shot to his mother. "Good of you to understand." Despair swept over Camilla. Her ladyship might make excuses for her son, but she very obviously did not understand. The Countess really thought that Pierce could just leave everything in the past and start anew. Little did she know her son. Pierce and her ladyship might be able to be civil and even spend time together now without too much strain, but they still had a large past lying between them like some immovable boulder, and it became clearer by the day that no amount of pushing was going to roll it away. So it was time for Camilla to be sensible. He soon would be leaving for London or Waverley Farm, and when that happened, she would have to go on without him, no matter what she was beginning to feel for him. Because once he was gone, she doubted he would ever return to the dower house. 17. Memories swamped Pierce the minute he disembarked at the fair. Just as it had been 23 years ago, the village green was packed with canvas tents and booths, and the snow-crusted ground had already been trampled by man and beast alike. The smell of hot beef pasties mingled with the scent of the festive greens that were twined about a few booths as decoration. For a moment he stood frozen, lost in his childhood. Then the others swung into action under his mother's commands, and he forced himself out of his trance and into service carrying items to the church's booth, alongside Mr. Fowler, Camilla, and the dower house servants. His mother took charge of little Jasper, holding the lad's hand as they all swept through the fair toward her booth. When she pointed out various sights that might interest the boy, Pierce shot right back to the day when she'd done the same with him. That's when it finally dawned on him. The reason Camilla championed his mother. It was because of Jasper. Because Mother had brought the boy to live at Montcliff, when apparently none of Camilla's other employers had cared if the child lived or died. Because Mother treated the lad kindly. Because Mother treated Jasper like a son. Pierce choked down the bitterness rising in his throat. It spoke well of Mother that she'd behaved so graciously to Camilla and her child, and Pierce refused to envy a 6-year-old boy for his hold on Mother's affections. When they arrived at Mother's booth and were surrounded by the village church's ladies' committee, something else dawned on him. Young Jasper was a surprise to more than just him. He should have expected that, given what Camilla had said last night about the secrecy they deemed necessary. But Pierce hadn't considered the ramifications, that until now no one had known that the child even existed. So there had to be explanations and introductions, not to mention a great deal of fuss from the 6 women running the booth. Pierce hung back to watch. He knew better than to launch himself into a gaggle of hens fawning over a little boy.
"He's your son, Mrs. Stuart?" one lady exclaimed. "How delightful! Isn't he just adorable?"
She ruffled Jasper's curls, which the boy seemed to take offence at, pulling closer to his mother.
"He looks cold,"
another lady said, and promptly wrapped a scarf tightly about his neck.
"He should go stand by the brazier where it's warm."
As Jasper tugged at the scarf, yet a third lady thrust out a plate of what looked from a distance like burned cakes.
"Have a treat, my dear. I'm sure you're hungry." "No, thank you,"
Jasper mumbled, clearly wary. At least he was polite. Pierce wasn't sure he would have been at 6, and Camilla was doing nothing to stop the ladies, obviously worried about offending them.
"Look at those chapped lips," said yet another female. "What you need, child, is my balm of juniper oil and honey water."
She removed a vial from her reticule, and after pouring a bit of the contents onto her handkerchief, leaned toward Jasper's mouth with her hand outstretched. The poor lad started back in alarm. "Excuse me," Pierce broke in, stepping up to place his arm about the boy's shoulders, "but Master Jasper and I were just heading off to take a look at the horses for sale." Every female eye turned to him, and that's when something else dawned on him. None of them knew who he was. It wasn't surprising, given that he hadn't attended church in Stocking Pelham since he was 8, but it was unnerving. "Ladies," Mother said into the curiosity-laden silence, "you may remember my son, the Earl of Devonmont. Though it's been some years since he has visited Stocking Pelham, he was kind enough to help us transport items for the booth in his coach and four this morning." The ladies gaped at him, obviously unsure what to think. They must have heard he was estranged from his family, but what had his parents said about it, if anything? Generally, the heir to a title and a great house was known at least a little in the local village. They must think him quite full of himself that he hadn't come to town in 23 years. While he was still wondering about that, Mother said, "Pierce, I'm sure you remember," and rattled off a list of names. To his shock, he recognized a few. "Mrs. Townsend," he said, bowing to the chubby-cheeked lady with the balm. "I do hope your husband is feeling better." Townsend was one of Montcliff's most successful tenants. Pierce had spoken to the farmer several times, though he'd never met the wife. Mrs. Townsend brightened.
"Indeed he is, my lord, thank you for asking. He was laid low for nearly a week, but yesterday he began to feel better and managed to get out of bed to come today. My son is helping him oversee the sale of our 2 sows."
"With any luck, they'll fetch a good price." Pierce turned to the grey-haired woman with the plate of treats. "Mrs. Wallace, please tell me those are your famous gingerbread nuts. Mr. Fowler brought me some once, and I've been craving another taste ever since." Beaming at him, she held out the same plate she'd offered to Jasper.
"That's exactly what they are, sir, and you're quite welcome to have some."
He took one of the round, dark brown treats for himself, then handed one to Jasper. "Here you go, lad. I promise you'll find them delicious." Jasper sceptically took a bite, then his face lit up.
"They're as good as sugar plums," he announced.
As Jasper accepted another gingerbread nut from the plate, Pierce fielded a flurry of questions about the estate that soon turned to queries about how long he meant to stay in Hertfordshire and what the news was from London. He answered as best he could, reminded of what village life was like and how much of it centred around news, gossip, and the local landowners' lives. Then, of course, he had to endure a tour of the booth. At every table the ladies had placed a handwritten copy of the poem that Jasper was so enamoured of, so that potential buyers understood the purpose of what the women were selling. Next to it was a pretty display of ornamental stockings. Apparently the ladies had each made several, which were flounced and furbelowed to excess. Great God, how many would he be expected to buy? And how could he purchase only a few without insulting those ladies whose stockings didn't meet with his favour? He knew how this worked. Whatever choice he made, they would talk for weeks about whose stockings his lordship had bought and whose he had ignored. There was only one safe avenue, to buy a stocking from each of the ladies. Perhaps he could use them as gifts, though even he didn't have that many female friends. Not respectable ones, anyway. Still, it was for a good cause, he supposed. By the time he'd made his purchases, he was ready to escape the cacophony of chatter. Since Jasper had been following him about the whole time, Pierce used the lad as his excuse. "Forgive me, ladies, I hate to abandon you, but Jasper and I must get a look at the horses before the good ones all sell. I'm sure you understand." The ladies were quite effusive about how well they understood, but not so much that he didn't notice Camilla in conversation with a sly-faced young buck who'd just entered and was examining the stockings at her table. Pierce's eyes narrowed. Judging from the fellow's smiles and smooth compliments, he was shopping for something other than Christmas stockings. "Mrs. Stuart!" Pierce called above the din. "I was hoping you would join me and young Jasper on our tour of the fair." The booth went completely quiet. Camilla coloured and darted a glance at his mother from beneath her bonnet.
"I promised I would work here, my lord, but if you need someone to help you with Jasper, I'm sure Maisie will go."
He didn't need anyone to help him with Jasper, and he sure as hell didn't want Maisie to come. He wanted Camilla. Or rather, he wanted to save Camilla from being bothered by every country bumpkin who fancied a taste of the pretty London widow. He thought it rather admirable of him to be so concerned, too. It wasn't a mark of jealousy at all, merely consideration of her position as a member of his staff. "Let Maisie help here, and you can come with us," he said, unable to keep a peremptory note from his voice.
"You don't need Camilla or Maisie," his mother broke in, her voice oddly steely. "Jasper is a good boy. He won't give you any trouble, and if you don't think you can manage him, leave him here."
Pierce was already bristling at his mother's interference when Jasper chimed in.
"I want to go with his lordship, and I want Mamma to go too."
That seemed to startle Mother, then worry her.
"Well, then, I suppose I'll go,"
Camilla said tightly, setting down the stocking she'd been showing to the bumpkin. She glanced at his mother.
"That is, if you're sure you'll be all right without me." "We'll be fine for an hour or two. We have plenty of ladies to help."
"And I'm happy to be of service where I can, too," Fowler put in. He shot Mother a soft glance that reminded Pierce of Camilla's suspicions about the man. Poor ass. Mother had married an earl for money. She wasn't likely to marry an estate manager without it. Then, with a jolt, Pierce remembered what he'd learned about the circumstances of his parents' marriage. He would have to start thinking of Mother in different terms. Unfortunately, he still wasn't sure what those terms were.
"Go on, enjoy the fair with your son," Mother told Camilla.
With a nod, Camilla came toward him, but she wasn't smiling, which put him on his guard. As soon as they had left the booth, he offered her his arm, and she laid her gloved hand on it so lightly that he could tell at once she was angry. "What's wrong?"
"Nothing, my lord."
The "my lord" made him bristle. "For God's sake, I thought you'd be happy to get away from the old ladies for a while and enjoy yourself."
"You do realize what those old ladies are thinking now, don't you?"
She stared straight out to where Jasper was skipping along ahead of them. "I don't give a damn what they're thinking," he snapped, irritated by her reproving tone. Her gaze shot to his.
"Exactly. Because you spend 1 day out of 20 at Montcliff and don't venture into the town even then. You don't buy ribbon at the shop on the green, or attend the church, or stroll past the farmers in the fields. I do."
2 spots of colour appeared on her cheeks as she shifted her eyes forward.
"And given the difference in our stations, not to mention your well-known reputation, and the fact that I'm a widow with a child, everyone will assume the worst about your intentions toward me."
"That's quite a leap," he bit out, even as the sinking feeling in his gut told him she was right. Village gossip was a vastly different animal than London gossip. It didn't take much to start the wheels turning, and by singling her out, he might as well have placed a brand on her forehead. What the devil was wrong with him? He knew better.
"I hope it's a leap," she said mournfully. "I already gave the ladies one shock by turning up with us."
That sounded worrisome, but now they were headed into the most crowded part of the fair, and it was hard to converse, especially since the number of fairgoers had increased substantially, undaunted by the winter chill. Up ahead, she could see Lady Devonmont and the ladies inside the church's booth. They looked to be doing a brisk business in stockings. As soon as they entered, he took Mrs. Townsend aside and said in a low voice, "Is there somewhere I can hide my package until we leave? It's a Christmas present for my mother." Mrs. Townsend blinked.
"Oh, give it to me, and I shall put it under my basket behind the table."
"I hope she likes it," he said conversationally as he handed it over. "It's an assortment of broadsides for the pianoforte, since she enjoys playing and singing so much. Mrs. Stuart helped me pick out pieces my mother doesn't already have."
"Oh, yes?"
Mrs. Townsend said, and offered Camilla a faint smile. Camilla tried to look as if she was in on the secret. Pierce cast the woman a knowing glance. "I did have some trouble extricating Mrs. Stuart from here so she could advise me. Since I couldn't say why I needed her, Mother proved stubborn. You know how she can be."
"I do indeed,"
Mrs. Townsend breathed, obviously delighted to be included in the subterfuge.
"Your mother worries overmuch about propriety, my lord."
Her heart swelling at his ingenious solution for tamping down the gossip, Camilla stepped forward to do her part.
"I told his lordship that her ladyship would be happy with anything he gave her, but he insisted on the music."
"Certainly,"
Mrs. Townsend whispered.
"Very thoughtful of him."
"You mustn't say anything to her," he cautioned the woman.
"I won't breathe a word. You may depend on me. I'll just put this under my basket now."
As she scurried off, stopping every foot or so to relate this new information to the other ladies, Camilla said, without glancing at Pierce,
"Thank you."
"It's the least I could do," he murmured. "Not the best story, I suppose, but it will hold."
"On the contrary, they'll find it convincing. It was clever of you to think of it."
"One might even call it sensible," he said dryly. He raised his voice just enough to be heard by 2 ladies standing near. "Thank you for your help, Mrs. Stuart."
"You're welcome, my lord."
She pasted a smile onto her lips, bowed to him, and then carried Jasper to the other end of the booth. Now that he'd gone to the trouble to mitigate any damage to her reputation, she wasn't going to ruin it by standing with him and giving rise to more speculation. She spent the next few hours helping the ladies at the booth. Maisie took Jasper off again to see more of the fair, while Pierce disappeared entirely. Was he touring the fair again, looking at horses and cattle to buy? Or was he just shopping for Christmas gifts to give his Waverley cousins? Or his mistress? Her stomach roiled at the thought. As far as Camilla knew, he was still involved with that famous courtesan mentioned in the scandal sheets, and she had no reason to think he wasn't eagerly anticipating returning to her. That possibility was certainly lowering. Still, it reminded her that he had no ties to her and Jasper, no reason to involve himself with her. The only association they could ever have was an illicit one. Earls, no matter how unconventional, did not marry paid companions. And she didn't think she could stand having the other kind of relationship with him. To be his, but only in some secretive, shameful fashion. Sweet heaven, she was getting ahead of herself. He might not even want that. There was nothing keeping him at Montcliff, so she simply must resign herself to his leaving. Otherwise she was going to find herself quite heartbroken when at last he did. Still, her spirits lifted shamelessly when he sauntered into the booth in the early evening. The sun had set, but the fair was still going, lit by oil lamps and moonlight. He'd brought a large bag of beef pasties with him, for which all the ladies were grateful. It was well past dinner-time for most of them, and they hadn't taken a break to eat. As they shared the food, the ladies discussed when to close the booth. People were still wandering in, though traffic had subsided in the past hour. They'd sold nearly all the stockings, and it was getting quite a bit colder now that the sun had gone down, so it seemed unnecessary for them all to remain there on the off-chance that they would sell every stocking. After another hour passed and they sold only one more, they decided to close up. Pierce had stayed out of the discussion, talking to Mr. Fowler instead. To Camilla's astonishment, the estate manager had spent the entire day helping in the booth. The ladies had been quite impressed, and one of the widows had even flirted with him, which her ladyship had frowned over. Perhaps she did have a spark of interest in the man. Maisie had brought Jasper back not long ago, and after eating his share of beef pasties the boy sat in a corner playing with Prancer. As they began closing up, Pierce went over to watch Jasper play. He looked pensive and sombre, and said little as they packed up. He accepted his package from Mrs. Townsend with a word of thanks, then gave commands to the servants about moving the items into the 2 carriages. Jasper started to whine, but before either Camilla or Maisie could tend to him, Pierce hefted him onto his shoulder, which managed to cheer Jasper enough to stop him from being too querulous as his lordship walked back to the carriage beside Mr. Fowler and Maisie. Her ladyship walked with Camilla, far enough behind the men to be out of earshot. "We did very well today," the Countess said. "I believe we raised enough to not only refurbish the church's organ, but perhaps repaint the vestibule." "That's good," Camilla said. "It badly needs it." Lady Devonmont glanced ahead at her son. "Did you have fun earlier when you were going about the fair?" Camilla tensed. "Yes, although Jasper ran us both a merry chase." Her ladyship cast her a shuttered look. "I overheard one of the ladies explaining that Pierce took you off so you could help him pick out a Christmas gift for me. Is that true?" "Of course," she said lightly. "Come, my dear, you and I both know Pierce is not buying me any gifts." Camilla thrust out her chin. "You might be surprised." "I doubt that." The Countess lowered her voice. "Take care, Camilla. Judging from London gossip, I gather that my son has long been used to making free with women's hearts. Pierce may be charming, but he's still a rogue." "Because you made him into one by abandoning him." No, it would be cruel to say such a thing. And it might not even be true. Pierce might be a rogue by nature. "He's not as much a rogue as you think," Camilla said, remembering the pain in his eyes whenever he spoke of his past. "He has a lot of good in him." "Yes, but that doesn't mean his intentions toward you are honourable." "I would imagine they aren't." At her ladyship's look of alarm, she added hastily, "That is, if he had any intentions at all toward me, which he doesn't." "Are you sure?" No, but she wasn't about to tell his mother that. "Trust me, you don't need to warn me that a man like him would never marry so far beneath him. I am well aware of that." "It has nothing to do with your situation in life, my dear. I don't think he cares much about such things." She squeezed Camilla's hand. "And I would personally be delighted to have you as my daughter-in-law. But Pierce doesn't strike me as, well—" "The marrying kind?" The Countess sighed. "Exactly." "He doesn't strike me that way either," she said with forced nonchalance. "I know the situation, and I'm fully armed. You mustn't worry about me." Her ladyship gazed earnestly into her face. "I don't want to see you hurt, that's all. I understand. I'm safe, I swear." She was, because even if she did indulge in an affair with him, she would go into it knowing fully what would happen in the end, knowing and accepting it. But that was a very big if. It became even bigger when they climbed into the carriage and headed home. Pierce looked grimmer than she'd ever seen him. He didn't speak, just stared out the window as the carriage trundled along. Jasper fell instantly asleep in her lap, and she was glad of it. She doubted that Pierce, or even his mother, had the patience to deal with a 6-year-old's questions just now. As they approached the estate, her ladyship said, "You should stay for some supper, Mr. Fowler. I know it's late, but it's the least we can offer after all your hard work today." Before Fowler could answer, Pierce said in a tone that brooked no argument, "Fowler has a great deal to do for me this evening, since he's been busy elsewhere today." "But, Pierce, surely it can wait until tomorrow," his mother said. "No, his lordship is right," Fowler said smoothly. "I'd already planned to return to Montcliff Manor for a couple of hours before I headed home." It was clear from the quick glance he shot Pierce that the two of them had worked that out before they'd entered the coach. Camilla stifled a sigh. It was going to be a long night. "Oh, very well," Lady Devonmont said, clearly unaware of the ambush being prepared for her. As soon as they arrived, Jasper woke up enough to climb down from the carriage. While the rest of them headed inside, Mr. Fowler rode off in Pierce's coach and four to Montcliff Manor. The footmen took their coats, and Camilla told Jasper to go upstairs with Maisie to have his supper. "I'll be up in a bit to tuck you in, Muffin," she said. He looked too tired to complain that she wasn't joining him. "I'm sure they held dinner for us," her ladyship said as soon as Maisie and Jasper left. "It may be a bit cold, but—" "Mother, I wish to speak to you in the study," Pierce interrupted. Her ladyship blinked. "In the study? About what?" "About something we should have discussed years ago." That put her fully on her guard. "I don't think this is the time or place." "It's either in the study now, Mother," he said firmly, "or else here in front of the servants." The two footmen who'd been helping them with their coats exchanged furtive glances, and the Countess paled. With a tight nod, she swept ahead of him down the corridor that led to the study. Camilla stood there, uncertain what to do. Pierce turned to her. "I want you there, too." "Are you sure? She might be more honest with you if I'm not." "I doubt that. She told you more of the truth the other night than she said to me in my entire life." He offered her a rueful smile. "Besides, if you're there, I might actually keep my temper long enough to get at the truth."
"If she's being her usual stubborn self, I may not keep my own temper."
"It's a risk I'm willing to take." He held out his arm. "Come, it's time to ask her the hard questions. I don't think I can do it alone."
"All right."
She took his arm, but her heart flipped over in her chest. What did it mean that he wanted her with him at such a moment? She tried not to read anything into it, but it was hard not to. As they walked down the corridor, another thought occurred to her. She'd never been in his father's old study. She'd asked her ladyship about it once, and the Countess had said she didn't like to go in it. To her knowledge, Pierce never went in it either. So why had he picked it for this discussion? When he opened the door and they walked in, Camilla felt an instant chill, and it wasn't just from the lack of a fire in the room. What little furniture there was lay under canvas cloths, and the place looked as cold and barren as a mausoleum. His mother stood with her back to them, staring at the shrouded desk. Pierce visibly stiffened and cast a quick look around, as if even being in the room caused him pain. Apparently the same was true for his mother, because as soon as he closed the door she shuddered before she faced them. When she saw that Camilla was with him, she gave a start. Avoiding Camilla's gaze, she said, "She shouldn't be here." A dark scowl knit his brow. "I wouldn't be in this house at all if not for her. I wouldn't have spent the past week here. nor would I have considered even for a moment dining with you or spending time with you or even going to the bloody—" He caught himself. "She has championed you and fought for you from the beginning, so she at least deserves to know why." His mother swallowed hard.
"Pierce, I do not wish to—"
"Why did your cousin come to the fair to see you 23 years ago?" he asked bluntly. The colour drained from his mother's face.
"What do you mean?"
"You know what I mean." Pulling away from Camilla, he approached the Countess. "I remembered something today at the fair. I remembered seeing you argue with Gilchrist. Barely 2 days later, he was here at the house and Father was arguing with you about it, and not long after that, I was banished." He stared her down. "So I ask you again, Mother, why was he here? What did you argue about? What did he tell Father that day?"
She tipped her chin up. "Nothing. Not a blasted thing."
"I don't believe you," he said. "Gilchrist obviously knew something about you, or perhaps about me, and whatever it was held enough power to give Father a hold over you that caused you to give up your only son. So, damn it, I deserve to know what the man said."
"I did not give you up," she cried. "Not in my heart. Not for one day."
His eyes were ablaze. "It certainly felt that way to me." Her face crumpled.
"I know. But we can start anew. Forget the past."
"Not until I have the truth from you."
"My cousin said nothing, I swear. You know how your father always was."
"Yes, but he only banished me from this house after Gilchrist came here. That can't be a coincidence." Pierce set his shoulders. "So tell me this. Am I really Father's son?"
Camilla groaned. Pierce knew nothing about subtlety, at least when it came to his mother. Her ladyship gaped at him, then lowered her brow to a fierce glower. "If you are implying what I think you are—"
"I'm not implying anything," he snapped. "I'm trying to get at the truth, and it seems to me that the one thing Father could hold over your head, the one thing that would make him banish me from this house, is that you bore him some other man's child."
"Some other man's—" She muttered an oath under her breath. "Anyone can look at you and tell that you're his son." She drew herself up with all the dignity a countess could muster. "And how dare you accuse me of—
I wouldn't blame you for marrying with a babe in your belly, especially given what I've learned of your situation. I only seek the truth, the reason for why Father hated me so much that he sent me away, the reason for why you let him send me away and keep me away until his death. And the only reason I can come up with is that I wasn't his."
Casting him a blistering glance, she turned for the door. "I'm not going to stand here another moment and be accused of such a thing in my own home."
"It's my home now, remember?" he cried as he followed her, his face alight with righteous anger. "Mine! The house is mine! The estate is mine! It's all mine! You may be queen of this particular part of it, but it's only because I allow it. So the least I deserve from you is the truth."
She paused in her march to the door to glare at him. "And the least I deserve from you, as the woman who brought you into this world, is a modicum of respect." That seemed to stymie him. He stood there a moment, his jaw taut and his manner stiff. When he spoke again, his voice was laden with pain.
"I'm not asking this because of the years that you left me in the care of my relations, nor even because of the letters I wrote to you that remained unanswered."
There was a sharp hitch in his tone.
"I'm asking because 10 years ago I stood in this very room and told you and Father that I wished to come home so I could learn how to run the place that would one day be mine."
Her face turned ashen.
"I see that you recall that day, too. You may also recall his response."
He glanced over at Camilla with anger glittering in his eyes.
My father told me that if I didn't get my damned ass out of his house and his sight, he would have the footman forcibly remove me."
Camilla's heart lodged in her throat. She could easily imagine a 21-year-old Pierce, determined to demand his due, being confronted by such a blatant rejection from his own father. How had he stood it? How could he even stand to speak of it now? With his hands curling into fists, he turned back to his mother.
"If you recall, I told him I wouldn't leave unless he let me speak to you alone. He laughed, but he allowed it. He walked out and left us together."
His face darkened.
"Because he was sure of you, wasn't he? Sure of his hold on you even then."
"Pierce, don't," her ladyship whispered.
Her gaze, torn with agony, flitted briefly to Camilla.
"Please don't talk about this in front of her. Leave it between you and me. I beg you."
"I won't leave it," he said hoarsely. "Not unless you tell me the reason for all of it. That's the only thing I want, an explanation, any explanation."
Camilla's heart sank. He'd brought her in here only to use as a weapon against his mother.
"Pierce, leave it alone,"
she said in a low voice.
"She won't tell me."
His gaze locked with his mother's.
"So I have to make her tell me."
"Not like this,"
Camilla begged.
"If you insist on revealing to her the awful things I said that day, then go ahead."
His mother's shoulders were shaking.
"But I won't stay here to witness it."
As she turned again for the door, Pierce cried,
"If you walk out on me again without giving me an explanation, Mother, I swear to God I'll leave for London in the morning, and that will be the end of anything between us."
She halted at the door to glance back at him with a look of pure torment.
"All I can tell you is this," she choked out. "I love you, son. No matter what I did or said during all those horrible years, no matter how things might have appeared to you, I never stopped loving you."
And with that she walked out. Camilla whirled on him, unable to blot out his mother's tortured expression.
"How could you be so cruel? Clearly she can't talk about this, and you only make it worse by bludgeoning her with words and accusations."
With her heart in her throat, she headed for the door, wanting to do something, anything, to help his mother face her pain.
"Cruel?"
he called out as she reached it.
"You have no idea what cruel is."
When Camilla glanced back at him, his face had gone dead and cold, and when he spoke again, his voice echoed hollowly.
"You find her words of love convincing because you don't know what went before."
He fisted his hands at his sides.
"But the last time I stood in this study, the woman you're so eagerly defending told me to my face that she never wanted to see me again."
20. Perhaps Pierce shouldn't have revealed it, but right now he would say almost anything to keep Camilla from running to Mother and pandering to the woman's refusal to face up to what she did. And where else should he say it but in the place of his shame, the place where his parents had both demonstrated how thoroughly they hated him? Camilla eyed him warily from behind her spectacles.
"Your father must have forced her to say it."
"How, damn it? She was alone with me, right here in this study. She looked me in the eye, her face as cold as a corpse's, and said that if I ever came within a mile of the estate, she would have me thrown off of it. She told me I wasn't welcome here, and I wasn't to come back, ever."
He saw the shock on her face, and felt a moment's guilt. But damn it, it was time she recognized that he wasn't at fault. Mother had chosen to evict him from her life, and he had every bloody right to hate her for it. Except that he didn't. Bile clogged his throat. He'd thought he did. He'd thought he had shut Mother out of his heart completely, but now he realized he'd left a window open somewhere, and she'd found it and was trying to crawl back in. All these years he'd fought so bloody hard to protect his heart, to be as cold as Mother was, yet all she'd had to say was, I love you, son. I never stopped loving you, and the wound was torn open again. How dare she spout such a lie? It wasn't true. It couldn't be true. Because if it were, if he'd been unfair to her, if he'd been wrong to despise her— "Perhaps your father was listening, and she knew it," Camilla said, obviously desperate for a way to vindicate his mother. "Perhaps he was waiting in the hall." "I considered that at the time." He stared at the window, remembering the agony coursing through him when he looked out of it and realized— But then I saw him riding away, as if he hadn't a care in the world, even as she said those horrible things to me. His throat felt raw. He couldn't stop the words from flowing as they never had before. So I took advantage of his absence. I just couldn't believe that she wasn't the same mother who had held me as a boy and comforted me when I suffered from asthma and— He choked back a vile oath, struggling to gain control over his riotous emotions. I grabbed her by the arm and said, "I can protect you. I have the inheritance left to me by grandmother. Come with me now, and we'll say to hell with him." Camilla approached him, but he couldn't look at her. He hated her pity almost as much as he hated this weakness, this need to unburden himself to her, to show her what a pathetic excuse for a man he was, that his own parents could toss him aside like so much rubbish. "And do you know what her response was?" he ground out. "She shoved me away and stood there, hands clenched, while she told me she didn't want or need my protection, that she wanted only to be free of me. Then she walked out." He stood there as he had then, hearing the crackle of the fire, the distant peal of the case clock, tasting the bite of unshed tears as it dawned on him that he really had no parents, not any more. "The footman entered a few minutes later," he said, "but I had already gotten the message. I left. I went back to London, and I began a systematic course of study in the art of pleasure. I got drunk and I gambled, and I had a string of mistresses as long as my arm. It was the only way to show them that they hadn't broken me. The only way to obliterate the memory of that day. For a time, anyway. But not any more. Even before he'd responded to Camilla's damned summons, Mother's weekly letters had started to crack his armor despite his refusal to read them. That was the reason for his restlessness. He could see it now. "Was that the last time you saw her?" Camilla asked softly. "Until Father's funeral." He whirled on her, steeling himself for anything, but though pity glimmered in her gaze, it was mingled with something greater. Understanding, perhaps, even empathy. And more words spilled out of him. "So now you see why I assumed it was all about the money. I thought she wanted me back here because she decided she had a use for me at last." Camilla's heart shone in her face. "I suppose you had good reason to think so ill of her. What she did, what she said, was awful." She spoke slowly, cautiously, as if choosing her words. "But surely, now that you've spent time with her, and seen what she's really like, you realize that matters couldn't have been what you thought, that nothing was as it seemed." "I don't know a damned thing anymore." "Then know this." She came up to him, her eyes bright. "Having sat with that woman for 6 months, and having heard her go on about her fine son for every day of them, I can assure you that she loves you, as I suspect she did then, no matter what she said that day." "If she loved me," he growled, "she would explain herself." "Perhaps. Or perhaps it's because she loves you that she won't. She may just be too ashamed of whatever brought her to that pass. I understand why it drives you mad. It drives me a little mad myself, and I know her better than you." She met his hard gaze unabashedly. "But you may have to resign yourself to never knowing the truth." "The hell I will!" he bit out. "Listen to me, Pierce," she whispered, her voice so full of compassion it made him tense up. Because he didn't know if the compassion was for him or for his mother, and it couldn't be both.
If you're going to argue for her,
I'm going to argue for you. Whatever happened in the past can't be erased, and clearly she won't explain it. But she might in time, if you can bring yourself to put your anger aside for a while." She gave him a sad little smile. "Speaking as someone who never had parents, I can promise that even having an imperfect one who loves you is better than having none at all." He gritted his teeth. Camilla wanted him to forgive and forget. Why couldn't she see that it was impossible? "You don't understand. Your parents were taken from you by a force of nature or illness or something." It occurred to him suddenly that she'd never said how. Not that it mattered. "Whatever it was comprehensible. You knew from the beginning that you were an orphan, whereas I'm not an orphan," she broke in. He narrowed his gaze on her. "Of course you are. You told me all about the orphanage." As she tensed, his blood began to pound in his chest. "Your letters of reference were from St. Joseph's Home for Orphans." His voice rose. "Are you saying they were lies?" She didn't flinch from his angry tone. "No, they're all true. I was raised at St. Joseph's, and I worked there later. That's how I found out that I had no parents, or rather, none who would claim me." With colour suffusing her cheeks, she dropped her gaze to her hands. "I'm not an orphan, Pierce. I'm a foundling, and as I'm sure you know, they're very different things." For a moment he could only stand there speechless. They were indeed. "Is that why you lied to me about it?" he snapped, his heart thundering in his chest. Her gaze shot up to his face. "I never lied to you. You made an assumption and I let it rest, as I've let it rest for years with everyone, because I had to, because it made it easier for me to be hired." Her words gave him pause. He thought through every conversation they'd had, then groaned. She was right. She'd never claimed to be an orphan. She hadn't spoken of her parents at all, obviously because she didn't know anything about them. He'd looked at her on the surface, just as he had with the matter of her son. He hadn't delved any deeper, too absorbed with his own pain to see hers. She went on in a leaden voice. "I suspect that my parents, whoever they were, personally knew one of the people who managed the orphanage and convinced that person to take me, despite my bastardy." Anger flared in her face. "Otherwise, you and I both know I would never have been admitted. Even the foundling hospital with its rich patrons had been forced to limit the number of babies it will accept. Every charitable institution is afraid that taking in bastards will encourage the lower orders to leap into bed with each other willy-nilly." She snorted, as if a woman would choose to gain 9 months of discomfort, would risk losing her life bearing a child just for one night's pleasure. "People are fools." "They are indeed," he said hoarsely, still trying to comprehend this new facet of her. She shot him a look of pure defiance. "My point is, my parents wanted to be rid of me from the moment of my birth. I may not know who they are, but I know that much about them. They couldn't get me into the crowded foundling hospital, so they got me into the orphanage." Her voice turned bitter. "Either way, they had to know I would never be adopted. No one who is willing to take in someone's bastard wants a red-headed, freckled child. They all want pretty children with blonde curls and porcelain skin." "Camilla, don't say it," she snapped. "Don't try to claim that I am pretty, that anyone would have been lucky to have me. Don't tell me all those nice things people say to children who nobody wants." "All right," he said, taken aback. He'd never seen her like this, at least not on her own behalf. "Even my husband wanted me only for what he could get out of me." She was shaking now, her temper higher than he'd ever seen it. "Your mother may have abandoned you at 8, but you had her until then, and when she gave you up, she made sure you were put in a safe place, a comfortable place, with good people who cared about you. You weren't left to the indifferent care of an institution. The orphanage wasn't a bad place, mind you, but it wasn't a home either."
Anger and anguish twisted into one thread in her voice. "So don't tell me how justified you are in throwing away a mother who loves you. Whether you accept it or not, you have her in your life now. You have your cousins and your great-uncle." She set her shoulders like a fierce lioness preparing to fight. "I have no one but Jasper." He stared at her, unable to look away. All this time he'd seen her as sensible, forthright, impossible to ruffle. But beneath that sensible exterior she was a cauldron of righteous fury, a roiling mass of seething emotion. She wanted, she needed, she burned every bit as much as he did. She was magnificent. As if aware of how much of herself she'd revealed to him, she started to turn away, but he caught her by the arms to hold her still. "You have me," he said hoarsely. "You bloody well have me." Shock lit her face. Then she gave a mocking laugh. "And what is that supposed to mean? You're going back to London tomorrow, and you made it clear you won't be returning to the Dower House. I don't have you in any sense of the word." When she tried to wrest free of him, he wouldn't let her. Instead, he dragged her closer, his pulse pounding madly. "You would if you came with me." Her eyes widened. "What do you mean?" "To London. You and Jasper could return with me." When her brow lowered to a scowl, he added hastily, "Hear me out. I could take a house for you, for us. The two of you would be under my protection." Her gaze turned wary, like that of a cornered hare. "Let me make sure I understand you correctly. You're offering to make me your mistress, my lord?" "Yes," he said, ignoring the frosty edge she gave to the words mistress and my lord. "That's exactly what I'm offering." He ought to have been surprised that she had leapt right to that conclusion instead of assuming that he meant marriage. But he wasn't surprised. She knew him, understood him, as no woman ever had, so of course she understood that, too. But that didn't mean she would accept it. He would have a fight on his hands to make her agree. And he was prepared to fight. He wanted her that much. This time, when she jerked free, he let her go, though he was ready to snatch her back if she tried to flee. Instead, she went to stand before the dead hearth. "You have a mistress already," she pointed out dully. "I gave my last mistress her congé before I even came here." She whirled on him, face ablaze. "So now you need a substitute, is that it?" "Damn it, no! That's mere coincidence." He approached carefully, not wanting to spook her again. "If all I wanted was a substitute for her, I'd take one from among the demi-monde, as I always have. But that's not enough for me anymore." "I see. You want a change of pace," she said bitterly. "You think to try your hand at a respectable woman, someone who might actually care about you. Is that it?" As always, the depth of her perception surprised him. But she didn't have the whole story by far. "No, that's not it." Then the rest of her words dawned on him. "Wait! You care about me?" And why did that make his pulse quicken? It was only words. Except nothing was ever only words with her. "Of course I do," she choked out. "I certainly care enough not to want to be your temporary diversion." "You're more than that to me," he said fiercely, and realized to his shock that it was true. When had that happened? "You say that now, but how long will it be before you tire of me?" She crossed her arms over her chest. "Especially when I have a child in tow." For some reason that sparked anger deep inside him. "It's not like that between you and me," he bit out. "Isn't it?" Sorrow glinted in her eyes. "You're hurt and lonely, and you have no one waiting for you back in London, so you've decided I will do in a pinch." "No, that's definitely not it." He stalked her now, determined to make her understand. When she blinked and started to back away, he caught her about the waist and pulled her to him. "Don't you see?" he murmured. "We're alike, you and I.
We both show a carefree face to the world while we keep our private torments hidden." She swallowed hard, showing that she knew exactly what he was talking about.
"That merely makes us liars."
"To the world, perhaps, but not to each other. We see each other for what we are, and understand each other down deep."
He lifted one hand to cup her cheek.
"That's why I want you to be my mistress."
21. Camilla knew she ought to be insulted, but staring up into the face that had become much too dear in the past week, she ached to accept his offer, and that made him dangerous.
"We aren't alike at all,"
she shot back, trying to convince herself of it.
"You despise respectability, while I—"
"Want it? Really?"
He searched her face.
"Admit it, dearling. The only thing respectability has gotten you is years of waiting on other people's leisure."
She uttered a harsh laugh.
"And I wouldn't be doing that with you?"
He scowled.
"It wouldn't have to be like that."
"Oh, really? Then tell me what it would be like."
When he drew breath to explain, she touched a finger to his lips.
"You don't have to. I already know."
With his dark eyes alight, he moved her finger aside, only to catch her hand and press his lips tenderly into her palm.
"You don't know anything,"
he rasped, then kissed her wrist.
"We would make our own rules."
Her pulse raced beneath his caress, despite her determination to stand firm against him.
"I doubt that," she said shakily. "Living in the corners of society as I have, I know how these things work. Nobody makes their own rules."
He trailed kisses up her forearm to the soft skin of her inner elbow. She fought the desire bolting through her.
"If I were your mistress, I would see you at your leisure. You would send word that you wished to see me whenever you wanted female companionship, and I'd stop everything to be ready for you. I'd send Jasper to his room with orders not to come out, and I'd—"
"No,"
he said firmly, pausing to stare at her.
"We'd hire Maisie. She would take care of him when we were together."
"When we were fornicating, you mean?"
Anger flared in his features.
"Damn it, don't make it sound sordid. It won't be that way."
"You can't stop it from being that way."
Pulling free of him, she turned for the door, but he caught her from behind, keeping one arm about her waist as his hands swept up to caress her throat, her jaw, her mouth. He pressed a hot kiss to her cheek.
"It will be what we make of it."
"Not for me, it won't," she choked out. "You can play with me for a while and no one will care, but once you're done, I'll no longer be able to find a post as a companion. The only thing left to me will be other liaisons for hire."
"I wouldn't let it come to that."
He nuzzled her ear, and a sensual shiver rocked her.
"I'm sure men have been saying that for centuries,"
she managed to gasp, though every inch of her wanted to turn and lose herself in his arms. Curse him for that.
"I realize you're too far above me for a respectable connection, but that doesn't mean—"
"It's not about that," he hissed. "It's not about your station or your birth. For all we know, I might very well be a bastard too, no matter what Mother claims."
He kissed her neck with such tenderness that it melted all the cold parts of her.
"But as you well know, marriage can rapidly become a prison which neither party can escape. I've no desire to let it do that to us."
He pulled her around to face him, his gaze boring into her.
"What did your respectable marriage ever gain you? Happiness? We both know it did not. A sense of fulfillment? Not that either."
"It gained me my son," she whispered, "and it's for him that I must remain respectable."
"And sacrifice your happiness for it? He won't thank you for that, trust me."
"He won't thank me for dragging his name through the mud, either."
"No one's name would be dragged through the mud, I promise you."
He slid his hands up her arms to grip her shoulders.
"We would be discreet."
"I'd like to see you manage that," she countered, "especially when I'm heavy with your child."
He stared at her as if thunderstruck. Then he shook off his surprise. There are ways to prevent that.
So she'd heard, while working in Spitalfields, but she'd also heard that men weren't fond of such preventatives. "And you, of course, would be perfectly willing to use them," she said, unable to keep the sarcasm from her voice.
"For you, I would. I have no desire to shame you by forcing you to bear my bastards. I know how you must feel about that."
His face was alight now, the face of a man who always got his way, at least where his bed partners were concerned.
"And as for the son you already have, only think what I can offer him. I can give him more than you ever could on a companion's wages. You know that's true."
She caught her breath. Oh, he was playing dirty now.
"Leave Jasper out of this."
He ignored her.
"He'd go to the best schools, eat the finest food, have as many damned tin soldiers as he could cram into his room. He'd have servants at his beck and call, and a pony of his own if he wanted. He'd have a chance at being someone important."
Heavens save her, he knew just what would tempt her. He didn't try to offer her great riches or fine gowns for herself. He knew that wouldn't sway her, but for her son she would do much. His gaze was full of promise.
"I'd give Jasper anything his heart desired."
"Until you tired of me,"
she whispered.
"Stop saying that!"
He fixed her with a glittering stare.
"I would never tire of you. How could I?"
He reached up to remove her spectacles and set them on the desk nearby.
"You're the only one who sees me for who I am, the only one who knows my secret shame and isn't repulsed, who wants me in spite of it. I don't want—"
She halted, realizing the trap he'd laid for her. If she denied wanting him, she'd be saying that his shame repulsed her, which simply wasn't true.
"It doesn't matter that I want you,"
she managed in a last desperate effort to resist temptation. It didn't work. Triumph lit his gaze.
"It bloody well matters to me."
Then his mouth took hers, and she was utterly swept away, because she'd been craving his kiss, his touch, his heat, ever since last night. No, she'd been craving it far longer than that. Fool that she was, she'd spent half her life wanting someone to desire her, to find her irresistible. Pierce was right. She'd learned to hide that aching need from everyone. Except him. He did see her, with all her imperfections and seething urges, and he still wanted her. It was so enticing that she couldn't resist him. Not right now. Then it dawned on her, as he rained kisses over her lips and cheeks and brow, that she had a third choice beyond being his mistress or staying here. She could have him for tonight, store up every moment with him for the time when he left.
"I want you, dearling,"
he rasped as he filled his hands with her breasts. She hesitated, wondering if she was mad even to consider such a thing, but she would regret it if she didn't take this chance. For once in her life she wanted to know what passion was like, what having a man desire her felt like. She wanted something real to fuel her dreams for the empty years to come. The choice was easier to make than she'd expected. She looped her arms about his neck.
"I promised Jasper I would put him to bed, but after that—"
Fire blazed in his face.
"You'll come to my bed."
It was more an order than a question, but she nodded anyway. For tonight she'd be his.
"Swear it," he growled.
"Don't you trust me?"
She stroked back a wayward lock of his hair. Foolish question. He didn't trust anyone. His mother had made sure of that, whether she'd meant to or not. Which was probably why he avoided answering the question directly.
"I won't risk having you run up to see your son or console my mother and then changing your mind."
His brooding gaze fixed on her as he caught her hand and kissed the back of it.
"Swear it."
She couldn't breathe, couldn't think.
"Very well. I swear I'll come to your room as soon as I've seen to my son."
That answer gained her a hot, ravening kiss that sparked her need for him into a bonfire, even in the chill of the room. When he finished and she was breathing hard and heavy, he reluctantly released her.
"Go, but don't be long." With a nod, she put her spectacles back on and hurried up to her room. As she passed the floor with the bedchambers, she wondered if she should check on the Countess. It seemed cruel to leave her alone tonight. But she just couldn't face the woman right now, given what she was about to do. So she continued up to the room she shared with Jasper. She walked in to find him sound asleep and Maisie waiting for her.
"Her ladyship sent a note for you by one of the footmen," Maisie said, looking up from her sewing. "It's over there on the dresser. I'm surprised she didn't bring it herself. She does enjoy being here when you put Jasper to bed."
"Yes," Camilla said as she read the note, relieved but not unsurprised to hear that the Countess wanted to be left alone for the evening.
"I suppose she's having another of her headaches and wants you to read to her,"
Maisie said, obviously fishing for information about what was in the note.
"I have to go,"
Camilla said, and shoved it into her pocket, hoping that Maisie would assume the reason for it without her having to lie.
"I won't be back too late." "Oh, it don't matter."
Maisie yawned.
"I'm going to bed soon as you leave. I'm near as tired as the poor lad was."
"I suppose he ran you ragged today?"
"Not a bit. He was right happy to be outside, even in the cold. It was a joy to watch him."
The maid smiled.
"This afternoon he couldn't stop talking about his lordship and the horses, and how he was going to learn to ride a pony. It was very kind of his lordship to say he'd give the lad lessons."
"Yes, very kind indeed," Camilla managed. That was precisely why she couldn't become Pierce's mistress. Once he ended their liaison, it wouldn't just be her heart that was broken. She shook off that thought. Tonight she was going to enjoy her time with him. Though she would make him do as he promised and use measures to prevent children.
"Good night, then,"
she told Maisie with a twinge of guilt for misleading the poor girl. As she headed out of the room, she reminded herself that this was how it would be if she went to London with Pierce. She'd always be leaving Jasper with a maid while she went to meet her lover. But even that observation didn't dampen the anticipation she felt as she rushed down the stairs and headed to his room. Before she could reach it, the door opened, and he halted on the verge of coming out. He looked startled. "I was going to fetch you. You were taking too long." She felt a sudden perverse need to tease him.
"I was just passing by, my lord, on my way to the kitchen. Since I was hungry, I thought—"
He yanked her inside the room, then shut the door and backed her against it. "I'll take care of your hunger," he rasped, and covered her mouth with his. Every inch of her responded, leaping to be touched by him. She craved his kisses, relished the heat and pressure of his hard body. She could feel his arousal against her belly, and it incited her own desire. Even the smell of brandy on him and the taste of— She tore her lips from his. "You had supper," she accused. He laughed. Jerking his head toward the table behind him, he said, "I told you I'd take care of your hunger." Sliding out from between him and the door, she walked to the table, and her eyes went wide. Somehow, in the brief time she'd been upstairs, he'd fetched enough food for them both, slabs of cold ham and cheese, 6 slices of bread, pears and walnuts, and something in a bowl that looked like— "Almond blancmange?" she exclaimed as she whirled on him. With a smile, he stripped off his coat and tossed it over a chair. "I know how much you like it. And fortunately Cook does, too, so she had it waiting in case we wanted a good supper. I stole it for you." Eyes gleaming, he strolled over to pick up the bowl and slide a spoon into it.
"How very wicked of you,"
she said as a thrill went through her. No one ever did such things for her. "Though it shouldn't surprise me that you're a thief as well as a rogue." "Don't forget seducer." He handed her the bowl, and as she took a bite of the blancmange, he circled around to stand behind her. Tugging her back against his firm body with one hand, he removed her spectacles with the other and set them on the table. "I'm rumoured to be quite accomplished as a seducer."
"Are you?"
she murmured, and took another bite of blancmange. Then she offered him some, and when he bent his head over her shoulder to eat off a spoon, she twisted her head to kiss his cheek.
"Even you, who don't like desserts, must admit that it tastes very good."
He caught her mouth in a long, hot kiss, then drew back. "Not as good as you taste, dearling." Her blood quickened, especially when he cupped her breasts and fondled them shamelessly through her clothes, thumbing the nipples into fine points. "Though I am happy that you enjoy it." "Oh, I do," she said, savouring another bite of blancmange as he slid one hand down over her belly. She undulated against it, wanting it lower. "Keep feeding me blancmange," she gasped out, "and you won't need to seduce me. I'll fall into your bed of my own accord." He chuckled. "You may not know this," he murmured as he continued his roguish caresses, "but I'm famous for paying my chefs very well." He nipped her earlobe, then soothed it with his tongue. "So even the most celebrated would happily come to work for my mistress. You could have all the rich desserts you could dream of." She nearly choked on her blancmange. Wily devil. Leave it to Pierce to try tempting her into accepting his offer with a promise of fine food. But did he really believe he could gain her only by buying her? Did he think so little of himself? She set the bowl on the table. "I don't need a celebrated cook. I'm quite happy with the usual fare." He worked loose the buttons of her day dress. "Ah, but are you happy wearing another woman's cast-off gowns? Because as my mistress, you'd never have to again. You'd have clothes made specifically to show off your spectacular figure." "I don't need false flattery either," she said tartly, annoyed that he would stoop so far. "I know I'm plump." "It isn't flattery, and it certainly isn't false. I like women who feel like women, not lampposts." Sliding her gown off, he began to unlace her corset. His breathing grew rough. "The first time I saw you, I desired you. And yes, you are pretty. It would give me great pleasure to dress you in clothes that convinced you of that." The idea enticed her in spite of herself. Sweet heaven, how could she be that shameful? This was why the local rector always railed against the temptations of the flesh, because they were so very tempting. As her corset came free, she wriggled out of it and turned to face him, wearing only her shift. "You said we'd be discreet, but dressing me up and parading me about town would hardly be that." His admiring gaze slid slowly down her, heated, hungry. He tore off his cravat and waistcoat, but his eyes never left her body. "We can be discreet without her. Would you like to do the honors?" She sat up to gape at it. "Do you carry such devices about with you as a matter of course?" He laughed. "No, but after what happened last night, I figured you might be more amenable to sharing my bed if I could promise to protect you. And you'd be surprised what the tinkers at a county fair have for purchase, if you know how to ask the right questions." "That's what you were doing this afternoon?" "Among other things." With a shake of her head, she took the tube from him. "You really are quite a wicked fellow." Though the fact that he was willing to wear such a thing touched her deeply. "That's what you like about me," he drawled. "Hardly," she said with a sniff. "I like you in spite of that." But as she smoothed the covering onto his thick, jutting member, so much larger than her late husband's, and he hardened even more, it dawned on her that their positions resembled those of the characters in that shocking drawing from Fanny Hill. That's when she finally blushed. With a chuckle, he tied off the tube, then slid onto the bed and pulled her down to lie next to him. "For a widow, you sometimes seem very innocent." She frowned at him. "Forgive me if I don't have your vast experience. I had only the one husband, and he mostly touched me in the dark when I was half asleep. I hardly ever saw him like, well, this." His gaze turned positively carnal. "You'd best get used to it," he said in a husky murmur as he filled one hand with her breast, "because I intend to be naked with you every chance I get." Then his mouth was on hers, as was his body, and she shut her eyes to savour it, putting her late husband thoroughly from her mind. Pierce whispered admiring compliments about her hair and her breasts and her belly, kissing each part with a mix of heat and tenderness, making her want and need and yearn. He kissed her between her legs, and her eyes shot open. "What are you doing?" When she tried to pull her thighs together, he wouldn't let her. "You need to read more naughty books, dearling." His eyes glittered. "You had your dessert. Now let me have mine." And he lowered his mouth to her most private part again. But, Pierce, oh—" She'd had no idea. The way he was kissing her, there, seemed decadent and wild and so very delicious that she curled her fingers into his hair to hold him close. His response was to kiss and suck and tease until she thought she'd go out of her mind with need. It wasn't long before she could feel her release building, feel it growing and lifting. "Pierce, oh, dear heaven, please." "Not yet, dearling." Dark eyes alight, he moved up over her. "This time we'll go there together." And he entered her with one silken thrust. Oh, it was magic. He was inside her, around her, driving her once more toward a glorious madness. How would she give this up? How would she give him up? He felt part of her. With him she was herself, and it was right. He liked her just as she was. But he didn't love her, and that would kill her in time, because she could never be with him day in and day out without telling him she loved him. She did. She loved the dear, complicated man, and she knew, just as she knew everything else about him, that he wouldn't want to hear it, so she would show him tonight instead. As he drove into her over and over, she kissed his chin, his throat, his mouth, anything she could reach. She wrapped her legs about his hips when he urged her, and she gave herself up to the act that until now she'd always thought awkward and embarrassing, because with him it was neither of those. It was like, "Are you flying yet?" he rasped as he thundered into her, each stroke bringing her nearer loftier heights. It was like flying, exactly. "Yes," she choked out. "Oh, Pierce!" "Fly then, dearling," he murmured as he drove her higher and higher, "as high as you can." He stared down at her, his eyes darkening with an emotion she'd never seen in them before. Longing. She recognized it because that's what she felt, too. He brushed his lips against hers, then whispered, "Just make sure you take me with you." And with one great plunge he sent her soaring into the heavens. She clasped him to her as he, too, reached his release, and for one precious moment they vaulted into the highest heights together, wrapped in each other's arms without a care in the world. Then slowly they tumbled to earth, and to her surprise that was precious too, for although he rolled off her, he didn't turn over and go to sleep. He drew her close, then held her and kissed her and made her feel like something more than a bedmate. As he nuzzled her neck with infinite tenderness, the words she'd fought not to say just spoke themselves. "I love you," she whispered into his ear. "I love you, Pierce Waverley." 22. To Pierce's shock, his heart sang at the words. He would never have expected them to sound so wonderful. Then again, he hadn't expected sharing a bed with Camilla to be so wonderful either. It made no sense. He'd been with plenty of women, more experienced women, younger women, more accomplished women. He'd shared the beds of actresses and whores, opera singers and duchesses, and never once had it been an act of such sweetness that it damned near brought him to tears. Never once had any of them said those words to him afterward. Oh, God, didn't he know by now that love was just a word, that it meant nothing? Except that he couldn't believe Camilla would lie to him. He knew who she was from tip to toe. She would never say such a thing lightly. But that didn't mean it was real. He drew back to stare at her. "Don't." The pain in her eyes was swiftly covered by belligerence. "Don't what? Love you?
Or say that I love you? I can stop the latter, but I can't stop the former. It's too late for that."
With his blood pounding through his veins, he took her hand and kissed it.
"Look, I know that you think you feel something. I don't think I feel anything." She snatched her hand from his. "I know what I feel, Pierce. Don't try to tell me otherwise."
Pulling out of his hold, she sat up to throw her legs over the side of the bed. He looped his arm about her waist to keep her there, then pressed a kiss to her back.
"Don't go. Not yet."
She sat there, her body stiff against his arm, but as he sat up beside her, she let out a long, shuddering breath.
"I'm sorry. I knew you wouldn't want to hear it, but I couldn't help myself."
A wry note entered her voice.
"It's been the curse of my life that I speak my mind even when I shouldn't."
"That's what I like about you," he assured her, even when what she said set him on his ear. He stared down at her bent head, feeling a welter of confused emotions, not the least of which was hope, damn it.
"But I can't. I don't—"
"I know, my lord," she said, the formal term cutting him to the heart. "It just had to be said." She started to rise from the bed, but he pulled her down onto his lap.
"It's not what you think."
When she wouldn't look at him, he turned her face up to his.
"I'm not capable of loving anyone."
She cupped his jaw, her hand infinitely gentle.
"I don't think that's true."
"Ah, but it is." He debated a moment, but the melting look in her eyes decided him. She deserved to know what sort of man she was taking up with. Reaching over to open the little drawer by the table, he drew out a much-creased and worn letter and handed it to her. When she cast him a quizzical glance, he said, "It's the last letter my mother ever wrote me at school, right after I was sent away." Paling a little, she opened the fragile parchment and read the lines that had been etched on his soul for years. The lines that ended with, "And always remember, I love you very, very much. With many kisses, Mother."
"I kept it at first to sustain me through the difficult times." His voice hardened. "Then I kept it to remind me how little the words mean."
She glanced at him, tears filling her eyes.
"I'm not lying to you when I say them, and I suspect that neither was she."
"Perhaps not," he managed, "but that makes it even more obvious that love is just a meaningless fiction. At least I'm wise enough to understand that. And I can't feel something I don't believe in. I might have believed in it once, but not anymore."
"Because of your parents abandoning you, you mean?"
"Not just that." There were times he hated how deeply Camilla saw into him. "But I've experienced too much in my life, witnessed too many unhappy marriages, and—" He forced a smile. "It's like Jasper believing in flying reindeer. Once you're around real deer enough to know they don't fly, the magic disappears."
"On the contrary," she said softly, "believing in love isn't like believing in flying reindeer. It's like believing in rain, or summer, or Christmas. Love is real and steady and absolutely essential to any kind of life. Not believing in it doesn't make it any less so."
Fighting the seductive appeal of her words, he rasped, "For me it does, and that's what matters." He braced himself for more of an argument, but she merely shook her head at him.
"I know. That's why I didn't intend to say the words."
The regret in her voice knifed through him, and he caught her by the chin so he could kiss her, soft and deep. "It doesn't change anything. Wanting you, having you want me, is more than enough for me."
"Is it?"
She stared into his face, her eyes luminous in the firelight. Without her spectacles, she looked even more like a maiden waiting for love. And it hit him suddenly how unfair he was being, to ask her to give up a future with any other man just to be his mistress. But she'd had her chance at marriage, and she hadn't liked it. That's what made the two of them so perfect for each other. They were peas in a pod and wanted the same things, whether she admitted it or not. Didn't they? "Camilla, A knock came at the door, and he froze. A glance at the clock told him it was long after midnight. No servant would be up here at this hour. Camilla leapt from his lap.
"Oh, Lord, Maisie must have guessed I was here. Something must be wrong with Jasper."
Guilt suffusing her features, she hurried to put on her shift, then her drawers. Swiftly he rose and began to dress too. The knock came again.
"Open the door, Pierce," his mother's voice commanded. "I wish to speak with you."
As the blood drained from Camilla's face, he cursed under his breath. The main rooms downstairs in the dower house had special servants' passages, but none of the bedchambers did. There was no escape. "I'll be there in a moment, Mother," he called out as he jerked his trousers on. Somehow he had to draw her away so Camilla could leave without being seen. Camilla was still frantically gathering up her clothes and grabbing her spectacles when the door swung open, and his mother entered. Bloody hell, he'd forgotten to latch the door. Mother took in the scene with a look of pure horror.
"I knew it!" she cried. "I went looking for Camilla, and Maisie said she'd thought she was with me. So I went to the drawing room and the study and found no trace of either of you. That's when I knew."
Her gaze met his accusingly as Camilla stood fixed in the middle of the room.
"How could you?" "My lady, please, it's not how it seems," Camilla said. "No?" she choked out. "Because it appears to me that my son has just finished seducing you."
Pierce glared at her.
"How dare you? You have every reason to be angry with me, Pierce," his mother went on fiercely. "But to use Camilla as a weapon against me is—" "A weapon?"
Only with an effort did he keep from tossing her bodily from his room.
"Not that it's any of your concern, Mother, but she chose to be here. We chose to be together." "A woman in Camilla's position is unable to choose such a thing," his mother protested. "Do you really think she could refuse you? You're her employer, so any association of that kind between you gives you all the power, and you know it."
He stiffened. He did know it. And the worst of it was he would do it again if he had the chance.
"You paint your son more ill than he is, my lady," Camilla put in. "He never demanded anything of me, never took advantage. I really did choose to be with him. I know you probably think it very wrong of me, but I don't blame you, my dear," his mother told her softly, then nodded to Pierce. "I blame him."
That was the last straw.
"You have no right to blame me for anything, ever,"
Pierce hissed as he advanced on her, not caring that he wore only his trousers.
"You gave up the right to dictate to me when you abandoned me." "I did not abandon you," Mother cried. "I acted in your own interests."
That was a new twist, and the ludicrousness of it infuriated him.
"Oh? How so?"
Her lips tightening, she glanced away and said nothing more. His temper rose into fury as the festering sore of 23 years erupted. He bore down on her with ruthless intent.
"Were you acting in my interests when you ignored the letters where I begged to be allowed to come home? Or when you kept me from learning how to run the estate I would one day inherit? Or even when you shattered every real feeling I ever had by telling me—" He broke off with a curse. "I refuse to do this any more. I don't care what your reasons were. Nothing you say can make up for what you did."
He turned to where Camilla was watching them both, her expression clearly torn.
"Camilla, go gather your things and Jasper's. We're leaving for London now."
His mother turned ash white, which gave him a moment's twinge of conscience, but he ignored it. She had no say in this. She'd given up that right years ago. But Camilla hadn't moved.
"Go on, dearling," he commanded her. "I know it's late, but you and Jasper can both sleep in the carriage. Bring Maisie too, if you need to."
She swallowed hard, then said, barely above a whisper,
"I'm not going with you."
He gaped at her. He couldn't have heard her right.
"Of course you are."
"I can't," she said, her voice a little firmer. "My place is here."
"Your place is with me," he ground out.
A tear escaped her eye, then another.
"Pierce, you have to understand.
No!" he cried as the bottom dropped out of his stomach. "Damn it, no! I don't have to understand a bloody thing." She couldn't be doing this. He wouldn't let her. He strode up to grab her by the arms. "You belong with me. We belong together. You owe her nothing, no matter what you think." Tears were streaming down her face now, and she clutched her pitiful bundle of clothes closer to her chest, as if to use them as a shield against him. "It's not about your mother." "The hell it isn't! You're choosing her over me because you've got some idea in your head that being at her beck and call is more respectable, more—"
"I'm not choosing either of you," she said in a tortured whisper as she pulled free of his grip. "I'm choosing my son." That caught him by the throat. It was an argument he felt powerless to refute, but he tried anyway. "You know he'll be better off in London." "As the scorned son of your mistress?" He glowered at her. "No one would dare to scorn him or you. Not with my power and fortune behind the two of you." "And after we no longer have you?" she asked softly. "What becomes of us then?" Her logic was inescapable, and he hated her for it. "Or what happens when you marry?"
"I will never marry," he vowed.
Tears sparkled in her eyes. "You say that now, but you can't promise it." He scowled.
"If you want promises from me, then come with me to London. I'll have my solicitor draw up whatever legal document you require to ensure that you—"
"It has nothing to do with money," she cried. "I can't risk your coming in and out of Jasper's life at your leisure. Small children don't understand such things. You of all people should know that." The words hit him like a blow to the gut, making him want to strike back.
"I know that you said you love me. You claimed that the words were real."
Though the blood drained from her face, she didn't waver in her stance. "They are, and I do. Which is precisely why I can't go with you. I love you too much to be just your toy for a while."
"You wouldn't be my toy, damn it!"
But he could see from her face that no argument would sway her. Once Camilla made up her mind to do something, she stayed the course, even if that course drove a stake through his heart. How dare she show him heaven for one brief glittering moment, and then snatch it away, leaving him alone once more. Always alone.
"Fine,"
he choked out, steeling himself against the hurt that rent his heart. She sought to force him into marriage, did she? Well, the days when he could be jerked about by other people's whims were long gone. Never again would anyone force him into doing anything.
"To hell with you!"
He looked beyond her to where his mother had gone still as death.
"To hell with both of you! I'm leaving this house, and I'm not returning. So I hope you're both very happy together. Now get out of my room!"
When they just stood there, staring hollow-eyed at him, he marched toward them.
"Out, damn you!"
His mother fled at once, but Camilla paused in the doorway to glance back at him. "I know you're angry, Pierce, and I understand why. Your parents tore a hole in your heart when they abandoned you, and you've been trying to mend it ever since. That's why you've had a string of mistresses. Not because you wanted to show your parents they hadn't broken you, but because you kept hoping to find someone who really did care about you."
"Shut the hell up!"
he cried, fighting the truth in her words as furiously as he fought to ignore the compassion on her face. "Well, you've found that someone. I truly do love you. But until you put the past behind you, you won't be free to love me or anyone else." She hitched up the bundle of clothes in her arms. "If you've learned anything from your parents, it ought to be this. Love works only when it's mutual. Otherwise, eventually it becomes exactly what you call it, a meaningless word, for both parties." Then she walked out. He stared blindly at the door, willing her to come back through it, to change her mind, to throw caution to the winds. But he knew better. She would never do that. Not for him. No one ever did. And it was time he stopped waiting for it.
Camilla stood in the Countess's sitting-room as the house was thrown into an uproar. Pierce had given orders for his coach and four to be readied, and the entire cadre of servants had been roused to do all the myriad tasks required for a trip. His mother wouldn't look at Camilla, and Camilla wasn't certain if it was embarrassment or disgust that kept her so distant. At the moment she didn't care either way. She was numb from the inside out. She should have known that her heart-stopping plunge into pleasure would end like this. Anything that wonderful never lasted. Ruthlessly she stifled the tears that kept threatening. She refused to cry in front of her ladyship. That would come later, when she was alone. No doubt regret would come with it, too. But right now she didn't regret her few stolen moments with Pierce. They would sustain her for years to come. They would have to. Now that she knew what love was like, she didn't want to go through it with anyone else. She didn't think she could bear this pain more than once. Tears threatened again, and she lifted her handkerchief to blot them before they could fall.
"Perhaps you should have gone with him,"
the Countess said in a ragged whisper. The words, sounding like a dismissal, startled her.
"Will it be so hard for you to endure my presence now?" "No, never, my dear, never. But I hate to see him go off alone." Her ladyship seized Camilla's hand and squeezed it. "And I hate to see you so unhappy." The Countess's words made Camilla want to cry even more. She squeezed her ladyship's hand back. "I'll be fine." One day, perhaps. But at the moment it didn't feel as if she'd ever be fine again. "I suppose you did the right thing. It wouldn't do for Jasper." "No, it wouldn't," Camilla said firmly. "It wouldn't do for her, either. Spending her life as Pierce's sometime lover would have drained the heart out of her." "He shouldn't have asked it of you," her ladyship said. "It was very wrong of him." "He was just being Pierce." And yet she kept seeing the look of betrayal on his face. He'd been sure she would go with him, especially since she'd been foolish enough to tell him how she felt about him. Of course, then the wretch had tried to use that against her. Anger coursed through her, and she choked it down. What else had she expected? That he would profess his undying love? She should have kept her feelings to herself. The door burst open, and Maisie rushed in with a wide-awake Jasper in her arms. "What's going on, milady? The poor lad woke up in a fright at all the noise." Lady Devonmont drew herself up, becoming her usual restrained self once more. "His lordship is leaving." "In the middle of the night? But why? What?" Maisie glanced to where Camilla stood, now dressed but with her hair still down about her shoulders and her eyes teary, and Maisie's lips tightened into a line. "I see." "You are not to say a word about this," the Countess commanded. "Not to anyone, do you understand?" "Of course, milady," Maisie said fiercely. "I would never do anything to harm you or Mrs. Stuart." Camilla cast the maid a grateful smile. Sudden silence descended on the house, and her ladyship sighed. "He must be gone now." Yes, Camilla's stomach plummeted. Oh, how would she bear it? Jasper reached for Camilla, and she took him from Maisie. He stared up at her sleepily. "Why did his lordship go away, mamma? And why didn't he say farewell to me?" "I'm sure he wanted to, my dear boy," Lady Devonmont put in, "but he was in a very big hurry. He has a lot of important matters requiring his attention in London, you know." Jasper stared at the Countess. "Because he's the great Earl, you mean?" "Yes, exactly," Camilla choked out. The great Earl who equated believing in love to believing in flying reindeer. Because if he believed in love, he'd have to put the past behind him, and he just couldn't. "But what about Christmas?" Jasper asked. "And what about Blixen? He said he'd give me Blixen when we got home, and he forgot." "I'll give you Blixen," her ladyship answered. "Don't you worry about that." "And if you'll recall," Camilla added, "his lordship did say he wouldn't be here for Christmas. He has to go to Waverley Farm." "I remember," Jasper pouted. "I just thought he might change his mind."
Thank heaven Pierce had left when he had. Right now Jasper was merely intrigued by the man, but many more encounters and his leaving would have hurt the boy deeply. Rubbing his eyes, Jasper stared into her face.
"Does this mean I don't get to learn to ride a pony? His lordship said there was a Welsh pony in the stables, and I could learn to ride it."
"And you shall." Lady Devonmont's voice was firm. "I'll speak to Mr. Fowler about it tomorrow."
"I don't know if I want to any more."
Jasper laid his head on Camilla's shoulder.
"It won't be the same without his lordship. Will it, Mamma?"
"No, Muffin, it won't," she choked out. Nothing would ever be the same again. 23. Pierce tried to sleep on his way back to London, but it was impossible. He couldn't cast Camilla from his mind. At first all he could do was rage at her for her small-mindedness. How could she not see the value of what he offered? And how could she claim Jasper would be harmed by their association? He would never hurt the lad, never. Jasper would gain advantages beyond her wildest imaginings, schools and money and—
"And after we no longer have you, what becomes of us then?"
He clenched his hands into fists. The words rankled. Yet as his temper cooled, his rational mind reasserted itself, and he recognized that her words were fair. She had every right to worry about the future. Her idiot husband had died unexpectedly, and she and Jasper had been left with nothing. It could happen to Pierce just as easily. All right, perhaps that was true, but he would make provisions, legal provisions.
"It has nothing to do with money. I can't risk your coming in and out of Jasper's life at your leisure. Small children don't understand such things. You of all people should know that."
He did. God, how he did. His heart pounding, he stared out the coach window at the pre-dawn darkness. The snowy fields glowed white beneath the waning moon, reminding him of the day he'd left home for school, not knowing it would be his last day at Montcliff for years to come. And he realized with a jolt that if Camilla had chosen him over Jasper, she would be no better than his own mother, who'd chosen father over him. Or had she? He'd scoffed when Mother had said she'd acted in his own interests, but now he had to reconsider that possibility. If father had held something over Mother's head, as he and Camilla had postulated, what if it really had been something having to do with him? Pierce couldn't see how that was possible, but then he couldn't see straight when it came to the past. Camilla had recognized that.
"I truly do love you, but until you put the past behind you, you won't be free to love me or anyone else."
Try as he might, the words kept thrumming through his brain. It was easy for her to say. She didn't have his past. No, he thought wryly, she merely lived with the daily realization that her parents hadn't wanted her at all, that she'd been born destitute in ways he couldn't begin to understand, even with his own painful situation. He let out a long breath. No wonder she couldn't accept his offer to make her his mistress. She yearned to be wanted for herself, as she never had been, and what he was offering was a poor substitute. But could he offer her more? Did he dare? Or would he be better off not risking it? He still had no answers by the time the coach arrived at his townhouse shortly after dawn. The servants were prepared for him since he'd sent word ahead, but even their presence couldn't liven a place that felt like a tomb after the bustle and cheer of the dower house. He hadn't realized until now how sterile his life had become, with his mistress relegated to her own lodging. Indeed, even before he'd gone to Hertfordshire, his most pleasant days had begun to be the ones spent with his cousins and their friends the Sharps. What did it say about him that he increasingly found enjoyment only with happy couples and relations? He ought to go to bed. He hadn't slept in 24 hours, but he was too restless to sleep, and a few moments playing the pianoforte in his drawing-room gave him no comfort either. The brandy decanter tempted him briefly, but he'd gone that route 3 days ago. It had been oddly unsatisfying. Thinking that losing himself in work might be the best alternative, he headed for his study. But as he stood behind the desk, sifting through the pile of mail that Boyd had left for him, he was arrested by the sight of the infamous box of Mother's letters. Pierce's throat tightened as he stared at them. Then he sat down, dumped out the box so that the very first letter was on top, opened it, and began to read.
My dearest son, you cannot know how much I have missed you all these years. You probably have trouble believing that, but it is the absolute truth. Being with you at the funeral, even with you so very angry at me, made all the rest of it bearable. May I say that you were dressed very well? I was glad to see it. Your great-uncle always said that you wore a fine coat better than any man he knew, and I quite agree.
The 9-page letter went on in that vein, mixing her observations of him from the funeral with information she had apparently gleaned from his great-uncle. He hadn't known that his uncle wrote to her, but it wouldn't have mattered if he had, for apparently she hadn't written back to Uncle Isaac either, since she made no mention of it. But here and there her letters to Pierce contained a reference to this or that anecdote Uncle Isaac had written about him. Some events she described had so faded into the distant mists of his memory that he was astonished anyone remembered them, especially her. As he tore through letter after letter, she commented on her daily life, but the accounts always rambled into memories she'd stored up of him from myriad sources. Some were gleaned from the newspapers. In one letter she waxed on for pages about how Eugenia wasn't worthy of him, and some were taken from his great-uncle's and the late Titus Waverley's letters. Occasionally she would recount something that Fowler had told her of Pierce's work at the estate. She even offered advice, and he realized with faint amusement that although he hadn't read any of it, it had still filtered to him through Fowler, and he'd often taken her advice second-hand. It took him several hours to read all of her letters, and when he was done he sat back with a tightness in his chest. Years of tales of him were recounted, some that he couldn't believe she'd even heard about. It was as if she'd stored up his entire life for the day when she could relive it with him, the day when she could be with him again. And he had spurned the gift without even giving it a glance. Why? Because she wouldn't explain herself or her actions. She didn't do it in the letters either, just as Camilla had predicted. There were no references to his years of banishment, no mention of that horrible day in the study. She barely spoke of father at all. It was as if the man had disappeared from her thoughts and memories on the day of his death. Clearly there'd been no love there. Yet love for her son shone in every word. He sat there with the last letter in his hand, his blood thundering and his eyes misty with tears, and read the last line. It was the same last line of every single letter in the box.
Even if you can never forgive me, my son, know that I will love you until I die, and beyond, if God would allow.
When Pierce drew breath to protest, Sharp said, "Virginia will never forgive me if you don't at least come by. You haven't even seen our new home yet. For that matter, you haven't even seen the baby." Pierce winced. He'd forgotten that Virginia had recently given birth to their first child, a baby girl, 6 months after our wedding, to work up the courage to ask her to go for a walk, and another 2 months before he progressed to asking her to ride with him. If I hadn't prodded him into inviting her to accompany him to that harvest assembly last fall, he would probably still be riding with her every day and giving her long, yearning glances at dinner. That man courts at a snail's pace.
Not everyone can court at your manic pace, she teased, though I'm not sure I'd call it courting, more like a transparent attempt to get beneath my skirts.
"It worked, didn't it?" he said with a grin.
"Yes."
She shifted in his lap so she could look up at him.
"As did my transparent attempt to reform you."
"You did not reform me," he said stoutly. "I reformed myself."
"Oh, you did you?" she asked, as she looped her arms about his neck. "I had nothing to do with it?"
"Hardly. Every time I looked at you, my thoughts were decidedly unreformed." He lowered his gaze to her mouth. "They still are."
"Are they indeed?"
Her eyes gleamed.
"Do tell."
He brushed a kiss over her lips. "'Twas the night after Christmas, and all through the place the only ones stirring were the lord and his mate."
"That is an awful rhyme."
"Shh! I'm not done." He rose with her in his arms and headed for the door. "They went off to nestle all snug in their bed, while visions of love-making danced in their heads." She eyed him suspiciously.
"Is this the naughty version of the poem?"
"No."
He stared down into the face of the woman who'd become dearer to him than life, who made his life richer and fuller, and decidedly more interesting with each passing day.